Hello, everyone, and welcome to the World Series of Board Gaming's coverage of the Great Western Trail Ring Final. My name is Chris George, and I have with me esteemed co-host, two-time ring winner, Nick Henning, to comment on this game. How's it going, Nick?
I'm doing well. How about you? It's like right before holiday break for a week, so this is like my
Exactly.
last serious thing to do.
Last thing to check off the list, and what a thing to do than to rewatch the final game of Great Western Trail of 2023, where you are at the final table and you are
Yeah,
defending your ring title.
that's right. Yeah, I think I may have underestimated how much of a target that puts on your back. We'll comment on that later in the game, but yes.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that shakes out. But before we do, I want to give a shout out to you, Nick. Thanks for jumping on and taking the time. We did the brass commentary together, and I had so much fun that I wanted to do it again. And if you don't know, Nick has a YouTube channel, which you can see down below his name right there. You can go check him out because you've done commentary on every single World Series game that's basically been put out. Hey.
Yeah, exactly. I do commentary on the WSBG finals. I won't do this one because we're doing it
Yeah.
together right now, but a lot of them I also do like live playthroughs. I'm also a Frosthaven player, so if you're looking for character guides, you can find those on my channel too.
Nice. Awesome. And if you're interested in attending the World Series, maybe you can be one of these players around the table who we will introduce in just a moment. Well, I've got a special offer that you should check out right now.
You could win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes just for playing board games. The World Series of Board Gaming is back and bigger than ever. High-level play, friendly competition, national championships, there's no other event of its kind. Are you the next big name in board gaming? Get your tickets now at WSBGVegas.com and use the code IMN to save yourself up to $50. What are you waiting for? It's time to get in the game.
Let's now turn it over to the table. This is a big one. We're going to meet our players around the table. We should cut in right as the players are drafting their first, their public bonus objective. Out of the four initial ones, it's drafted in reverse player order. So that's what we will cut to right now.
This is handicapped, right? So Nick gets 5, he gets 8, 9, 10.
Maybe give me 15.
Great Western Trail, New Zealand.
Starts it right at the beginning, coming
That's
at
like
me,
the
you know?
wild sound.
we hear the voice of Jeff Harden sitting in the bottom right. Let's introduce our players. Nick is in our top left. Unfortunately, the camera cut out and wasn't functioning for Nick and Cameron, so we just have their photos as a placeholder. But we have the top down, and we have the video for Jeff and Jonathan. Jonathan Naylor sitting in the bottom left in seat 4. And then Cameron Herzog sitting in the top right in seat 2. And then, of course, Nick Henning, you're in the top left. But we've got you twice on the screen because you're also here commentating and giving us sort of a live reaction of a recap of the game that maybe you've been thinking about for months. Who knows?
There's other games that have haunted me more than this game, but this game, I'll spoil a little bit at the beginning, doesn't go very well for me. And this game goes until like 1 or 2 in the morning. So I'm glad the camera's not on me because you'll see me like closing my eyes at various points between players' turns.
Yeah. Well, this
is on the third day.
Yeah. And it was a long day. You would have started what, at 9 a.m.?
Yeah, we started at 9. I think every round was 4 hours, and so this is the 4th round. Players had to play 3 and 2 player games to get to this 4-player final, so really kind of testing every different kind of skill that you might have at Great Western Trail, because the 4-player game is definitely different from the 2-player game.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to do my best to do that as well. The rulebook said you had to take.
And as you mentioned, right, like the players here, we're gonna reverse draft the objectives. That's just the WSBG rule. I actually don't think that, I've never seen that anywhere else. It's not implemented on BGA or anything like that. We're playing second edition, so it's already got that like kind of balance of like $6, $7, $8, $9, and also drawing more cards for later in turn order. But then they added the extra thing of reverse drafting those objectives.
Stay on the tile. The guy who gets the money.
Right now, we're just hearing some commentary from the judge, Scott Sacenti, who is just explaining like, hey, let's all try to do our best to track everything, leaving the taxes on the tile, talking about reversing the turn order as well. Like if you make a move and go, oh no, as long as no new information hasn't been revealed, that sort of was the agreed upon way to play around the table, as far as my recollection of what we've cut out before this video has started.
Yep, and Scott, the head judge you can't see, and Eugene, who's standing behind Jonathan here, are kind of like Great Western Trail legends of their own. They sort of released a kind of, I guess I would say, like famous Great Western Trail playthrough video from a different game convention, and they kind of commented on that, and that I think sort of sparked the like strategy frenzy that was Great Western Trail.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to be as just as possible. That's why they're banned. If it was just like if you pass the card, what do you need a judge for? Right?
lots of little what's the judge going to interact in this game, which I actually really respect from Scott as a head judge. There's, I think in general the judges at WSBG have like kind of a pretty laissez-faire policy. You know, they want the players to run the game. Like they're there if there's a dispute, but primarily it's the responsibility of the players to maintain the game state. And Scott is just spending the time here essentially like reiterating and making sure that we're all on board, that that's kind of the understanding, which I think is a great opening speech.
Yeah.
You think there's going to be an added level of seriousness? I think it's going to be a light game amongst friends.
And we see Jeff. I imagine we're going to be hearing a lot from Jeff. Jeff Harden, you and Jeff faced off last year in the Great Western Trail final table as well, and you both made the final table of this one. Jeff saying he's going for big pottery, so stay out of his lane.
Yeah, Jeff did not win Great Western Trail last year, but he won Wingspan last year, and then he ended up playing Brass Birmingham in the semifinals. So, which is why he's making the big pottery joke, because he's practiced Brass Birmingham, so that will never happen again.
Are we good?
And it's good that we have the camera still on Jeff and Jonathan, because we've got Jeff his zinger cam, and I'm sure we'll see lots of direct address to the camera from Jeff as the game goes on.
A few. I don't know how heavily you. Okay, so these buildings here actually do say a lot about the game. The setup here is kind of interesting in a handful of ways. So first of all, the first row of the workers has two cowboys, a builder, and a engineer, and then the second row has additional engineers and builders, which is in Great Western Trail, like how those workers come out at the beginning especially can really impact what folks' strategies are. And this game is saying, hey, you can essentially grab any of the strategies, but if someone moves into one of these kinds of workers, they might be kind of sparse, because we have like an even distribution. So lots of options available to the players, but two players competing with one another for a certain kind of worker is going to make their lives a little bit harder.
Because sometimes you don't see that. Sometimes you see just two types of workers, right, as well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to kind of make it so that how players slot into their strategies at the beginning here is going to make a really big difference. We saw the players drafted their cards. Jonathan first to draft, because he's in last seat, grabbed the two buildings and a hazard. Two buildings are usually, you're kind of expecting you'll probably put two buildings down in the game, so that's nice and easy. Removing the hazard ends up being the bigger question. And that is actually a little bit harder to pull off on this map, because that hazard remover, neutral buildings all the way at the top of the track. So that's if he's gonna get that objective, that's something he's gonna have to pay attention to. Jeff, meanwhile, grabbed, I think is like generally considered the easiest one, the 3 cow, the 4 cow in a building, because you can kind of pick those up with no additional work at the beginning. And then Cameron grabbed the one with the hazards and the orange bandit, and I grabbed the one that requires you to move your train.
Guess I'll change my opening turn.
And we see with your opening turn, you right away ended up playing a building number 2. I believe.
Yeah, it's like 2A or something like that.
2A,
it's the,
yeah.
It's the additional cow market, and I threw it down in that swamp region, the swamp hazard region, because there's no swamp hazard tiles in play, no swamp hazard tiles even on the upcoming display. So that's a pretty nice spot I wanted to grab at the beginning. I also think I had 2 green cows in my hand at the beginning of this game, so I like really wanted to make sure I built a building, and grabbing that spot in the bottom left corner is definitely one of the nicest spots on the board. That cow market, obviously it's a lot better if you're going to be playing a cowboy strategy, but it's also just decent to have a discard a white card for $4, discard a jersey cow for $2 and a certificate, just as like a normal stopping spot, even whether you end up buying cows or not, makes that a really powerful opening building spot.
Now we're over to Cameron. Cameron's still deciding. I think we heard somebody say, "Okay, well, I got to change my opening move after you took that initial strategy or initial placement."
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways it's if you're not thinking about taxation, which you always should be, it is one of the juiciest spots on the board. It's taxation. If you watched last year's final, it was a very tax-laden board, and I think a lot of Great Western Trail games end up like that, where it's going to be very thick on taxes. So, me choosing to make this play of I'm getting a little bit more power at the beginning of the game is going to be starting off stronger, but in the long run may come back to me, as I'm not building sort of like a path through the board, trying to take those extra dollars from my opponents as they move through. Given that we were just talking about how hard it is to remove hazards on this map, because that hazard remover's all the way at the end of the trail, this is probably going to become a very tax-laden map, as hazards are just going to come and flood the board and make it uglier.
Now I'm his arch. Hold on. How does the arch nemesis thing work?
I don't think I'm ever surprised.
You can almost see Cameron's hand here. I'm trying to get a sense of what he's got.
Yeah, on like the last turn, it's like I had to spend it.
I think I saw a pair of black cows and at least one gray cow in there, but I couldn't quite catch the other cards.
And how much does that initial hand sort of determine where you place on the board? Do you ever factor that into your consideration? Because you want to make sure going into that first pass through that you have a decent hand, or does it matter? Can you just push through and say, okay, I'm going to take a hit on the first round and then implement the strategy? You go just for buildings and that building efficiency or the action efficiency.
It does depend on who you ask, and I think it does depend on the board setup in terms of if there's something very obviously powerful, then you need to like kind of rush to make that happen.
Yeah, but they played it in round 3.
It'll actually come back to haunt me later in this game, the way that the draws go for me. But I tend to be a player who wants to manage my hand very effectively, even from the beginning of the game. I a lot of times really like a starting hand where I can like discard 2 gray cows for $4 and then maybe immediately deliver or immediately go buy a bunch of workers. This map is really nice for 3rd and 4th seat because they can do exactly that. If they discard 2 cows for $4, they can then immediately purchase 2 workers on their first worker visit, which I think is a really important thing for Jeff and Jonathan to be considering. Normally going first or second is more powerful in the game, but I think on this setup where it's going to be expensive to buy those workers because they're all the way at the end of the track and you're going to be spending your money doing other things, having that opening sequence is very nice. And we see Cameron here going ahead and just dumping a pile of jerseys to collect that extra cash, but it's not going to be quite enough cash to buy double workers if he stops into that worker location.
And also, that's the spot where you could remove a hazard, correct?
You could, yeah, if you paid 7. It is.
But at this stage in the game,
it's generally considered to be a very, very bad play to spend the 7 to remove a hazard. I think there has to be something kind of specific with how tax buildings have been placed and where hazards are for you to even want to consider doing it in the beginning of the game. But your default state for the first third of the game should not be spending $7 to remove a hazard.
That'd be just too vindictive.
I didn't mean to tell you earlier that if you tank me and we both lose, then you will be my nemesis.
Well, I've been wanting to respect.
Yeah, there you go.
What
Jeff
I
and I
really
have
like.
And then I thought, and I was like, well,
Yeah,
no,
I like
just screw 'em
this
by, you
this
know,
banter
going
around
there
the
and buying
table.
both those blues and never get a
I
cowboy
like
again.
how jovial a final
I
table
love
can
Nick too
feel.
much.
You know, at WSBG, even though you're playing for the ring, everybody wants to win, but you can still just have a nice game around the table like you would with your friends.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeff and I have a running gag where he named me as his nemesis. So I said, I'm sorry, you're not my nemesis. And so he's been angling for that position, which he may have earned in the course of this game.
Catching maybe a glimpse of Jeff's hand there. He's got some jerseys. Oh, 2 black, it feels.
Yep. And he's got 6 cards in his hand because he's in 3rd seat, so 2 extra card draws for him.
Right.
I think that if he had 2 jerseys, dropping them off and then going for a double purchase, legit. Also, just going to the building location is a totally good option.
Mm-hmm.
He drops off a pair of... Is that a pair of black cows that he discarded there?
Yeah, looks like it.
Well done.
I elect to take the first of the actions, sell this card for 2.
So this will
Why are you
basically
laughing?
pay
That wasn't
$2
even
for
a
him to
joke.
just
That one
immediately
was just a
take
serious,
the action
clean
of what he
play.
wants to
The
do.
enthusiasm.
I think now that I've grabbed kind of the sweet spot on the board, there's a good
go to the
chance that he's going to
discard
drop a taxer in play here.
Understand? I'm trying to be
Normally,
serious. You
I
said you wanted
don't
a
love
serious
dropping
game.
taxes at the
No, I didn't
at
say
the
you
end
wanted
of
to
the
serious. I felt like
trip
it would be.
here, but
We
we
already
see
did
that
the
there's
game
2
together.
black
Yeah,
hands
together.
sitting in the black
Right.
wall there. So if he drops
I'm
a
gonna build a
tax
building.
in that row, which I think is actually what he's about to do,
Mhm.
he's basically guaranteed to get paid by players every time. I think
Yeah.
you could also consider dropping in the desert area because there's a black hand there, and we see there's also a green hand sitting in the like upcoming row under the 1 spot. So he could probably be assured to get paid in the desert row as well. I think either of those would be pretty valid options. And I think Jeff here, that play is not necessarily super powerful right now, but he knows he's going to get paid $1 by me immediately. And in the long run, it's going to pay him a lot of money back.
Mm-hmm.
Find those mistakes you did.
No mistakes. That's smart.
Let me know in the comments.
Jeff wants to know if he's made any mistakes thus far. You can let him know and keep tabs on him throughout.
And we mean
throughout the
technical
game.
mistakes with the rules, not like Jeff shouldn't have done that, because we had enough of that last year. We get it, YouTube. Did I tell you about the board game geek guy commenting on the brass semifinal? He wrote like a dissertation on how bad I am at brass, and I'm like, dude, we get it. I learned the game 4 hours ago.
I'm taking notes and I'll make a little special section here called Jeff's.
We don't need that much room.
That's not
Make
big
it
enough.
smaller.
That's not big enough.
Jesus.
Not posting
What about Nick's mistakes? You want me to get? I got a notebook. I got a whole notebook here. Maybe a Word doc so you don't run out of room.
the perfect.
There's a bunch of good level 1 buildings in this game. I think this is kind of like a game
It's like
setup
the
where the
equivalent
level 1
of
buildings are
you're
kind of
just
the most
I'm
powerful
doing
they
it.
can
This
be.
is what
So
I'm doing.
there's just the
Stay
taxer,
out
which
of
is
my
actually,
lane.
I think the other side of that taxer, the green hand taxer, is probably slightly better, but they're both mostly just for taxation purposes. Then we've got that cow market that we already talked about. That cow market, I think, is the best level 1 building in the game. Just gives you so much cash and really opens up a cowboy strategy.
I already called mine.
And
Remember
then the third one, which is sometimes a level 1 and sometimes a level 2. In this instance, is the discard 2 of the same
They're
card
always
for
watching.
$3 and slide your worker 1 space. That one can be really, really interesting. And so how people choose to drop that on the board can really indicate what folks are planning for their game plans. So you might not see people playing that early in the game because they don't want to commit necessarily to a certain strategy, but you'll see it probably in the mid. People start dropping that, discard 2 cards, and then slide 1 extra spot. Jonathan here makes a really interesting discard because it looks like he discarded
We've
2
had
greens,
one
a black,
taxer,
and then he
but
uses
what about
a
second
green
taxer?
on that location to get $2. So what he's implying there is that he actually really wants to make sure that he can discard 2 probably jerseys to that location, the one that I'm stopping in right there. Wants to make sure that he's able to like cycle through his deck, get as much cash as possible. He's definitely buying, 2 workers, and I think he's prioritizing keeping jerseys over keeping the greens, so that he actually has the option of moving into engineers if he's the player who is kind of in last seat, because when you're engineers, you want to discard those 1 jerseys.
Right.
I'm gonna remove the 1 from my building.
So will I.
Place it in my coffers. Is coffers an archaic word, or do people still use coffers?
Jeff will get tired of this shtick in about 20 minutes, I think.
Well, we'll soak it up when we can. We'll take the breaks on our end and let Jeff do the narrating for us.
Yeah.
You have the extra money on the side.
In my ideal world, I don't think that I would have stopped to discard those 2 jerseys for $4. But you'd asked that question earlier, Chris, about like, do you scam it all and charge ahead? I just had
clearly didn't work.
I had not great cards in my hand, so cycling them through, getting a couple extra bucks for what's going to be probably a pretty money hungry game, is
try to play New Zealand
what I chose to prioritize there.
I'm gonna go to the cow market, shear my cows.
I called them jerseys last year, right? That was actually...
I think we were calling them not jerseys.
And so I think the buildings that we have are 1A, 2A, and 3A as well. It's all on the A's for those first initial for those who are keeping tabs at home.
Yep. I also have already referred to those gray cows as jerseys. So they're actually called Criollos in 2nd edition. They're called jerseys in 1st edition. So I got.
Oh yeah, jersey is still so ingrained in my own vernacular as well.
You should.
Yeah.
Criolla? I've already forgotten.
Like that.
I've already forgotten.
It's not important. We'll call them jerseys or grays. Cameron here purchases a cowboy, so he kind of says, "I'm gonna step into this strategy." Personally, I think it's between 2 things on his pickup here. He can only buy 1. We know he can only buy 1. 1 cowboy is great. 1 builder is great. 1 engineer is not so great. So I think he's between those 2 choices.
I forgot that this actually
With a
had
builder,
someone.
like you can always be happy. And the 2nd level building here is black hand, move 3 spaces, draw discard based on the number of cowboys you have.
All right.
It's a pretty sweet building, so certainly one worth considering. That being said, this is also kind of a cowboy game. There's the 2 good buildings for cowboys are in play, that cow market that we already talked about, and then that shuffler I just talked about right now. Both really benefit cowboy players. So if there's a game where cowboys is going to be good, this is going to be that game.
The Criollos.
For those 2 Criollos, they'll move to the discard zone.
Criollos, they said.
Criollos.
1, 2, 3, 4. Moving 4 from the temporary zone to my coffers. I now have 12 in my coffers. It's going to get real annoying hearing the word coffers in 3.5 hours. And
so Jeff does kind of exactly what we talked about. He discards those 4, for the $4. He's now at 12. As long as he has a white cow in his hand, he can go to the employee spot, pick up $14 and buy 2 employees for 6 and 8, because the second one comes with an additional $2 surcharge. Jonathan's going to do exactly the same thing here.
I will sell.
Yeah, everybody's starting in that upper region rather than going down and trying to eke out as much as they can from every building every time. I find the pitfall that a lot of people fall into in Great Western Trail is feeling like they have to hit every single neutral building and every single one of their buildings, and not realizing the sort of tempo push of getting through and getting additional income and trying to eke out value in that way. You see that a lot, and you see that these players decided to forgo that half of the board because it is more optimal to take the actions that have started in the North Hemisphere, let's say.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. And the little thing that's awkward about the setup in this game is the 2 engineer buildings are kind of the 2nd and 3rd spot. That's really bad for everybody. For an engineer strategy, it's 2 buildings that are close together, which is kind of limit your loop options. But it's also bad for the other players, because as buildings get kind of put in play, they might be forced to stop on those locations when they actually don't really want to be moving their train because they don't have engineers. And so the kind of clustering of those engineer buildings in like along the desert path there, I think is gonna make for some awkward actions as we get further into the game.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't know how to touch the enemy.
Cameron tries to hook me up by sending me into the end zone here.
Well, Farfanugan.
And so, actually, we should talk about, because I could have made the same decision that Cameron did, either buying a single builder or buying the cowboy.
The cowboy, but you scooped
because
up the
I already
cowboy
have
as well.
the cow market in play. I feel like I'm incentivized to get the cowboy and kind of compete for that. But it does sort of make it so that Jeff and Jonathan are sort of free to now grab, these available builders or engineers. I personally think that in this instance, Cameron should put out the builder, because if both players decide they want to compete for builders, then they can bump into each other's way, because there would be 4 builders available. But by making it 3 and 3, he's actually almost guaranteeing that Jeff is going to go and buy double of one of the workers, and then Jonathan will go and buy double of the other workers.
Like last year, she watched the. She was like
for 6.
She said she thought she was going to see me, and she ended up watching the Ticket to Ride thing last year, and she said never again.
Kansas City.
I didn't realize this, but Jeff's girlfriend got to watch me play instead. Fiance now, actually.
Oh yeah, that was talking about the semifinal round of last year. We live streamed the Ticket to Ride, and we did post production like we're doing now on the other 3 of the semifinals. And speaking of last year's games, I know that at least there was chatter at the beginning. Jonathan watched the 2022 final like right before this day. Because everyone's sort of referencing what Jeff did, and Jeff was saying, "I don't know what I did. You guys know more than me." How did you review that game, Nick? What did you do to sort of study up to defend your title?
She watched the Ticket to
I
Ride by mistake, and she asked me
rested
later,
on my
she's like,
laurels. I
"Why is
think
it that all they do is just draw 2 cards off the
I
top?"
didn't do any additional studying, which winds up not working in my favor. Yeah, Jonathan's a really cool guy. I met him at this event. We'd never talked before, but he said that he'd kind of seen a few of my videos, and he'd like reviewed Great Western Trail. Like he mentioned that he'd like watched the previous year's final.
The angle on that, it looks like it's too
He's a
wide.
really nice guy.
Should it be this way a little bit? Because I don't want to get him out of the shot.
It's actually focused right on you.
Yeah, it looked like it was turned.
No,
to
it
you,
does.
but
Doesn't it look like it's too much? I don't want you to not be in the
it was
shot.
maybe hit, yeah.
I mean, I hope it doesn't mess with some overlayers, but it was only.
Yeah.
Thank you to the players
gotta
for
get in
correcting the
it.
camera
'Cause you're the
correctly.
best handsome person at the table. Okay, so anyways, phase A of my turn with the correct cowboy this time. I'm going to proceed through the trail, and I'm going to stop at building A.
Great.
I'm gonna
You can see why
now
this
I'm gonna
game
move
ends
to
up
phase
taking
B.
4 hours, by the way.
That's what it says in the rules. Don't look at me like I'm crazy, guys.
So now Jeff's got the decision. Does he
Sell
go
that
into
one
into
cowboy.
builders or does he go into
I'm going to
engineers?
receive 2 as a gain. Payment,
I think
discarding
the
gallery.
first question you have to ask yourself when you're in this situation is, do I have 2 jerseys? If you
That
you
was
don't
as far
have
as I
2
got.
jerseys,
Now
I
I'm
would buy
sure.
the 2 builders. I think if you don't get the full rewards out of the engineers, I would just default to going
Wait a second.
builders.
Right.
Personally, I think that
Why is that a
builders
sheep? Are
tend
these from
to
New Zealand?
be the most powerful employee in the game
Well, this
anyway.
is clearly not
So
regulation, and I will
my
be
default
challenging
assumption is
this
I'd buy
to
2
judge.
builders.
Appealing,
but
I have to say appealing.
There's a pretty nice station master track along
The
the,
appeal
way
counter
here.
is at 1, YouTube.
What I mean by that is that if you
Okay,
lean heavy into engineers, the
So we either are buying
better
2 builders
station
or buying 2
master
yellows.
locations are like the 2nd, 4th, and 5th
Added
ones,
benefit.
which means you're not worried about other players kind of like racing to grab that first station master out from underneath you before
Yes,
you get
they
your like
have.
whole
I
engineer
emailed
system
Shane,
up,
He said no
which is
notes
nice.
ever.
I would think they
It
would
was a
do
very
that
short
all.
response.
Yeah. Have they announced the games for next year already?
Yeah. All the games are
Does
online.
anybody know what they are?
It's the same, minus Gaia Project, minus Patchwork, minus Seven Wonders.
Players around the table talking about the changes to WSBG 2024. There's always some rotation of games. Great Western Trail will be in 2024, but Gaia Project, Patchwork, and Seven Wonders are out. replaced with Earth, Lost Ruins of Arnak, and Heat.
Yeah, some really fun new options there. I'm very curious to see what modes the WSBG is going to land on for Heat, especially because there's kind of the garage versus the kind of base game, and how you do the garage thing is really interesting. So I'm excited to see what they do with that.
I've seen so many posts about it online in the board game groups, people loving it.
Yeah.
I was hoping Arnak would have been there this year.
Are they selling copies of it?
Jeff, still deciding between that builder and that engineer decision. Is there one sort of line that you like to take generally, that you feel more comfortable in, Nick? Like,
I think raw power builders tends to be best. So
Yeah.
my default assumption usually is builders. But like I said, if he's got 2 jerseys in his hand, it means he's going to have a kind of crappy delivery. So if he buys the 2 engineers, he gets to throw the jerseys out, and it's a reasonable track for an engineer player. So I think it's totally reasonable to go engineers, which is what Jeff lands on
And
here.
that jersey will allow me to move my certificate down 1.
yeah.
Now I will take the 3rd available action on the neutral building A, and I will pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I will stick to my guns and buy another of the finely dressed gentlemen, giving 8, receiving something that costs 8. I will place that onto my player board, triggering the placement bonus. I will get rid of another not jersey, and then I will receive $2 back for
Not
signing
jersey.
That will go to my discard pile.
We agreed.
I will put these into my funds, so I have a total.
They are the
of
1
50
cost
or
cards,
I started with
but
15.
they are not called
I spent
jerseys.
14 and got 2 back. Thus, I end the turn with 3 remaining. And I will validate that I'm happy.
The other
with that
nice
move.
thing, so while I think builders, packs a
And I
more
will
powerful
rip
punch, that
3
4th
cards
slot
that
of
are
being able
unique
to
so
like
that I
build
have
another
exactly
building
7
and
to
building
reveal
up
next turn.
to combo stuff. And I won the prior
part
year with
is not
builders, so
validated
I'm
yet,
certainly
but I'm
biased
hoping.
towards the strategy.
And
But
then I
that
will
4th
pass
slot
the
for
active
engineers
player
where you
card
can
and
hire
receive
someone
that
else, if Jeff is able to accumulate a bunch of cash and make like a triple worker purchase on the next round,
That's huge.
it's gonna be really nice setup.
just
And
so
because
everyone
this
knows
map
that
is
I'm
one,
going to look at my
with
deck during
the
this turn.
worker purchase at the end, where it's gonna be a pain in the butt to buy workers. If he's able to set up such that he can buy a triple, then he doesn't have to worry about it as much for the rest of the game. So that is a pretty sweet position to be in.
Okay.
I will discard a white, take $2.
I think Jonathan basically has no real decision here. I think
Yeah.
buying 2 builders is like the snap correct play. You sometimes see people do like a builder and an engineer, but I think if you have the option of 2 builders versus a builder and engineer, it's pretty much always correct to buy the 2 builders.
14
Yeah.
To buy 2 builders.
You want to lean into the strategy you have.
14.
So a big. It's always great when you can buy two characters instead of 1, right? Like the benefits of having so many, and that's what we were just talking about in terms of being able to buy 3 instead of 2 is even better. So Jonathan's sitting with three builders, Jeff's sitting with 3 engineers because that initial one always kind of counts, and then both you and Cameron are sitting at 2 cowboys.
Yep, I think that usually first and second player are better in GWT, but I think the way that this map is set up, Jonathan and Jeff are just a step ahead of where Cameron and I are right now because of the ability to purchase doubles and the way that they did.
And just having that little bit extra capital that goes a long way.
Yep, exactly.
You should be playing poker probably. 2 pair.
You see me as I deliver choose to put out the builder rather than the engineer here. There's the reason for that is twofold. I think that it's
Nick, I don't think
dangerous
you're a bad
to
player.
put out 2 of the same employee for Jeff or Jonathan. Like it's just no matter what, it's kind of a little bit dangerous here.
But
The
I
thing
choose
is
you
that
half
for
of what you
builder,
want
because
to.
they also want to build on that
Yeah.
4th spot,
See
it's
how it
not
goes.
common that they can buy the builder
Oh, I
and
forgot
the
that I wasn't
builder
yellow,
and
I thought
actually
Nick
do the
just
building
threw my
action.
piece of, like,
Mhm.
"Get out of here." I'm like, whoa,
So I'm
dickhead.
trying to make Jeff's life a little bit harder by not making the engineer available here. But frankly, I don't even have that much control over it anyway because, they're coming in after me and they're going to be delivering stuff as well.
But also thus living up to your name as Jeff's nemesis.
That's exactly right. Yeah. All right, so Cameron's at the start here, and he's got some interesting choices because he can stop and pick up a bunch of money. He as the first person into the delivery zone, he's gonna get the crack at that $3 bandit, and then he could take an auxiliary action to just scoop up $5 extra, which I think is legit. He could run straight to the cow market, or he could run straight to the building location. He's sitting on, it looks like $10, $13, $15, $17 in cash, and he sees that there are 2 cowboys available as soon as Jeff or Jonathan deliver. So in his ideal world, he needs $16 to buy both of those people when he gets to the end of the track. He's pretty much got that already, even having to pay the 2 taxes. So I think there's a good chance that Cameron's going to completely skip buying cows this round. If he buys one, he'll just buy kind of like a cheap 3 cow.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to accumulate a bunch of cash, get to the end, buy those 2 cowboys, and just be sort of the master of cowboys. I think him collecting money right here is just suggesting exactly that. He wants to make sure he has the cash to do the double purchase by the time he gets to the end of the track.
When we go there, I thought we were helping them.
So you should be taking 3
Yeah.
for the bandit.
So Cameron, takes a bunch of money, prepping for that. Now, and also too, the way the cows have shaken out, there's nothing that's in short supply as well, right? It's kind of a balanced cow market. Sometimes you see a market that's just filled with one color and you only have a couple of the other colors, and it really feels like more of a race. For that sort of balanced market, feels like waiting to take cows isn't a horrible decision because you're going to get what you need or what you're hoping to create the deck composition of pretty easily.
But I will use my
that's a really good call out.
To change the value of my hand.
Especially those blue 3 cows. They tend to be kind of the most contested cow at the beginning, which we still might see. But there's 2 of them, and then there's 2 red 3 cows, so decent consolation prizes.
Yeah,
it's a lot different from those games where you flip 6 yellows and 6 purples.
Yeah, you just have to deal with
it. That's weird.
First compared to 3-player. Yeah.
I wish to add to the dapper gentleman.
We're about to get a pair of deliveries here.
You get the 2 out.
Jeff definitely putting out that engineer, making my earlier thinking about putting out the builder versus the engineer irrelevant, which I guess kind of
2-player was the Wild West.
I do think it's interesting that he puts out the bandit here though, because
I finished with.
Can you move me to 4, please?
Essentially that means that he's giving me more money, right? I'm the first one who can go in and pick up bandits there. But Jeff might be thinking to himself, look, I want to buy 3 workers, so even if Nick gets the $3, I want the $2 for the one that's going to come after that. So I'm helping a different player, but I'm also helping myself, and just having additional cash to make sure he can make that triple employee purchase is worthwhile for him.
Yeah. Is there any sort of consideration at this point in terms of game extension, do you think? Because the less characters that get put out, the longer the game goes on. And so I've often seen that as a strategy of people just defaulting to choosing the thing that doesn't progress the game further to give them time to ramp up a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, both Jeff and Jonathan, those strategies, the engineer and builder strategies, want the game to go longer. I think it would be an absolute pipe dream to see a bandit out in slot 3 now and not expect it to be put into play. So whether Jeff does it or someone else does it, it's going to get put into play, especially because whoever puts it into play then goes to the beginning of the track and then can immediately go to the bandit spot anyway. So it's going to slide out there, but you're right that the players in the bottom of the screen here benefit from a longer game.
It's just faster than having to count everything else. And not memorizing every single aspect.
That was my thinking.
Yeah.
I'm going to take money off, and I'm going to go to Kansas City.
You see this, by the way. Every player so far has taken off
$11.
that second dollar on the auxiliary action, and gone to Kansas City. And that's just because money is so important in this game. That first delivery there for the loan of the extra $4, even at the cost of 6 victory points. The auxiliary action where you get $2 rather than 1. It's just tends to be more worth it. The only other one that I consider at this stage of the game is the train movement. If you're competing with other players and you're trying to like get your train in for certain station masters, but like we said, that first station master spot is only so, and Jeff is not competing with anybody, so I don't think anyone's really incentivized to do anything except for just get extra cash at this stage.
Then I need to shuffle my deck because I have.
Now, does this put Jonathan in a spot? Would it make sense now that 3 players have taken that Kansas City spot and gotten that extra money? If Jonathan has the extra money, would it make sense to try to get that 6 victory point difference and that bump? Or do you think money is too important in this game at this point in time?
I think money is too important. I think a first delivery to Kansas City every time, 99.8% of games, a first delivery to Kansas City is the correct choice. Money is just so important for everything you're going to set up and structure in this game. And for Jonathan, it's a non-negotiable because he's playing Builder strategy. Builder is the most money-hungry strategy in the game.
Right.
And Builder is the one that I think is, pretty easily you can expect to take 2 loans and get away with it. Back in first edition, I saw people taking 3 loans because you would get more money for them. I think that's dicier in second edition. I think second edition did a nice job of asking the question of whether you take 1 or 2. And they're not called loans in the book. I just call them loans because that's functionally what they are. But yeah, it would be a mistake for him to not grab the cash especially. But I think in general, everyone should be taking 1.
We see Jonathan now deciding to add the hazard or to add in that other outlaw.
And it's a question for him, exactly what we are just talking about with Jeff. Does he want to give more money to his opponents at the benefit of him maybe getting more money as well? It's tough because he's got 2 opponents sitting in front of him right now, but at the same time, like I just said, like Builder is the most money hungry strategy. So I could see it either way. He doesn't have much cash on him right now, and lucky for Jonathan, we just flipped 2 builders that weren't there a second ago that he gets to put into the $5 slot, which is a complete cash out for him.
Yeah.
So, he ends up choosing to not help folks out, and I think that he also acknowledges that since he's the builder strategy, he's going to be the one who's going to be able to put taxers in the desert, take advantage of that for other people. But at some point, that desert taxer is going to go out anyway. So I think he probably it's a marginal difference, but I think he probably should have put the bandit into play, especially if he stops for cash.
I think that makes the difference, right? If you're not planning on going to that action, then you can skip it because you're not going to benefit from it anyway. So why help everybody else out? But if you are planning on going there, but getting those 2 builders in the 5 cost, that's a pretty huge get.
No, I think I'm only.
Now, generally, you stay in sort of one lane in terms of the characters that you end up purchasing. But how often do you feel like the purchasing of characters sort of deviates?
Yeah, it depends on what's happening. I think that it's the player who can most easily deviate is the engineer, because they can toss any other heads that they get into the stations as they go along. And so I think an engineer player really needs to pay attention to those moments and see if they can kind of take things away from other people. As I mentioned earlier, usually a second builder is always good, and I think building is the strongest strategy in the game. So dipping for a single builder is often worth it, just to slow down the builder player and everything like that. This is one of those things that's kind of invisible, but I will comment on this pretty insane line that I take right here. My starting, I had no white cards in my hand to begin with. Then I dropped a green to build a building, and then I dropped double jerseys, and I drew all 3 of my white caps.
Wow.
which is really unfortunate because it means that I know on the lap that I'm like, here, I don't have a white cow to get the $4. So I can't use essentially the advantage that I had set up for myself at the beginning. I still go there because discarding a jersey for $2 and a certificate is well worth it with no taxes in the way. So not complaints in terms of it's bad, but it's not as powerful as I'd kind of set up at the beginning, which is unfortunate for me.
And you
I
did
also-
have to pay that tax too, because a water hazard, I think, has been
Oh,
dropped.
that's true.
at
A
this
water
point.
hazard did come out. Yeah, so I basically am actually just getting a certificate. And that was unlucky too, because at the time there were no water hazards at all. So I could have had a world where there were no water hazards along there. The other thing that I see is that Cameron has a stack of cash. There's only 2 cowboys available to purchase, and he's almost certainly going to buy them essentially before I'm able to.
Yeah,
so
he's much further along the trail. Yeah.
Exactly. So I recognize I'm not going to be able to do it. And I say, all right, well, if I spend all of my money and just kind of limp through to the end of the track here, I won't have to pay taxes at the end of the track. I'll get a 5 cow in my deck before the reshuffle. This will give me an opportunity to get very lucky on the reshuffle, draw the 5 cow early on, and make a very quick, I think the 10 is a Chicago, is what it's called these days. They've changed the name of it. I think it's Chicago, which will really help me out a lot. So I don't generally advocate for buying an expensive cow at the beginning of the game. You want to use it to build more employees, but I felt like this was the way for me to lean a little bit more into the gamble, see if I end up getting lucky to make up for kind of a little clumsy of a start. So we'll see how that works out.
Now, something else that happened too on Jonathan's turn, before he delivered, he used his sort of one-time 2x token, being able to draw 2 and discard 2. Was that something that you considered or contemplated? Because I know in the 2022 game, that ended up being Randy Bueller's downfall by not using that token. I know Randy was kicking himself afterwards because it came down to a very close score.
Yeah, it's easy to forget. So for me, I didn't consider it because my issue was that I had gone through all my white cows. And so it wasn't that I needed to draw into something or even cause a deck reshuffle because I wasn't going to get what I needed. For Jonathan, I think what happened is that he had a lot of jerseys because he thought that Jeff was going to buy the builders. He thought that he was going to be the engineers. He discarded his cards at the beginning where he thought he was going to get put into that spot, right? We saw him discard those green cards. So I think what Jonathan had was he was holding just a grip of jerseys. Or maybe like 3 jerseys and 1 2 cow or something like that. And so he decided to use that shuffler right at the beginning to just get a couple extra dollars on that delivery.
If Nick builds 3A
which
in
is
front of
pretty
2A
legit.
down there and there's no blues up in the 1 slot right now, we just lose to Nick. Now, I don't know if it's my responsibility to go build.
You're just commenting.
Yeah, I'm just telling you guys what I'm thinking through because I'm an out loud thinker. Do I think I can beat Nick if he gets both those building slots and he just gets to do whatever the hell he wants for the next?
It is
3
true.
hours?
Jeff is an out loud thinker, which we appreciate.
Jeff is talking about dropping the
But I don't
other
think that this
one
is the
building
wrong
that
play.
lets you discard 2 of the same cow and slide 1 space over. He's concerned that I'm going to drop both of them in the swamp next to each other and essentially right at the beginning of the trail, get a bunch of cash, purchase a cow. He's worried that I've got a combo that's set up there that's too strong.
I don't mind when players kill themselves.
Yeah.
Personally, this was a 20-minute discussion at the end of the game of what the play is that Jeff makes here is the right play. Jeff and I talked about it. Scott, the head GM, and I talked about it. And everyone has a different opinion. So there's clearly no right answer about what's happening here. But Jeff essentially does a grenade play here. He's never planning on going down there. He's just doing that play to make it so that I don't get the double. And he chooses specifically that cow building because he knows he's probably not even going to use it. He might want to use his little.
Well, I know that it
slide
does.
one
I
extra
know that it
space
does. I know that it does.
So he saves that one.
What you're saying doesn't make sense because if it doesn't screw me.
No, I just meant if you don't overcome the adversity and still do well. Like if you get 4th and it's a real bad day. You know what I mean? Like if it screws you too bad. Because I know you're a good player.
The only bad place for me to get this game is second.
Right.
I'm gonna grab him for 3.
You can tell me later if you think that was
take
crazy.
5.
But
Jonathan
Yeah.
gets away with
Was I
getting a
crazy to
lot
think
more
that I
money
couldn't
than
beat
he
you
probably
if
would have
I let you have that
anticipated
spot?
because
Right.
I skipped the location because I decide that Cameron's going to outbuy me. Jeff skips the location because he decides he's going to block me. This
Yeah.
whole sequence worked out very, very nicely for Jonathan. And it is worth pointing out that he might have gotten an extra $1 if he had put his bandit out.
Spent $2.
True. But I mean, who could have predicted that sort of turn of fate?
For sure. Yeah, no, it's sometimes you try to galaxy brain in this game and it just backfires anyway.
Now
Right?
I think of royalty
Yeah.
when I like.
You sometimes just have to play what you think is the best line and
It's a really bad habit.
do that. I see this desert mess and I just throw down a
People do
taxer
that
hazard in
NHL,
that desert
like,
there.
A lot.
Yeah, starting to get some income back in.
Yeah, make a switch for this turn. Make a pass.
Oh god, active player.
I think it's always tough in these situations too, especially in 4-player games where there isn't really that much head-to-head sort of screwage, but like the grenade that Jeff does drop down there, to use your expression, which I agree with. It's tough because I always find in a 4-player game like this, whenever you do something like that, it's often the other 2 players that benefit because they haven't had to waste their resources and energy trying to block something going on.
I think
Were you hoping to put that little bump down there and create sort of a powerhouse?
It depends.
yeah, absolutely. That was definitely the plan. And that was actually the debate that Scott and I had at the end. He said to me, he's like, you have a target on your back. You won last year. There's absolutely no way any player is going to let you do it. I personally am not of the opinion that it's as powerful as other people seem to think it is. I think that people have a memory of first edition where there was a $2 and a certificate on both of those rewards on the bottom.
That has been now
If they
corrected.
didn't game that well, I helped
And
them
so
by
since
generating that
that's
last
not the
week.
case anymore, I think it's good, but I don't think it's busted. And Jeff gave up picking up money, 2 potential train
Put a tally
moves
mark
if he
in
wanted to
your
start
face
moving
when
his
I did
train
that?
now,
Because I didn't see that. Nick
to
certainly
build
did.
something that doesn't help him at all. And so I don't agree that I was the obvious threat at this point in time. I'm always more nervous about the builder player. Cameron's about to have 4 cowboys.
Right.
I think in this case, Jeff was very intimidated by my reputation. But of course, I'm extremely biased. So take what I say with salt here, right? Like, it might absolutely be worth kind of blowing up the position of, well, it's not even a blow up, just mitigating the position of another player in the game.
To make sure that it doesn't run away, right? It doesn't run rampant and stays controlled, stays in check.
Right. But that's tough in a 4-player game because, exactly what you said, Cameron and Jonathan are the players who really benefit here. So if at the end of the game, Jeff loses by just a little bit, the question will always exist, like, what if he had done something else on this turn?
Currently, we're at Cameron's turn as well. Everybody congregating around that building spot.
Yeah, I mean, early in the game is when buildings are going to be best, right? You're gonna make the most cash out of them. Cameron now wants to make sure he hasn't dropped his taxer out. He hasn't dropped his cowboy building out. So he actually has a really tough decision about what he wants to put into play right now.
I checked before.
The good spots have kind of been grabbed up in terms of hazard locations because you don't necessarily want to put at the end of the rockfall or at the end of the desert. You could maybe put in a hazard location after the bandits because it's like semi-clear right now, but that place always ends up getting clogged up in the mid to late game. So, if you play there, it's going to be gone pretty soon. I think primary considerations for him are dropping a taxer, which he could do either on the desert or on the swamp. Either would be fine. Or if he wants to drop his cow market somewhere and just make sure that he has an action to take. Personally, the way the board is set up right now, I think he should be looking to drop his cow market somewhere in the middle. Because remember how I mentioned at the beginning, like, it's going to be very awkward with all those train movement locations in the middle there on the desert. He wants to make sure he has an action that he can take in the middle of the lap there. So I think dropping a cow market somewhere over there gives him a lot of options in the long term of how his lap ends up looking.
I'm trying, but
My girlfriend beat me in this, and she said, "Sure, you want to play this? You can switch to Cascadia."
I practiced for Mars with the base game and Prelude against. Played 4 games, lost all 4 prior to coming against my girlfriend, someone else's girlfriend, my brother, my other friend.
I went back and forth on whether to play this or Cascadia because I was pretty sure I could make the final of this again, and then I was like, why would I want to just go through that and then lose to Nick in the final again? I could play Cascadia and there's birds involved, which we all know how I feel about birds.
I just didn't want to do a game that was half an hour or like 45 minutes.
Cascadia is awesome. My mom and I trained a bunch for it, and she actually did win her first round of it this year.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they talk about Cascadia being a shorter game. The final was a 3-hour game of Cascadia. Not, you think this Great Western is a little bit long.
Yeah, that was too long. Cameron decides to instead go for dropping the $1 taxer there. I want to talk about Cameron's in my locations because I think both of us have dropped those there with the plan of in the long term, maybe dropping the black hand move 3 spaces shuffler on top of them.
I'm not yellow.
And
I'm red.
I think so the reason I placed in the middle is because if someone places after me, a 3 movement gets me into the cow market or over to the building market. If someone places after me, Cameron's 3 movement gets him nowhere interesting. So I think Cameron actually was supposed to place his after
above
mine.
yours. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that he could then, if he ends up upgrading it to that black hand mover, he could then slingshot over into the cow market, which he knows is going to be important for him. So I do think that placement is a little bit of a mistake on his part, but I do like placing a taxer on that row. And he's deciding, hey, I don't need to drop the cow market yet. I can kind of see how things go. I'm going to spend my money on cows right now, or cowboys right now. So I can figure out later where I'm going to spend the rest of it in buying them, which is fine.
I'm sorry, I have $17. And then I'll draw 2 cards.
We see the players announcing their money count and Scott keeping track because it's pretty easy, especially after over 12 hours of Great Western Trail. Your mind is getting a bit numb. This is something that I like to emphasize in every one of these streams and commentary is that these players are tired. Like, this is a marathon of an event of playing Great Western and thinking and getting to this point. You've had a lot of thinking about Great Western Trail throughout the day, and so it's pretty easy to throw in a coin. And so that's again what our judge is doing a great job of, just checking, tracking, and making sure that if somebody splashes the pot and then says, "Oh no, how many did I throw in 2 or did I throw in 3?" There's an easy way of sort of going back in time and checking that out.
Yeah. And Scott has a great speech about this at the beginning too. That's the head judge. He didn't used to have this philosophy, but I know it changed over time as people caught mistakes in games that he's kind of put online. And he's like, it's my opinion that there's no live play game that exists where every player has played the game perfectly. It's impossible. Something will be overlooked by everybody at this table. I guarantee it. Even if we think we play perfectly, something has happened somewhere along the way. And so it's fascinating to see both like this attention to diligence and also recognition of like, it's a live play game. We don't have a computer running this for us.
Yeah.
So mistakes are going to happen, but let's try to play as clean as we possibly can.
Use the facilities.
Yeah, it's not BGA where the computer will say, "Nope, you can't do that."
Yeah,
Nope,
undo turn.
Yeah.
Jonathan here. One thing I didn't mention this, but what I really like about Cameron's play is, and I don't know if he considered this when he played this, but it makes it so that Jonathan has an awfully awkward turn right now.
Right.
Prior to Cameron's dropping of that building, Jonathan had a 4 move that got him into the building spot up top. So by him going a little bit slower here and picking up some cash, unfortunately, the trails kind of got clogged up, and now he's in exactly the problem that we were talking about before. When he gets to the middle of the trail where that desert is, he's going to have to take some actions that are not ideal for him, which sucks. And so I think probably, I don't think he really has any choices except for to go somewhere and take auxiliaries. I think probably he could, I guess, actually go into the bottom left and grab a certificate, which is not a bad idea for a builder. builders tend to be really, really bad at delivering in the course of the game.
I haven't decided.
But
I think.
then it means that he can pretty much only go over to his building spot next turn, which he wants to anyway, I think. The other option, depending on his cash situation, is he could move up to the double auxiliary spot with the train movement and just take the $2 back that he's going to play in taxes. But this is going to be a really bad turn for him. And he's, I think, going to then have to think about what is he going to build so that he can take some good actions along the way, because the middle of the track right now is just so crappy for him.
Yeah. So do we think that Jonathan will look to lock down the space right after your tax building, or the space before the first engineer building, the second building on the track?
Like down in the swamp there. Yeah, that's a super good question, because if he takes the space after my building, which I do think is where he wants to be in the long run for sure, he might just take it to have it in the long run. But if he puts it there and then, we go around to the next lap and someone drops something down in the swamp area, then he's going to have exactly the same problem.
The same thing,
where he's going to have a pretty crap action. So, is he playing for the long term or is he playing for the short term? And I think that's one of the things that makes this such a good and difficult game, is what it is that you're gonna do there. Jonathan here says cash is king. I don't care about that certificate, and he's just gonna pick up $2. I think he's not even gonna move his train. Yeah, he neglects to move his train. Oh nope, I lied. He does move his train the one space. I think this is a tough call, because by him moving a train one space, the person it really helps is Jeff. It's one additional move for Jeff as he jumps over his train. I think personally, I wouldn't move it if I don't have plans of moving in the future. But Jonathan sees that he might have a crappy center rail here that he might end up moving a couple more times. And so if he's forced to take a couple move actions, then it might end up being a little bit of value in the long term. So I respect the choice to end up moving the train, but I could see not moving it as well.
Right.
1 out of 11, right? Isn't that 9 points?
Yeah, I can see that, especially because if he's going to be in this sort of bottleneck situation, and that maybe telegraphs placing a building after your yellow one even more, because he's anticipating a few extra little train movements to get him within, to get some value out of that.
Yep, exactly.
And again, it's that idea of, do I benefit myself, or do I take the hit to take a hit on one other player? Right.
And the thing with the train movement is, for it to benefit yourself, you'll have to move more times throughout the course of the game. So it's more, you have to have that like future sight, that third eye that tells you whether you're going to get involved in that or not.
You get a cool T-shirt for being here at the table too. It's nice.
I get a table for being at the fun.
So
the table.
If you win, you don't get the T-shirt.
Is that true?
That's true.
That is the. I'm sorry, I'm on camera.
I could be wrong, but
But it's something that rhymes with coarse knit.
Your shirt says you won.
Did all the winners get a shirt, or is it the consolation prize and you walk away with the ring?
If you're a finalist but not a winner, you get a T-shirt.
Yeah, I got a pin too.
The winners, they get their rings. No T-shirt for them. At least it's my understanding.
Yeah, the T-shirt. I mean, it takes away. It takes people's attention away from the ring. You want to wear no T-shirt and just be wearing the ring.
Yeah,
that's. I think that is against horseshoe policy. I remember you walking in just holding your two rings and nothing else, and you were swiftly escorted away.
You can write it in Jeff's mistakes. Just text the Discord. I'm in it, and I'll see it.
Yeah, write it on a little piece of paper. Look up.
We are on to Cameron's move again.
Cameron is a thinker for sure.
Oh my God, that'd be the most.
He definitely wants to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes here. And I mean,
we should all just
I can't
go
remember.
write our own name on a piece
is this
of paper.
Cameron's first year? I feel like it is.
I think so. I believe Cameron and Jonathan, this is their first year. It's their first final table as well.
Yeah, he shows up in a big way.
Did you put a turn number? How many deliveries?
He's got his cash stacked now, but I'm still pretty sure that Cameron has enough money to buy the double cowboys.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think
even with the taxation.
Yeah, exactly. I think the debate now is just whether he's
You and me.
discarding 2 cards out of his
So
hand.
funny.
Yeah, you got to be real
We
careful.
might be able
but,
to
like,
even
if-
figure it
if
out
you're
from his
starting-
discard
they're starting
pile.
to make deals that don't seem that they're in their
But there's only
favor.
one
It's probably
person.
like,
Yeah,
wait a
he
sec.
probably
Hold
has
on.
2
There's only one person
Criolos
who
in his
knows, right? It's
hand,
the whole-
if I'm
it's a faction
glancing
thing.
at his
It's-
discard
it's
pile
one of the players,
correctly.
yeah.
And so I think
Also
he's trying
known
to
as
figure
not
out
jerseys.
not jerseys, yeah. So he's trying to figure out if he wants to stop, discard for $4. He sees that I don't have enough cash to buy one of those Cowboys, so I don't think he's worried about that. It is possible that Jeff will buy one of the Cowboys, right? Because Jeff's about to do probably a triple purchase. And it could be that Jeff essentially hate buys one of the Cowboys because there are 2 other players who are playing cows, and that would be really unfortunate for Cameron. So if I'm in his position, I think I would be, given how we've seen Jeff play so far, I think that I would rush to buy those 2 Cowboys.
Go here, move, buy a hazard, move 2.
Yeah, I would assume that Jeff would go for the cheapest, which would be the builder at 5.
That was fun.
I
You
believe.
can't buy anything in the 5 row just yet until
Oh,
someone
right,
actually,
until it's moved.
Yeah.
Until it's moved down.
Yeah, but otherwise, yes. But Cameron says, I'll take the $4. He might not have the money. I can't tell with the stack, but I thought he had saved enough because he had so much money. He got $5 extra. He should be flush enough.
Yeah, and he only bought the level 1 building, so that would have only cost him $2.
There it is. Well, he did also buy a blue cow, I think.
Oh, right, we see the blue cow is gone,
Yeah.
and we know that you bought the purple cow.
Yeah. I mean, it only costs him $3, and I think he did discard a black cow when he did. So, yeah, it's functionally free for him. But Cameron has gone from being the first one to deliver to moving much more slowly. Right? He's kind of taking a lot more of the actions along the way here and building up sort of more of a cowboy infrastructure, as it were.
Up 7. I guess, yeah, out of 7 choices, I'd put it there too.
I mean, at least he's thorough. You know, he's like Doctor
Well,
Strange.
it's 8 choices, right? 9 and then the other side.
Oh, yes, true. Yeah, that's true. But since he already put 7 to the bank, I assume.
I'll pay 7 for this outlaw. That's cheating.
That was the change I got from the first edition. The -1, -2, -3 was.
Oh,
I really like the difference in gear. Jeff has switched to like a winter jacket as Jonathan is rocking a t-shirt. Jonathan's from Canada though, so he's got probably a little bit more experience with the harsh weather, whereas Jeff's from LA. So
Yeah, I remember it gets cold in the convention hall, though. It does. They're cranking the AC. It doesn't matter that it's very hot outside in the Nevada desert.
Wigwam, and then this guy says, "Hey, chill, man. You're too tense."
I think the thing that threw me off most about Vegas is that you just walk in front of a building and the amount of air conditioning coming out of the open doors.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's cold on the street here. This is wild.
I know you didn't write your own to imply that pick one of these 2, then I'm gonna hate myself for this for the rest of my life.
Once you pass it, you know.
Oh yeah, once he passes.
Shuffling and drawing. So.
Okay, perfect.
The name's on
White takes
paper,
one.
but it's not the winner. It's not the winner.
All right.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
You're at 17, and I don't mean to always ask you, but it's just a little harder for me to see over there.
Yeah. It's a little hard for me to see the other end of the board. I get it.
Yeah, so Cameron definitely had enough money. So we'll see what happens with Jeff.
My cowboy was disrespected.
Murdered.
Oh, sorry.
Cowboy picking himself up by his
That's
bootstraps.
just in case you didn't write my name. No, over there, I'm knocking your cowboy down.
I see some people
Alright,
play
we'll
this
go,
game with just
short
the
little
hats.
distance
They
there.
don't use the
We're gonna sell the sheep.
the
Where's the
workers
fun
out.
in that?
Why it's a sheep.
You know, I agree.
I'm
I
gonna
think
take
that the
$2,
Cowboys need to
in
be there,
return for
but
that
they
sheep.
are pretty top
It
heavy.
is clearly a sheep, right? And then, so that'll go to my discard pile. 2 will go here from 18 to 20. And then I'm going to perform the second action on the neutral tile A, buying something for the cost printed on the row. I'm going to choose to buy this fancily dressed man for a cost of 6. $6 into the bank. Yellow guy onto my board. That's going to trigger a placement bonus on my player board. I can then purchase something for 2 fewer. I'm going to now purchase this 7 for 5. So I'm going to do that. Place 5 in. It's a clean exchange. I'm going to place that on my player board, receive a placement bonus. That placement bonus allows me to discard a not jersey from my hand. I'll do that, and I'll receive as a benefit for discarding 2 certificates, moving down from 1 to 3.
3
I will look at
certificates
my
is a
hand,
magic number.
and I would ask for 45 seconds to evaluate my options.
This
I have
is
1 remaining neutral action.
pretty. It's pretty wild to
I
see
have $9,
5
which
engineers
means I could purchase any
so
of that
quickly.
fancy stuff
I mean,
there.
it's a really nice spot to be in if you want to start shooting up that train track.
Yeah, it's an insanely good start for Jeff. Even having spent a whole turn just blocking another player, he is still in a very nice setup at the beginning of this game.
I'm going to spend $8. The printed 6 plus 2 because I'm taking the second action on the building, third action on the building.
So this is really fortunate for Cameron. Jeff decides, I'm going to save myself some money, right? Because it will cost him an extra $1 to buy one of those Cowboys. I think that if he bought one of those Cowboys, it would really hurt Cameron. But Jeff decides he's going to make essentially the more conservative play, save himself $1, take this builder off the board. That it would ostensibly be bad for Jonathan, except for the fact that there are 2 builders sitting in the 5 row here that he's already looking at anyway. By default, I do think that engineer players should be buying builders and slowing builder strategies down. But in this instance, I think it's more about saving himself the money than anything else because those cheap builders are available.
I also think too we saw Jeff abandon that his cattle building, and knowing that he has no intention of really sort of going down there to get that cattle building. It's possible he's just crossed it off of his mind. It's a better investment to get builders anyway, so it gives a little bit more flexibility if he happened to not put one into a station master's spot pretty much immediately, which is likely what's going to happen.
No, that's a super good point, though. Like, actually, if he picked up a Cowboy here, he would have the option on the next loop of swinging down through the swamp and maybe buying, like a blue 3 or a red 3 or something like that, and then throwing it. I actually think it's one of the most fun things that you can do as engineer player.
Strat,
yeah, is you get to take little advantages of these people before you get rid of them, which I think can be really helpful. I think it's a really good call out.
I mean, this is all just a warm up for Sidereal Confluence in the last phase.
Over to Jonathan. Jonathan has just arrived at the building spot, deciding what to purchase. We're going to see the building strategy start to take form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think as we discussed before, something in the bottom row by the swamp or something in the desert it's pretty much required for him. He needs to get something going. The question is kind of what. I think probably he is building the shuffler, the one that's the black hand with the tax that moves 3 spaces. But if he wants to save some money, he might just build like a 1 building with the intention of doing what I did in last year's final, building that 1 building up to a 5 building and then the 5 building up to the 9 building. So he might be thinking, where is my max certificate building going to go? I think that's exactly what he just did. He threw down a building there that it's not a taxer, it's not especially good, but he's saying, what's going to happen is I'm going to land, I'm going to buy my additional builder, and I'm going to bump that 1 up to a 5. I'm guessing he's going to make it one of the 5s that has a really painful taxation on it, and the desert is about to become a very crammed, expensive spot.
Mm-hmm. And you now go to a delivery, and you drop in 2 more builders into that situation instead of the Cowboys.
Yeah, exactly. So this is sort of an acknowledgement that with Cameron having the money to buy Cowboys and me not having the money to buy Cowboys, and the way that taxation is looking in the center of this board, I'm never going to be able to buy enough Cowboys. So instead of making Cowboys available, I make Cameron's life. I don't discount Cameron's life very much, and I put in these discount builders because Jonathan is already getting 2 of them. He'll be at 5 builders, so it's not really helping him all that much.
Yeah.
Because he's already set up to take advantage. So I'm trying to make it so that Cameron's not getting ahead. This might be a mistake in the long run, like me essentially writing off the fact that I'm not buying additional cowboys. But I kind of, at the way that this first lap has gone, have decided I'm going to focus a little bit more on just trying to grab as many points as early as possible, using my cow market at the bottom and my 2 cowboys, and see how that goes. I think that's maybe a little bit of a too short-sighted strategy, but it is what I chose.
And what's the decision that you're making right now? Deciding on taking that second loan?
If you're, there's no way I'm taking another loan here, because if I'm playing a strategy where I don't think I'm going to be getting a lot of employees, then I can't take the additional negative points. That's another thing that Scott and I talked about at the end. He says that he very often goes for that second loan. I'm debating between delivering at the 1 spot or the 4 spot. 4 spot costs $1. But when I deliver to the 6, I'll get a ×2 multiplier, or ×2 shuffle. And so I'm essentially deciding, do I want to spend $1 now so that I can get the shuffle later
on the next
one? And I think and I think I was counting my money to see if I would have what I needed. So you see me with $8 there. If I spend 2 on the hazard, the black hand hazard, and then draw my white, draw my jersey, that'll put me up to a magic number of 12 again, which lets me do some stuff. So that was the debate of, do I have enough money to do what I want to do on the next round?
This stream is brought to you by Bunny Kingdom. It's not. It's not sponsored, so I don't know. Take that out in post.
I'm not going to take that one out in post,
They're
Jeff.
going to miss big swaths of gameplay because they have to take a bunch of stuff
Jeff
out.
loves Bunny Kingdom. He'd be so happy if that was a WSBG game.
Bunny Kingdom is a fantastic game. It's really, really good. There could be a chance it could be an Outer Ring game. I think that might be something, but I might be telling tales out of school. So, but if you made it this far into the Great Western Trail stream, you get a little nugget. Telling something that maybe I'm not allowed to.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that'd be very, very cool.
It might be another one of that publisher's games though. So.
Yeah, Yellow, is that the publisher?
Whatever.
Have you played the expansion?
For Bunny Kingdom, yeah, where it goes up in the sky.
Yeah, I haven't actually played that one yet.
It's great, just adds additional spots.
Sure.
Yeah.
I said $9. You just gotta look at it differently. Like the 5's here, the 4's here.
That's why we're doing this.
All right, so we're gonna get a double cowboy.
Double cowboy purchase.
Which means he's gonna be able to remove a hazard from the board. I imagine it's gonna be one of those rockfall hazards.
Optional then, yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
So,
I don't know why you would ever not take a hazard, but is it optional?
That one, I always thought that one, the one I read was you had to take an
You're
objective.
absolutely compelled to take that.
Yeah, you're not allowed to not take it.
You're
Okay,
compelled to
yeah,
take
because we
your
were talking
hazard
about
then.
that earlier, and you said that people forget that, but we'll remind them. I'm like, yeah, you are compelled. It is sometimes a bad thing.
Well,
It's
the
like
objective,
you have to
sure,
take
but
it.
the hazard, I don't think there's ever a time that it's a bad thing.
Unless
Cameron debating
all the
not wanting to
taxers,
take out hazards.
all the hazards are here.
I feel like this is one of those conversations that's more about the wanting to know theoretically rather than There's no practical reason for him to not take a hazard in this instance. I suppose I could come up with a pretty extreme example of why you wouldn't want to remove a hazard, but it's very
But the points
few
on the
and far.
hazards would make so much more sense than giving somebody a potential of saving $2 is what the real distinction would come down to.
Not
Yeah,
yellow hat,
absolutely.
compelled to go to Kansas City. I will elect to place this here.
Jeff replaces that rock hazard. Makes sense because why incentivize a place where he doesn't have taxation?
Place this here.
Exactly.
Go to step 4. And a few minutes ago when I said I was going to rip exactly what I need to reveal 7, I did in fact draw exactly what I needed to rip 7.
Yeah, so that's it.
Wow.
Jeff
I'll use 3
drew 2 cards off the
certificates.
top of his deck, and drawing exactly
And I'll
what he
ship
needs
to
here is massive
Chicago.
because he got himself a 3
So I'm gonna
certificates.
place this
So getting the
disc on
10 there, that
Chicago.
additional
So
move, gives him so many more
base value
options.
modified by 5 in taxes.
He's the player that
plus the
probably
3 from
least
displacement bonus. It's gonna be
needs this
10 minus
additional
5
move
is
because
5,
he's the
plus 3
engineer
is
who
8.
has those like
So I'm
middle
gonna receive
locations to go
$8.
to. But having the 6 at
Those
the end of
$8
the
are
lap
gonna
there is
join
going to give
the
him
$1
extra
that I
options that he
have
might not
currently,
have otherwise,
become
especially as
friends with
Jonathan
that,
continues to
and
dump
form
more
a
buildings in
$9
play.
Yeah.
So
coffer.
that's a huge deal for him.
And I'll
That's a
move to- I don't even know
really,
what 5
really
is.
good
5
pull.
plays into
Sometimes
this.
you just got to get lucky on
I
your
already made
pulls
it 5
and
then,
capitalize
and I'm
when
gonna
they
place these in
when
my
they
discard
happen.
pile.
Yeah. And Jeff here, I think, picks sort of what's the default Chicago delivery thing, the +2 move and gain
Make sure I'm happy
$3.
with everything.
It's just having a couple extra bucks, especially at this
Happy
stage of
with
the
that.
game,
Going to
is
Chicago
helpful,
on 2,
as
I'll
we've
take it.
already discussed. But +2 move is it's a lot of extra move. Gives just so much more flexibility in what it is that you're doing in the game. He doesn't really care about the hand size. He's not going to drop the cash for that. He doesn't have any kind of system that says, hey, I need to get the certificates. So I mean, it's certainly the right call for him, but it's the right call for most people in most instances.
Second bonus of
Yeah.
$4.
And we see Jonathan does scoop up his fourth builder and then
Second builder for
overbuilds.
7, so I put in 10.
Yep. So
a pretty instant choice.
yeah, his overbuild is the really expensive taxer here, which is just
Yeah.
going to make everybody else's life really difficult. I think at this stage in the game, I said this kind of at the end of the first lap, but I think it's just reinforced even more. Jeff and Jonathan are really far ahead. Jeff has an amazing collection of employees so that he can start running a train strategy. Jonathan has the board gummed up in a way that he wants to see so that the game is slower. Maybe he gets a couple extra bucks thrown his way, but frankly, he's just happy if people are going through the desert having crappy turns too. And the both of them are just like in full Voltron mode here. I'm definitely in the most trouble at this stage of the game with kind of the least infrastructure. If I get a little bit lucky with my purple cow, then I might be able to have a delivery as good as Jeff's without a purple cow, which could help me out a lot because additional move here is going to matter on a clogged up map. And Cameron does have 4 cowboys, so he can start converting cash into points.
Thank you. Whoever paid that.
Pretty nicely, as long as he has the tempo to go along with it. So right now the board is not super favorable for his movement, especially at the beginning.
And so we talked about that sort of standard Chicago play. One thing that I believe is more likely to be taken by a novice Great Western player is to give so much emphasis to the hand size. Because you're thinking, listen, I'll be able to deliver more. I'll be able to deliver further along, right? It sort of feels intuitive to the sense of the game of this is a deck builder. I'm building my deck. I'm getting better hands, et cetera, et cetera. But that isn't often the case. How often would you ever prioritize hand size over the movement? The only thing I could think of would be is if you are in that cowboy strategy and you know your hands are going to be delicious compared to other players. But even still, especially in a 4-player game where more people are building that taxation, it really does feel like the auto move to just give you more options and make sure that you can do better things on your turn.
Yeah, I do. You're right. I mean, it's not common. It is almost always when I'm playing a cowboy strategy. Instances where I would do it, because you're usually paying $5 to deliver to Chicago because you haven't moved your train, and then you pay $5 for that. You can go broke right at the beginning, which in a game where there's maybe a lot of taxation, it's not the way that it is here. But imagine if we took that desert row and we dropped it in the bottom row, and the bandit building was after that desert row, I would go completely broke and then just run past paying no taxes and then pick up a bandit to get my cash for the lap. So that's one circumstance, a little bit more tactical, where I would jump on the hand size. Another time where I consider hand size is essentially the question of how did I get to 10 or how did I get to 12 even? Because if I get to one of those magic numbers and I think that opening the 5th hand size is going to be pretty essential for me getting the other number, the other 10 or 12, I might choose to take the hand size to essentially make sure that my next delivery will unlock the move. and you can often get away with that earlier in the game because there's not quite as much cardboard in play. This game already has a fair amount of cardboard in play, but not every game is like that.
Yeah, that's true. There's sometimes nobody goes builders. Sometimes there's no builders that pop up at the beginning.
Or, what, you don't draw quite as many hazards, or the hazards and where the buildings are not synced with each other. Those are other ways that can happen too. Or a game where hazard removal is very easy. You have the hazard removal building available to players. The hazard remover neutral building is earlier in the track. There are other instances, but yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not common, but tactically there are circumstances.
Yeah. But for a board like this, it just seems like the correct call to always be picking that extra movement.
Yeah. We see even the Canadian is getting cold.
But things are getting hot on this Great Western Trail.
I think we're on, is it Cameron right now?
I think you still have the card in front of you, but I think you completed your move, so it just the WSBG card indicating it's your turn right now just hasn't been passed along. But of course, it's not the most important thing. It's probably Cameron because of that.
Right.
First edition was pretty hard to see what was going on.
So he's debating on his delivery, I guess, what he wants to put into play. He might be having the same sort of crisis that we keep seeing over and over again. Do I put another bandit into play when I've got opponents who are already at the beginning of the track? That's a valid question to be asking. That being said, I don't think that making the desert more tax-filled is especially good for Cameron. So I think he's just supposed to put the bandit in play, even if it helps Jeff and myself by $1. And then after that, I think he's just throwing the 2 cowboys in play. There's really no reason to slow roll those cowboys. This is a $7 row that he would be putting them in. And after that, they just get more expensive until they drop down again. But I think the next 2 rows after this are like 9 and 8 or something like that. So he wants to get those cowboys in play as soon as possible. Oh, you know what I bet he's deciding is whether he does a draw discard.
Yeah. Well, we saw you use your token as well to get some cycle.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that, but that was a reflection of me praying for drawing a purple cow, which I didn't do. I think I think we'll see in a minute again how my deck really did not want to cooperate with me in this game. I'm about halfway through my deck, so it's almost like a coin flip of like whether I would have drawn that purple cow or not at this stage. So feeling like I'm behind, I decide I need to make a little bit of a gamble play to get there. It doesn't work out. So we'll see kind of what happens next. But yeah, it's when you use that shuffler is an interesting question. For Cameron right now, it's really just a question about if he's going to get a couple extra bucks because he doesn't have enough good cows in his deck. He just has the blue 3 that it's going to give him any special kind of delivery that he's going to be super excited about. So he doesn't have any way to get to 10 right now, which is again kind of the magic number.
Yeah, and his certificates are sitting at 0 as well.
Right. Yeah, exactly. One of the things that's interesting about when you're playing Cowboys is if you get a 6 or 8 delivery and you're in the situation that Cameron is where he's only delivered once, do you deliver to the 6 or 8 spot or do you deliver to the 1 spot? Because when you deliver to the 6 or 8 spot, you have to pay $3 in X's for places that your trains haven't moved to. It doesn't sound like a lot, but $3 is the majority of an action that you would take if you were to stop at the bandit location and get $3, $4, $5, $6, which is what we've seen players doing so far this game. So it's not trivial to make that decision of where you want to deliver if you do have a delivery of that.
I don't have any plans until 9 a.m. Actually, I guess we have to do our ring thing in the morning.
One person will have a plan earlier than others.
Well, we all are supposed to show up to that.
Oh, okay.
Jeff's got a fair amount of cash right now. It looks like $10.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's going to stop in and pick up some money. I think
Either 7:15 or 8.
I think probably yes. Like there's just enough that he can do with it that he wants to grab it while the getting's good.
Give whichever one of us wins. They give one of us a ring, and then they give the other 3 a pat on the back. Or kicking
pat on the back.
Well, it's a lot cooler for one of us.
Jeff feeling the sting of his 4th from last year, I think.
It's funny because I literally had the exact card to.
Technically, you cannot show up, but it's kind of frowned upon.
Also, just talking about the ring ceremonies, wanting to
win the
sleep
ring,
in, but also wanting to be there. It's nice to at the ring ceremonies to bring out the final table and just sort of honor everybody who does make the final table as well, because it is this cannot be understated. Getting to this table is a tough thing to do. You know, you have to play a marathon of a day, and it is a pretty huge accomplishment to get here once or twice or even more than that.
Yeah. We were totally wrong about Cameron. It was indeed my turn. I was taking forever to figure out what I was doing. I guess I was counting if I needed the $5. I was trying to figure out what I was doing the whole lap, where I was moving, and whether I would just rush over to the cow location now. I'm sure was the debate. I believe. Yeah, I was also debating whether I take a draw discard action, I think, versus taking money, and I end up just taking money here.
Mm-hmm. Still in an okay spot in terms of that hazard down there. Only there being one water swamp hazard still makes that pathway viable.
Yeah, not only it's a definite move. It's certainly still worth it to go down there.
And do you have your eyes on that purple cow again, or do you have your eyes on for the points, or do you have an eyes on the brown cow for diversity?
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at this.
Yeah, or even just the blue cow for a couple decent points and saving some cash. I think given the amount of cash that I collected there, like if I was just going for immediate points, I probably would have gone in and immediately bought them and spent to 0. I think my plan is to pick up the blue cow, have some dollars left over, even after paying all these crummy taxes, to do something later in the track. But to be honest, I can't even remember. Clearly, I didn't even know it was my turn that I was debating it. So,
well, it kind of gets into that sense of that galaxy brain, right? Trying to envision everything that's going to happen when the landscape can shift so significantly as the game goes along. It's a tough thing to envision all the possibilities.
That's true. I do have the advantage here of having no player close to the building location, so it's unlikely that someone's going to build something before I get kind of through that first part of the lap. So I get to kind of control the sequencing a little bit that way, which is definitely beneficial for planning those things out there.
You got second.
What game was it?
So I did. So we got 16 of us together, and then we did all the games that were available online because we couldn't play Dune, Acquire. There's some crappy Acquire online thing that wasn't that great.
It's true. It's very difficult to play Acquire online.
So we got all the games, the 12 that you could play online, and then basically did 9 rounds in like a semi-round robin-y thing because there was a lot of async play and stuff.
9 rounds.
Just describing a pre-WSBG prep tournament that he put together.
Of the 16.
Okay.
Yeah, you did 9
That's
of the
cool.
12 games, but yeah. So there was. I'll explain it later. But yeah, we played all the games. So basically, each game got played 3 times, right? Because if each game gets played 3 times, and if you have 16 people, you have 4-player games, so you have 4 games, 9 rounds. It's 36 total games.
No, leave it face up. Yeah.
No, it's fine.
We see Cameron making an interesting decision here, switching in,
Yeah, it's
leaving a cowboy and putting in the engineer.
Yeah, I'm not
Failure to
quite
maintain
sure what he was
Although I have seen a lot of
thinking
people-
with that. I think he's
Always
maybe
down.
hoping
Yeah,
that there's an opportunity that that cowboy will slide down to like later, but it's gonna be a hot minute until that cowboy
Played at 5
will be at a
players, and
cheaper
I decided
price.
like-
So
We had a good 5-player game.
Could it be Cameron's read that you're not going to buy additional cowboys, wanting to buy 2 more cowboys for himself, and that's it,
Third, right?
and then not have any other cowboys out there to benefit other people's smaller pickups? He can kind of corner the market and just make sure that he's got flexibility and time to just eat all the cows that are out there.
yeah, I think that is likely the case. I think that it does leave himself prone if Jeff decides that he wants to go on the cowboy attack. So while I think things probably will work out in Cameron's favor, and I think it probably doesn't really matter, I would still personally throw the extra cowboy there just in case Jeff is getting a little spicy with his play.
Yeah, it feels odd. You never know what the other players are going to scoop up. Having more of what you need out there feels
Okay.
like the play.
You're practicing Cascadia, right?
Yeah. Cameron here also delivers to the 4 spot. You know, the cowboy player spending $1 for a future draw 2, discard 2 feels good. And Cameron at the beginning of his turn did also use his draw 2, discard 2 just to clean up his hand a little bit. We saw him discard at least 1 jersey with that.
So we're down to Jeff. Jeff having 10 coins, $10, and 6 movement. Can't run ahead to the building, but not that Jeff would ever want to, because Jeff's got to start moving his train.
Yeah, he's got a choo-choo. Jeff has the hard decision of where does he stop on the station master, because with 5 engineers, your job is not to stop at every station master spot. He needs to get to the end of the road. Like, he's playing a ring the bell strategy at this point. If you have a couple engineers, then you might, be bouncing in between the various stations and spend down to nothing. But Jeff has got a setup where he's going to go all the way to the end. He's going to stop at some of the stations, but not all of the stations. So he has to ask himself the hard question of which ones does he want. That first one doesn't have any kind of structural bonuses to it, right? It doesn't give him the kind of the perma cert, and it's bonus points for objectives, which are, it's usually hard to get more than 3 points off of that one. So I think there's a good chance he'll skip that first one. But an argument could be made that he would take it for the hazard removal to clean up the crappy desert, which he hates, right? Like the way the desert situation is really not good for Jeff.
Other stuff I've acquired this game. And that puts me from 10 to 15.
He scoops some cash.
And I will pass the active player card.
Goes for the cash rather than pushing the engineers just now.
Then I liked it more.
So that's the whole second row, isn't it?
Jonathan's snap decision to make the desert even worse, no surprise.
Yeah, obviously with that great building there, that only will get better. This is something that we haven't talked about too in terms of objectives. Nobody's really paid attention to any of the objective cards that are out right now. And is that because it's more early game and you want to wait until you see what you have?
My general perspective on objectives is that they're frosting. I think playing to them, even your starting objective that you already have, is just kind of like edging for a few extra points. I don't tend to make too much plans around them. And then when you get them, you kind of try to make them work. But there's enough to pay attention to in this game that trying to incorporate objectives, I think, is more likely to make me make a mistake by making a less efficient choice. I'm sure there's some. I used to play with a player who was really good at picking up objectives for the bonus that they had in the upper left. He really liked picking up the ones that moved your train 2 or 3 spaces and would use that to grab an extra station master that you wouldn't expect. And that is a really impressive way to use objectives. I would say probably the most impressive way that I've seen. But for the most part, I think paying attention to them that just can be a trap.
Yeah.
We see Jonathan deciding again where.
Did he win something else?
He was in our
Where to play.
So he's got
Can we replenish the market?
he's deciding, I think, whether he wants to go for a second loan.
Oh, he's not finished.
Against
I'm
Builder
sorry.
is
I'm
the
sorry.
money
My
hungry
bad.
strategy.
My bad.
He's
My
got
bad. My bad.
big stuff that he wants to do.
I think I fell asleep again. So my
Also, given that he's going to be building for the certificate thing, I'm pretty sure the disc that he's going to take off his board is the 4th certificate spot, even though it looks like he's far away from it, because he's going to build that max certificates thing. So that's almost certainly the disc that he's going to be taking off here. Just a quick comment too. The moment before there where I called Mikhail's name, they just finished Dune Imperium, and I was asking him for the thumbs up, thumbs down.
And we see in the Dune Imperium commentary that's also out on Dice Tower, which you can go watch. Was commentated on by myself and designer Paul Denon.
Yeah, awesome poll, by the way.
Yeah, it was great. He wanted to do both. He wanted to do the finals and the semifinal game of Dune, which I thought was really, really cool.
Set up Dune.
Alexander Pfister, unfortunately, doesn't speak that great English by his own admission. He said he would have. I tried to get an interview with him for our designer interview series as well, and he declined that because of just because of the language barrier. But he wanted to do it in German. Well, we could.
Just need to find a German counterpart liaison.
Like if you have an Empire Alliance, and I happen to have
that's awesome. Yeah. Also, I imagine that the time difference thing doesn't really help either.
Yeah.
It's like, I draw an intrigue with my signature, and I ripped a card that said $7 for a point right as I got a bunch of money. And I'm
It's one of those funny things
Sorry.
about Great Western Trail. You saw it on the last turn where I was debating whether I stop in to pick up money at that spot. You see right now with Jonathan deciding whether he's going to deliver. I think he's deciding whether he wants to take an additional loan or not. It's not just that you're deciding what you're doing right now. It's that, do I have enough cash? If I go here and then I go there next turn, is that going to be okay for me? And so instead, he copies the rest of us. He drops $1 to go onto the 4 spot there. That's a little bit of a surprise to me.
And he doesn't remove that certificate either.
He takes the draw discard one instead. I think that's personally, I think it's a little bit of a mistake, but he also might not have the plan of upgrading to the certificate thing just yet, because he's got another good 4 build option. He might be planning on building the get $1 per builder thing and just going very cash heavy before he goes for the cert build so that he can keep that gigantic taxation building in play. So his priorities might just be a little bit different from mine in terms of what he wants to end up building first.
And then again, clogging up that board to make it even slower for players, to give him the time that he needs to get all the points that he wants.
Yeah, exactly. All right, go to the south.
A pretty instant decision. We knew you were going to do that for a while.
I spent 1 million hours on the last turn, but that's because I'm going to spend no time on these turns. I'll point out, by the way, that you don't see me discarding a white cow for the second time going to this building, even though I've drawn through the deck and used a shuffle. So in those 6 cards or whatever there, 3 of them are white cows.
Wow.
Spend $6 for blue cow.
This is just my venue to complain about my bad luck for this game.
Well, it's great having that little bit of extra insight, right? And with games that rely on an element of luck, which is most games, you can point out to you need the cards to fall in a certain way. Doesn't matter if you're shuffling your deck; you can have good draws, you can have bad draws. It's sometimes you just get a bad break, and things that you're expecting to happen don't happen, either from your own randomization or from the players around the table.
Right. Had I had the white cow, I could have taken the turn I just did without stopping by the bandit location. I spent all the way down because you asked me last turn what was I thinking about. So looks like I basically have decided to spend all the way down. But interestingly enough, I don't buy a purple cow. I buy a blue and a red cow for cows I don't have. And I just use, you almost never see this happen. I use my 2 cowboys, each as 1 cowboy, to spend 6 and 6 to just start filling my deck with something decent, hoping for higher deliveries on subsequent shuffles.
Hand.
Yeah.
You have to have an unplayed objective in your hand.
What kind of
mad lad ever has that?
And you don't commit to it, you discard it.
Someone who did 1 or 4 deliveries through the game.
You guys are all going to Fulton next time around, right?
I was planning on New York.
Got it. I haven't. There's so
We're having a
many
laugh about that
fibers in my
taxation
body
building
that want to
that
go look at what Nick wrote
people
down on
almost
piece of
never
paper. It's
use.
been
That building
killing
is
me for 45 minutes.
so rarely landed on. It's just so hard to have an objective in hand with that building when you're at that spot on
You
the
changed
map.
your opinion?
I'm changing my guess.
And that is 1B, I should
Well,
say. I think I said
if you didn't write
1A
my name
earlier,
before,
but it
I'm
is,
happy.
in fact, a 1B building.
I don't know.
For those of you at home who have your buildings out and were screaming at the YouTube player, well, my apologies.
Make it a private subscription only video.
$100, Jeff.
It's like a.
It did save us from him winning a 10 like before.
But it's nice, again, nice to see laughter happening around the table, heading almost into hour 3.
I didn't
We're at
expect
an
you
hour
to
43 on the game.
Forgot you could do that because normally people just buy the $3 because it's cheap.
Yes. This is generally the resort of people who have nothing else good going on.
I didn't feel like whenever you can then keep them each to 6. Just because you don't want to pay some of the taxes.
Yeah, I definitely was fighting the despondency feeling at this stage of the game. This is my third final of the week, and I lost the other 2 finals as well. So I just see the same thing happening again.
I just don't know which of the 2 names you wrote down.
I have seen this strategy, the one that I'm running work though.
Yeah,
If you're able to get enough points, and especially if the game moves along, you can just be ahead. Like if the game ended right now, I probably have the most points of all the players, right? Because no one else has really had the opportunity to build their infrastructures, and so you can actually get ahead enough to make this strategy work. So even though I have less going on than the other players, it's not a dead in the water position at all.
Maybe that actually is very, very good, and so it's totally worth it for you.
Cameron here has a less exciting choice with the, he can stop and pick up $4 if he wants to. And a lot of his money is going to go away to taxation. If he decides to go to the desert, which he probably won't, cost him 6. If he decides to play out the players, it's going to cost him 4.
I know I'm still but we'll fix that in the next couple moves.
If he wants to stop and pick up $4 at the bandit station, he can right now. But another option is he kind of just start kind of rushing to the latter half of the map. He's holding $7, so if he spends $4 in tax, he can discard a black cow for $2, which would put him at 5.
Well, no,
and
but
5
I'm
is
just saying,
enough for him to buy,
I would much
2
rather,
different
I would much
things,
rather,
or
I don't know what I'm
take an
doing.
auxiliary action.
No,
to
I'm
get
not
a
saying,
six,
I'm not saying you know what
which would let him buy
don't know
purple
what you're
cow.
doing, but I'm like,
So
I know
he
that
could
Nick,
do
with this combination,
something
he
like
could
that.
pull anything out, right? And it's much easier to face that down than that.
We hear Jeff justifying his earlier decision, saying he's terrified of the combo that you could have creaed.
It's very different. I just played a 2-player game. You're like just thinking.
See Cameron here getting an extra move jump over Jonathan and a single certificate there, which I think is a pretty reasonable choice on his part. And Jeff is happy to see that extra 2 moves for him, right? The players that
Off to the races.
Yes, it's not common that an engineer strategy hasn't moved until this stage of the game, but he's got so many engineers that he'll make the movement speed up no problem.
Moving.
You let go of the piece, you have to leave.
Yeah.
Nick's back in the game. It's a very intriguing.
I think that's it, right? I got the cert. I moved my train.
So given that he didn't
5,
quite get
'cause I
into
jumped
that
people, so I won
second
further on the track
station
than I thought I was
location,
gonna.
I think
Yeah.
there's a good chance he's going to straight up skip it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the
No, I'm
move
ready.
1 space
just
thing
took-
unlocked.
I just
And he can't, I don't think
That
he
is
can
how that-
afford
yes,
time-wise
what Nick
to
did, that's
stop
how that
there
works.
just for the station. So he's decided to skip the
that
first
was
station.
everything
I
for
think
me.
where he
And,
is
I don't
indicating that
need
he's
to
going to
take my
skip the second
5
station
seconds to
too.
validate.
And I
was
think
pretty
that's a
happy.
totally reasonable
I
call.
finally started moving
Yeah.
my train.
It would be 4
Obviously,
to
it would
stop
be better
in
if
at
that
the
was a
next,
taxi
the
movement,
next,
and
the
then I
third
would've felt that
station.
It was an even easier decision.
We'll probably see that play, or do you think he's going to go just skip all 5?
I don't think he'll skip all 5. The next one is a really interesting one because it gives no bonuses throughout the course of the game, but it's worth, essentially like 6, 7, 8 points at the end of the game for him. So
Yeah.
does he want to, it's not the kind of thing that you want to be buying necessarily at this stage of the game. It doesn't help his like structure. But at the same time, it just is worth so many points, and it is exactly 5 moves away, which like feels very satisfying. So I think there's a good chance he will stop in and grab it. The payoff is high enough that it is worth the cash loss, I think.
Me thinking that you're always winning, which is unfortunate for you. I think
Jonathan's at the beginning. He has to decide if he wants $4 here. Even though he's got a great taxation situation, he's gummed everybody else up. He hasn't made it so that he has any good actions. Like, he's still going to have some crappy actions upcoming here.
Yeah.
If he stops and picks up $4 by picking up a bandit and $2, at the beginning there, then his subsequent action is going to be kind of a dud, no matter where he goes. Maybe move his train one space, maybe get some bonuses. So an alternate option for Jonathan here is he just straight up moves 1, 2, 3, 4 onto my spot in the desert, takes a single auxiliary action, and then that lets him then skip over to the building next turn. So short of him absolutely needing the cash, I actually think that going a little bit faster here is going to benefit him, because he wants to start building things where he can cash in on all these builders that he has. He doesn't quite have them yet, and so he'll have the cash because a couple people are going to pay him taxes in just a minute. So I don't think that stopping and getting $4 is worth it for him. He should move so that he can get more building actions in.
Yeah, I mean, if he does stop and gets that money, he still has a 4 move to hit his to get even more money. Although he only has 1 building on a forest space right now, so it's not that much money. And then but that would bump him ahead to that third building, the third neutral building on the row, which gives him that little bump. He would get to jump over Cameron.
I thought the real friends was the enemies.
But even still, that sort of 2 suboptimal turns instead of 1 suboptimal turn.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the 1 suboptimal turn is better than the moving the 1 or 2 spaces or whatever. It'd be maybe a little bit different if he had 4 builders, because if he had 4 builders, getting into that station, removing the 4th builder, and then recovering it again to get that free build action, that's pretty sweet. Like, that's one of the most powerful things you can do as a builder, is recovering those free build actions. So that might change his decision a little bit. I think that if that was a priority for him, though, instead of removing the disc on the shuffler, the draw discard, he would have removed a disc on the pay $1 to move your train to space.
I had 4 in college one year.
Wow.
That was a good year for the Pelican.
God, what are you, like a mogul or something? Jeez, how can you afford all that?
It's a wonderful wife.
That's good.
Lets me raise the kids.
Well, I have a puppy, so it's basically the same as your 6 kids.
Jeff saying, too, I believe the judge Scott. Yeah, a puppy. I have a puppy. It's essentially the same as your 6 kids.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone with 2 cats, I agree.
Also have 2 cats here. I think that might be the most millennial thing I've ever heard Jeff say. That like you have to be rich to have 6 kids. Like, there's no way. It's not affordable.
So at this point in the game, it's hard to. Jeff's going to grab himself a snack, and I encourage our viewers at home to do the same. But I wonder, who do you feel? I mean, it's a little. The outcome of the game. You and I both know the outcome of the game, so it's tough to analyze at this point in time. But who would you say is in the lead right now and has the best chance? For my money, especially seeing now Jeff's engine taking off. It feels almost like the edge is to Jeff, but Jonathan has a nice stack of cash, and if getting out that next, depending upon what building that Jonathan puts out, it really could be between the 2 of them for me.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, I think it is between the 2 of them.
My dad had to go
I
to
wrote
LA
down a
for
prediction of
tennis
who I thought was going to win in row
down in LA
4,
and just
and I
got a
changed it in this
flight up
row.
from LA
So it's essentially like
because,
an extra half
like,
lap,
it's 4 hours
and it
or
was
it's
between
like
those 2
2.5
players in
hours
those instances.
down to where he was playing
Um,
tennis. And
I do
then
think Cameron and I are
Bakersfield, where my
doing
mom is,
okay
4
for our
hours,
positions,
like,
but we just
directly
don't
back.
have the same raw
So
power
my
going
dad would have
on.
to
And
drive
as
the 2.5
Cowboys,
hours
like,
back up
you
and then
want
go
to
to
be
4
a
hours
little
over.
farther
Whereas
ahead
he
at
could
this
just
point
get a
in the
flight
game, which neither of us
because
really
his buddy
are.
took him to the tournament down there for tennis.
So yeah,
on,
it's
like,
definitely
Saturday.
between them. Jeff has
San
Jeff
Diego.
has a lot going on,
like
but
South
he
LA.
has a lot that he needs to do to cash in on those points. Jonathan, who's sitting here walking through this turn for a long time, he has a very awkward beginning of the lap. That is, yeah,
San Diego's
if
nice.
if
Really
he
good weather.
had good
Pretty chill
spaces
place.
to move to right
We get a little
now,
bit of traffic,
I think it would be Jonathan by a long shot, because
Yeah.
he's
I don't
got
really go to,
a
like, the city
serious
downtown too much.
tax
kinda
system
in the suburbs
that's going
right
to
now.
punish every player except for him.
No,
That's
I've only been in
that
San Diego.
is
for,
generally,
like, almost 2
if someone
years.
has a like
I was up in
powerful
Bay
tax
before
system
that.
like that,
San
that
Francisco.
is not, there's no parity break for anyone anywhere else on the board. Like, he is tax king, and it makes everyone else's lives hard, and it's fine for him. That generally puts a player very, very, very far ahead. It's just that he has this, like, what am I going to do at the beginning of the turn here? That
Wait, what was your auxiliary?
that is slowing his game plan down. So if this game goes for a very long time,
Has anyone
Jonathan
touched
will win.
their auxiliary all game? I don't
But
think
if
so.
there's a way for the game to end faster
Wild
and Jeff can
times.
accomplish the things that he wants to
Randy
do,
was trashing cards
which he
left and
can
right
with
earlier
5
today.
or
It was
6
wild.
engineers, then I think Jeff will win.
Trying stuff.
It was actually, I think,
Between
one of
Cameron
the
and
times where I
myself,
think
we
that
need
was
the game
right
to
play
be
in
like
that scene.
over
He was doing what he
blisteringly
needed to
fast,
do.
and we need to make sure
But
we buy a
he
bunch of
was-
cows before that
that was
happens.
bad.
So it's, again, we're not out of it, but we're definitely behind.
Yeah, wanting to push
When I
that
first started
push
playing
that
this game, I
pace,
was,
push
like,
that tempo.
Coming from Dominion,
Yeah.
like Clank and other games, and I'm like, oh, this is sick. I'm taking this off every time. I'm gonna thin my deck. But if you don't buy the cows, then you don't need to thin your deck because you're just more crap in it, And so it's not
Totally
quite
agree
the
with
same
that
power
statement.
level.
Yeah, Jeff talking a really good point. That's how I started my Great Western journey. Always removing
other
that
ones
first,
are- yeah.
the one that lets you thin your deck.
New Zealand, they
Just
added,
coming
like,
from a deck
cantrips,
building
basically,
standpoint, where you
so-
think, listen,
Yeah.
that's how you do it.
I've only played it once. So I want to get
Yeah.
a lot more reps. In.
That's
They made it
the-
a lot better in the
that's
second
play.
edition with the giving you $1 rather than
Yeah.
costing you $1. And it's amazing that it still is. It's playable but passable. It's not the default. It's not the best. You can play it in some games in the right situations, and that's a complete reversion of the cost of that action. That's amazing, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of those things that maybe because there's so many working parts going on in Great Western Trail that the little subtle changes from the second edition, I talked about it a lot on the last commentary of 2022. Just all the differences. My favorite difference is the placement of that fourth building. That placement being in that sort of crossroads area.
elbow.
Yeah, it used to be like such a primo spot that people would lock down, and then just shifting it over so that a neutral building goes there, it just kind of changes the pathways that you can take of the game.
Yeah.
But just really, really great changes.
Yeah,
in
you
this
also don't
second
get
edition.
that awkward situation where someone where it's like the person purchaser and someone just like drops the tax building right in front of it.
Yeah.
So I had a plan, I think, just to kind of blow past the middle here, but because Cameron moved his track on top, and I'm desperately scrounging for any kind of points I can get, I at this point am actually deciding, am I supposed to stop and move my train, and essentially like slide into this
First station.
This first station, and just
Yeah.
get rid of my cowboy here. But the problem is I don't quite have enough moves to really make it work. And since I don't have enough moves to make it work, there's no reason why I should be paying Cameron or Jonathan. I'm just going to go broke, run through the desert. I do
As
think
many
that this
people
is,
do in Nevada.
Exactly. I actually do think for what it's worth that this is probably a mistake. I should, yeah, okay, great. I'm glad I fixed it. I don't remember. The reason that this is a mistake is because I'm about to probably get some taxes from other players. So if I get some money, then I have to pay it back into the desert. Whereas I'm at the end of the tax road now. So if I get some money, I actually get to use it. Getting even $1 from another player will let me discard a black card for buying another 3 cow.
Yeah, it's always nice when your past self agrees with your present self.
Yeah, for anybody who's like watching, is like you teed that up, you planned that. Again, this video is 4 hours long. I did not watch this 4-hour video in advance of this.
Yeah,
in advance of this moment, and my memory is not that good.
Yeah, we're also recording this right before the holidays. It's been a couple months since the last since WSBG 2023 finished, which is why there's still a little bit of time for you to get your early bird discount. Go to WSBGVegas.com to get your tickets. If you're watching this and you're thinking, man, I'm catching all these mistakes. I'm the best Great Western Trail that ever Great Western the trail. Well, we'll see you in Vegas, and I look forward to watching your final game next year.
You don't even need to be best. You just need to be good, right? Because as we were talking about earlier, like this is a stamina game. It's imagine you're amazing at this game. You win whatever 2/3 of the time when you play a 4-player, which is crazy, right? In order for you to win 3 games in a row so that you can get to the final, you know your odds of making that happen are not insane. And what that means is that everybody who comes to this event is live. Like if you are a basketball fan, this is closer to playing March Madness than it is to like the season.
Yeah,
right? Like that's what's I think so exciting about this format. Everybody is live. Everybody can win. Everybody has a chance to just kind of like run hot on the day. If you are a decent player, you've got a chance of winning one of these. And I can't tell you the number of ring winners where like I can't believe it's me. I mean, my favorite of them so far, of the ones that I saw this year, was the Azul final. The look on Scott's face when he sees that he wins the game, like he's in utter shock.
Yeah,
it's very cool to see.
Yeah, that was a wild game to watch. I thought Danielle had it for the majority of the game. I thought Scott and another competitor around the table, they kind of took each other out at the beginning, and I was like, okay, that's the kiss of death. They're not going to come back, but somehow Scott managed to come back and win by just 3 points.
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, his last turn was just absolutely insane. Everything kind of like slotted in a way that was just very, very nice. I think it really speaks to not even like we talked a lot about stamina, about like playing throughout the course of the day.
Yeah.
But even like stamina within a given game, like
then I got to the acquire final.
Every player who's playing at this level knows at least enough that they're like, I'm ahead, I'm behind, right? Like I'm playing in this game, I know I'm behind.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between a player who says I'm behind, win or lose, so I'll just kind of like bumble through. And a player who's like, all right, well, why don't I find every little edge I can just in case I get there? And I do think that is actually the biggest distinction between folks who are repeated winners versus kind of like one time.
How you're still in this thing?
And it's a wonderful choice, but what made you choose Prescott as opposed to the big one, which is Silver Seven Springs?
So it was a little bit, mainly, it was my
Jeff
the game really
talking about, I think, PresCon, where I know Jeff was at, and they have a bunch of tournaments there as well.
Not tournaments, they're like
PresCon is I think pretty big amongst the
some other events and like
the WSBG leadership actually, right?
Yeah, a lot of the same people who helped run PresCon were instrumental and work behind the scenes for WSBG.
For those who aren't aware, PresCon is in Charlottesville, Virginia.
that's what I heard. So.
It's
I want to go,
Prescott's chill though.
but
it's
so the
smaller
price,
than
the
this,
price,
I'm pretty
like,
sure.
Of the con,
Yeah.
is not a big deal. But then what happened was like,
but
I was like, got a flight,
it's
and
also
I had to
got
fly into whatever
I
city
think it's
near
more of like a
Seven Springs,
Swiss
and I had to rent a
structure
car
for
and
its
get, like
its
$1,000
tournament
hotel,
events.
and I was like, it was like $5,000 for me to get there.
Yeah,
and
there's
to the
there's
thing,
a
and
ton
but
of different tournaments
PressCon,
that are
I was
happening.
like,
They
it
host
was cheap, man.
over 100 tournaments. If you're interested in going to that, that's February
Still
19th to the 25th.
Well,
There you
that's,
go.
that moment's past now, I think, right?
Where do you stay?
Should we plug Dice Tower West while we're
I think we should,
Well,
might
no,
as
it's
well.
just
If
the
you
flights.
want
The
to
flights, the
play in a
hard
regional
and the hotel,
qualifier, Nick
too,
Henning will be at
the
Dice
hotel.
Tower West running that. You can win your stay and play package to the World Series of Board Gaming, along with a bunch of other prizes as well. Some passes. The top four, you'll get an entry either into WSBG or into Dice Tower, the next
Also
Dice
with
Tower
work, I
West
think I
as
was
well.
timing issue.
I'm bummed that I can't be there, but I'm happy that Nick
Everyone
can be
pours
there
concrete in the
in
summer.
my stead to help run it. I was like, hey Nick, I know you know the games. I have a feeling you know a
I've
few of these
studied a few
games.
of them.
If you wouldn't mind
That's
taking that off
March
my hands.
6th through 10th, I believe,
Correct,
in Vegas.
yes. March 6th to 10th in Vegas.
All right, and we see Cameron say, "All right, I will walk the player gauntlet here, move my train to one space, and probably take $2. Although if he has a bad hand, he might draw a discard instead.
You can look at them, yeah.
Yeah,
he
does.
has a bad hand.
He does have a bad hand.
You did draw 2, discard 2, is that what you did? Yeah. Okay.
It's really wild. It's not wild to see, but it makes novice players should take note that the discs that have been removed have always been around that income and around that draw discard, and how powerful those things are. We talked about that lowest on the track, the thinning your deck ability, but it just seems that you don't see a lot of instances where it makes sense to give yourself that single auxiliary action. You want to create the option for the double auxiliary actions when they occur so that you can get the most value out of them.
Jeff Fun Spanker.
I have recently played Great Western Trail Argentina and Great Western Trail New Zealand.
Cool.
And I love Great Western Trail. I love all the things. I'm a huge fan of the game, obviously. That's not a bias. I won this event, so I love it. I've loved this game even from when I was really bad at it. And I actually played in a tournament and I got crushed. And I was like, I'm going to get good at this game because this is really cool. And I've never been so enamored with the game and sucked at it before. So I'm going to get good at this game. And so that succeeded. And I've played New Zealand and Argentina. And I've got to say, if you haven't tried them yet and you're a GWT fan, definitely recommend. I think both of them make the train mechanism in this game more interesting, especially in New Zealand. The train in that game is a boat, and you can sail all sorts of different places. And I think one of the problems that you're seeing actually even play out in this game is that usually it's like feast or famine with the train, but with the boat in New Zealand, having just a little bit actually really matters, and I think that's really cool. They did a nice job. Alexander learned his lessons, I think, from the prior games and developed it further. So would recommend.
Had to fly back already.
Jeff here, he ran through the desert. He said, I'm not going to pay 5 to other players. I will pay 6 to the bank.
Yep.
Instead, which is the correct choice, I think, as long as he doesn't need that $6. And he also has the extra move. I think part of the problem that Cameron and I have is that we don't have the move to skip through the 4 slots on the desert, which is really what's helping Jonathan a lot right now.
Yeah.
And so he landed in there and did exactly what you asked, Chris. He landed in that mill station there. So he's decided it's worthwhile. I'm not sure if he's debating whether who goes in. I think I guess there's an argument to be made for dropping in an engineer right now, going to the build a location site to build the tax shuffler guy, which he could throw onto the map.
Yeah.
and
So
then
give it
essentially on a
5,
subsequent
or I already
action
paid
getting
the
rid of
four. I
his
already paid the
builder, which
4.
I think would
Sorry,
actually
I already
be
paid the
is a,
4. I
is a
already
pretty
mapped this
clever
out earlier.
tactical way of doing
I'm
it
gonna
if he
choose to
wants
take
to
off this
commit
builder,
to
which
stopping him
never
in the
apparently
next
got used,
station.
but that's okay. And I'm gonna receive an immediate benefit of $2. And then hopefully
Chooses
It
the
says-
builder instead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think what to me
brings my
this
total back
suggests
up to
that he
7.
might skip
I have
over
not
the
used
next
the second
station.
half of that builder.
Because
So
the
I'm
difference
gonna
between
go
4 or
ahead
5 move
and
are equivalent if he is
$1
planning on stopping in the next station.
move
So
my
I
ship
think
Yeah.
we might see
one.
him skip the subsequent station.
Because I just unlocked
Oh,
that ability
so
to do that.
interesting. So instead of
And
taking
I will make
$2,
sure that I'm not a
he
crazy person.
uses his disc to open up that auxiliary action for moving
And that all my
and pays
math
$1 to
checks
do that.
out.
I'm now even more convinced that he's planning on skipping the next station.
Yeah.
He's going to blow past that puppy.
He's going as fast as he can to ring that bell at the end and just keep on hammering it.
Yeah, and I'll rub some respect on Jeff, even though he and I have a constant back and forth throughout this game, and he murdered me. I think that's a really good recognition of I win this game at medium speed. If it's long, Jonathan beats me. If it's medium, I win. And so he's saying, I want this game to be a medium length. If it's short, probably Cameron beats me. So I'm going to plan to have it be medium length,
You didn't write a
go
mistake,
along
did
this
you?
way,
That better
skip a
been-
couple
that better been
stations,
money,
make sure I hit
not
the
a
bell
mistake.
before the game ends, and hope that it
thought that
then
was a good
ends
turn.
before Jonathan
Points.
has a chance to catch up to me. I love
Yeah.
that for him.
36 down to 12, 12 to 4.
Maybe we offload the bank money.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
Try to keep it 4 player as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's just as many. I feel like 4-player advancing top 2 is probably as weird as 2-player, but maybe not actually. I mean, I guess it's still 4-player.
And I feel like you do it earlier rather than later too.
Oh, we are debating the.
Yeah, I mean-
So I mentioned earlier that we played 3-player and 2-player games to get here.
I would
And we're having a discussion right now about whether
Hey,
all the games should be
calm down with
4-player
that.
and
I lost,
advances multiple
round
players.
one,
Not that
several
we get to
others.
decide the like structure of the
One
tournament,
ball.
but like what it would look like if that was the case. And I know
I'm gonna get some water.
I
there
play
for-
in conventions where it is sort of like advanced top results, and
Yeah.
this convention where it is just the winning result. And I'm essentially making the argument here that either is valid as long as players know what's up, but it's absolutely true that when you advance first and second place, it makes for some perverse incentives where players are maybe just trying to do good enough rather than
Right.
trying to win.
Yeah.
Which I think can be a problem in certain games. And I think this is a game that actually does fall prey to that problem.
I also find that I like the structure of this tournament. I mean, obviously, I do some work for them behind the scenes, but like I don't decide on the structure of the tournament. I'm just more in the video and the production aspect. But I like the structure of this tournament because if you're going to be the Great Western champ, and you win on the way to playing Great Western, you win a 2-player, you win a 3-player, you win a 4-player. You know, the final table's always going to be sort of
Doing
in
the
that
cowboy thing.
that realm what makes the most sense with a number of people, but likely not a
This is
suboptimal
the
player
affordable
count,
Yeah,
right?
I'm playing
Yep.
bottom.
And you can say, yeah, I won my way there, and because this game does play so differently, depending upon player count, I think it's kind of a cool thing that you get players who are versatile players and who know the game in and out, rather than going second, and then managing to pull out on top.
Yeah, for sure. We see here why Cameron is going to definitely overtake me in my very short-term strategy versus his short-term strategy. I spend my turn buying a 1-point cow, and he spends his turn buying a, I didn't see how many points it was, but 5, 6, or 7-point cow.
Yeah.
2. Yep.
Jeff here builds the slider. He says, I'm never ever going to pay you guys in the desert, so I might as well make this action a little bit better for me. That's wonderful for him. Lets him cycle cards out of his hand, be they the same ones for some money. That's a perfect spot for him to play in.
Oh God, take that out in post. I said the F word. Sorry. What's that? The first building.
First half of that
You're
was
gonna
a
have
good
words
impression.
about that.
I don't know, the first building. No. I mean, the first half of what you said, it's like, I actually do sound like that. And then you added the extra part. I'm like, that doesn't sound like me.
I'm starting to win too much. People are not buying my, like, I'm not very good at things. Yeah, it's troublesome.
There's an easy way to fix that.
Lose.
Everyone's out of the center morass now. It's amazing how like us all being able to do
Oh, I'm
nothing
sorry.
has led to a
I didn't
complete
draw my
slowdown
card.
in the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like as everyone's trying to figure out what they're doing next. I wouldn't be surprised if the second half of this lap is a little bit faster, but like man, this is a long half hour of this game, I gotta tell you. And it's because there's a tipping point here, right? Like of what happens, what decisions you make. And Jonathan here finally gets to Landon, and we're gonna see, is he upgrading his 5 building to a 9 building so that he can get the certificate thing, or is he going to go and instead build one of those 4 buildings, the one that lets him get money and slide, or the one that lets you like hire people and move your train, which is also out there, or he could even play another tax building if he wants to.
We have to see him play something in that lower row, right? To make those first moves of his a little less painful.
Or thrice, as they say.
Yeah,
I don't think
well,
people use the word thrice enough.
yes, I agree, but I also think that max certificate building is just so friggin' good.
Yeah.
that would be my instinct of what you're supposed to
You know,
build.
as you get later and later in the night, and things
True,
just
although
start
he
seeming
didn't
better,
remove that
later, you're
certificate
like, that
disc.
wasn't really-
Right. But he could if he delivers now. So he's going to go ahead. He's going to now probably
Box
remove
it
that
in.
certificate disc next.
Yeah.
And, maybe he recognized that he had the time to go around the lap again and do that. But
Scoring his green cow for $2.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's probably what he sort of recognized. And here I go saying, I don't want to deal with this center crap anymore. I will make it so that it's just more of a tax for Jonathan. And also I can whip around this middle morass a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So that's a nice improvement for me. It's not as nice as the improvement that Jonathan is having, but allows me to do the sort of 3 move that I described before of landing in the cowboy market and at least getting to take a couple more points as we're moving through the game here. I think Cameron's almost definitely stopping in the building spot here. He either is going to emulate me and also upgrade his building to level 2 building, or, what I think is more important, he's going to build this cow market.
You paid blue. That's right.
I think the best play for him is to build the cow market in the bottom row this turn. The reason that I think that's really important is it makes it so that Jonathan cannot go and stop at the bandit action and then make it back to his certificate building in one action. So it slows Jonathan down. It gives Cameron something to do right at the beginning of the loop. And actually, does it slow me down too? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. It does. It slows me down as well by preventing me from running over to my shuffler thing. So just
If you're
putting
going
our
that pathway rather than going down below.
rather than going in the bottom. So it just limits other players' options at this stage of the game. It doesn't affect Jeff in any way. So it slows down the other 2 players. Another option that he could be considering is putting the cow market up in the rockfall hazards, because currently there's $3 to pay by going north and $2 to pay other players. So he might say, look, if I put it in the top of the rockfall hazards here, I'm basically paying the same taxes. And I think that depends on his hand. Like if he has a white and a gray cow in his hand right now, then I would throw it in the rockfall because I know I can take advantage of it immediately. But if he doesn't have those, I'm going to throw it in the bottom. That's probably what I would do.
I think we're more likely to see it in the bottom too. Just looking at Cameron's cash, it looks like he's sitting only on $1. So putting it up north in the rockfall, he doesn't have the cash to capitalize it on this loop anyway. And so might as well wait until he gets a cash infusion. And if it's down below, then he could empty his coffers before that taxation path. And it seems like a little bit more effective there.
Yep, I agree with the emptying cash thing being very valuable, because it's not even just that it's an efficiency of you not paying taxes, it's that your opponents aren't getting that money, right? The only thing I'll push back on is that if he has a white and a gray cow in his hand, when he builds the market, he'll discard those and immediately get $6 anyway, which is all he needs because he's got 4 cowboys.
Right, true.
He's just he signed
that
up,
being
but then
said,
I was
also
like,
the light
"Oh, you
cows are
wanna
not the
practice
most
with
exciting
training,
right
like,
now.
watch
I mean, I guess
track?"
he
He's
would
like, "I just wanna
spend
play." I'm like,
he would
"Okay,
spend
it's like
6 to
your
pick up a
money.
brown cow.
You're
That would kind of be a way
retired,
to go.
so why not do what you want? Yeah. Then he's just been gambling, hanging out. They're probably out there waiting for me to finish. They're probably gonna be
Just talking about his
I told
his
him to
parents
come
who
back at
came with.
12:30. It won't be before 10 probably. And they're like, we'll be back at 11:30. I'm like, okay.
That's nice. A lot of
They-
players'
they're
parents
ramping.
ended up coming into OSBG. I know.
Yeah. Jeff's,
I know-
Jeff's parents, my mom.
Yeah, Scott Leader, who we were talking about earlier, the ring champion of Azul. There's a great
They
shot
live in Montana together.
of his
Not like
folks and his pregnant wife as well.
Yeah, there's. I'm
I said
making up a
live together,
statistic,
that
but
would- that's what
I
domestic
think that if
partnership
you
is.
bring your
You live
parents with you to
together,
WSBG, your
I
odds
just
of
wanted to
winning
be
sounds like
clarified.
they're pretty
If-
increased.
It's pretty high, and you can get them. You can get them a guest
Luca
pass too.
plays at
So
that
easy
game.
peasy. They can be in the open
Luca's
gaming
one of my
area.
2 arch nemesis.
My job to turn it into an ad.
Obviously.
There we go.
But that's only because Nick
Yeah,
and I
my
were
mom
both
came the
at
first
finals
year with
of this
me,
game last year, and we had both already
just to
won
kick
our
it,
rings in
and
our other
then she
games.
was like,
And
"Well,
so
why
we
didn't
both
I
got the
buy
chance to win
a
our
thing
second
to
ring.
compete?" So then this second
And
year, she
For no
decided
fault
to
of Nick,
compete.
it was just me
Awesome.
playing like a baboon. He won, and so I blame him for it, even though it was my own misplay. Because it's easier to blame others than yourself. You know, I should really talk to my shrink about it. But do they call them shrinks anymore?
Jeff describing the nemesis, the fact that Jeff was almost a double ring winner if he had won that game of Great Western Trail.
Obviously, it's tempting to win the second one.
Yeah.
But if you want to win the whole thing, you don't want to win the second one, right?
Why?
Because that takes away that game as a possibility.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, yeah, and then we're discussing the is it good to be a double ring winner?
I think it's good to be a double ring winner.
You
I
know,
think at that point, though, but then you get
people
the
keep
advantage
talking
of
about it like from a
potentially
strategic standpoint. I'm like, yeah, but
having
do
to
you
get
know
into
the
two
effect that it's had on
right?
my
So
ego?
does that outweigh
Like, come on.
losing one of your
Do you know that you get 2 cool shiny things
Unless you're
instead
Like,
of one?
gray and you get picked
I
for
like
acquire
people
twice.
refer to me as double ring winner. Like, come on now.
And also from a strategic standpoint, if you win 2 rings, you've got more choice in the randomization, unless you get seeded into the same event.
Which happened to the only other double ring winner.
Yeah.
that-
Unfortunately for Gray, if Gray's watching, Gray was like, "Listen, I've won 2 rings. That's great because I don't know Acquire. So even if Acquire's drawn, I can get not in Acquire. And unfortunately, sometimes the luck falls in a certain way, and Gray was put into Acquire twice.
Yeah.
There'd been some period of time where for 4 months they're like, we're gonna get awesome and Ticket to Ride, just very random because they play mostly heavy games. I heard them talking about it sometimes, so I was like, I can at least have them coach me, which they did.
Okay, nice, yeah.
Uh,
I thought at first you meant they were in the game.
yeah,
Now we're
actually,
discussing the meta strategy of do you learn every game or do you get very good at the games that you're gonna,
and then one of the guys
choose
was
to play?
Jay Spencer.
Why not
Here-
both? Just
Why not both?
dedicate your whole life to board gaming.
Yeah, come on. You're here on this channel. You've made it to 2 hours and 20 minutes in of the
Right,
Great
yeah.
Western Final. I think you're pretty dedicated, and I think you are the target audience to come to WSBG and
That's
find
right.
like-minded people if you're watching this game and enjoying it. Seriously, I don't say that as a pitch. I say that as these are
A factual.
all of us crazy people like to hang out, who like analyzing this sort of stuff and
Right.
and looking at it in retrospect.
It's too much.
Oh, we gotta look at Cameron's hand.
There's no
I saw a
animals in that
blue,
game,
a
so it's
black, and
trash
something else.
from the get-go.
That's not really helpful
Still
for
really
doing the
bugging me
rockfall
that
thing that we were
I know
talking
I shouldn't
about.
show you
Yeah.
all my hand, but-
Actually, I know it's in your hand.
If he actually might. Yeah, the unfortunate
That's why
thing for
you're
him is
the
that if he
man.
doesn't have a green cow, he actually can't afford a building, right? Because he's down to $1.
Yeah.
So
No, but really though,
That's
are
true.
Is this just the second edition? And they
yeah, if
happen
he
to
doesn't
put
have a
sheep
green
in there,
cow
or did-
and he doesn't
is
have
that
a
how they
double,
printed
he
this?
actually just
Or
might
is
have
it
like
actually
no
a cow
viable
that looks like
actions
a
to
sheep?
take
I'm so
right now.
confused.
And just
Which-
push forward
cow that
to
looks like a
that discard area and just go for the
No.
next loop.
Really?
Yeah, which is a little
Haven't
rough.
been acid
But
in
I
years.
have to imagine he has a choice because if
Ever.
if those were his
Ever.
cards,
Post.
then
I've
he
never-
would just have to push.
Take that out.
Mhm.
Drop
Mom?
F-bomb real quick.
Dad?
Clear it out.
Luckily, everyone will have moved on from the video at this one. They're like, this is glorious.
What are you gonna do when you comment this? It's gonna be just like 5 minutes of.
You should do like in the old cartoons where they're like,
Get sponsored ads and play like musicals or something during this time.
man,
There were definitely not
these
as many
sleeves
times
or
last
these
year.
cards would be a lot better with some phantom sleeves on them. Am I right? Hey, that's an actual sponsor of the event, so that was
Enter
on.
Phoenix code
that
now.
was-
That was great.
That works. Thank you, Jeff Harden.
Yep.
Phantom Sleeves was a sponsor of the event, and they're pretty cool sleeves. They're by Capstone. Capstone Games is into the sleeve game now.
Oh, I didn't realize that Capstone was. Oh, fun fact.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna win my round.
That's kinda-
we do have a-
flip flop.
Oh, we have a decision.
We could take
We have
a
a picture.
decision.
We both have one Great Western, one Wingspin. That'd be tight. Hey, and you already know about the Killdeer thing if this goes my way tonight. I would actually do that. I feel good about it.
I think what he has in hand is a black, blue, and a green. Is what I'm seeing.
You just realize you don't all have to build the same build.
Yeah.
That was two out for the green, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and so
And
he's
so he
he's
overbuilds.
going for the. Yeah, I don't like this play. I really. I've liked a lot of Cameron's plays so far, but I think this is a mistake. I think building the cow market
That's pretty rare.
was
no?
the way to go.
At this point in the game, it's pretty rare. Yeah, everyone's kind of doing their own
I mean,
thing. You know?
it does help him in that it pushes him through
Not
that
at this
like
point in the game, as if we're far
that
into the game.
juncture there. But as we discussed earlier, like the 3 move for him,
Mm-hmm.
So
it just lands him on a spot that he also doesn't want to be at. So it's it's
down
a
5.
tax increase on the other players. It's not a bad play. I just think that he
Sell a
really
white.
needs to get the cow market to
Receive
play.
2 for
That's
that
the
white.
way as
Bye-bye,
Cowboys that you wind up winning.
And then
Mhm.
And
Just
I
being
feel
able to
like
buy
7,
more.
use
Just
all
buying
7 of
cows.
that
I mean,
7.
they're just victory points, right?
And
Like
Yeah.
I will buy this
it's a
yellow
really
cow, or yellow
the cows when you have a good number of
Shut up,
cowboys,
everybody.
the coin to
sell
victory point
a
conversion
knocked
is better on
jersey
cows than it is on
for,
anything in
4.
the game except
Yeah.
for
Jersey 4,
the very
so,
best of the engineer
my coffers
spaces.
contain 4.
And
Yeah.
The end
so
of all that.
the more you can lean into
And I'm
that,
the king of the
um,
dapper guys.
that's how
I'll
you
shuffle my
keep
deck
that edge
because I need
over
to
the
draw
other
2 to
players.
get to
And
my
so
hand size of
I think it's too long, too much
But not
money
without
kind of
letting
going to
someone
other
else cut.
places. The shuffler is very good, but points are how you end up winning, right? And
Yeah.
and it looks like, oh hey, we're halfway through the game, but frankly, we're more than halfway through the game. Like we're halfway through the game in terms of like how far we are down that worker track. But
Yeah.
in terms of the decisions, the most important things that have happened, we're more than halfway through the game. Like we're in that point where we're riding the roller coaster down. You should be cashing in for points as much as possible at this stage.
Yeah.
We'll go here.
And we see now after that brief pause, everybody working through their thoughts, we see the turns being taken in quick succession. Jeff picks up that 6th engineer, which would let him scoot into that 5th station on his next move, I think.
It's almost like he counted it. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think Jeff is playing very, very well. Yeah, exactly.
Your deck too, right? You
3,
shuffle it.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he did a
But I wanna
very
cut
nice
it.
job with that.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like the power in Doom. You can look at your top card.
I discarded 2 whites for $4 because I had all the whites at the bottom of my deck. I get to continue complaining about my bad beats. Was a pair of blacks discarded by Cameron.
Yeah. Which makes
Yeah,
sense because we know he's sitting on the blue. I'm not that worried about Cameron not having a good hand going into this reveal because he's got the most flexibility with his cows.
Right, so he's going to have a decent hand, but the difference between him having a 9 hand with 1 certificate and having
Put my money up
a
here.
5, 6, 7, 8 hand is very, very different. So
Mhm.
I think there is a God draw for him here. That if he draws, he gets to go to Chicago. And I do think that part of the reason he was hemming and hawing so much on the previous turn was trying to figure out what his options are about getting that God draw. But the reality is that no matter what, I think he had to reshuffle his deck. So
Yeah.
he also, this is the thing with Cowboys, and this is why I think Cowboys are not the preferred strategy for really high level players. Is you are at the whim of the cards, and when they go favorably for you, the system hums. But when you're struggling a little bit with the draws, it can feel like, why have you forsaken me, cows?
Yeah.
Well, let's wait, I guess.
When does it happen? Does it happen?
It happens now.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I wasn't sure if it happened when it crossed or at the end of the turn.
I'll deliver.
And we see the cow market is going to get refilled. See, that's the thing, is that every fiber of my being just wants to do Cowboy strat every game.
Cowboys is great. I actually think I was just saying that, like, I think for experienced players, they tend to avoid Cowboys, but there's, I think, a hilarious meta to that where a good player who plays Cowboys is just gonna win if other people aren't paying attention, because they're like, oh, how do I jockey for the building and the engineers? As long as there's space for a Cowboy to win, I think that they can. We saw in both the WSBG games that the Cowboys players are not doing as well. Like, last year's setup was abysmal for Cowboy players, but people underestimate how many points Cowboys get. And I think a lot of it is because those points they're not visible in play, right? They go into your deck, so you don't see the fact that it's like, oh, if you go through my deck, it's a rainbow, just a rainbow of victory points. This Cowboy refresh is kind of a bummer for Cameron. I think just seeing one additional purple cow there, kind of not that many blue cows coming into play.
Actually,
he's the one that benefits most from a lot of cows in play, and so it's not the most exciting. And Cameron, unfortunately, with his $4, is short of getting a fifth Cowboy. Fifth Cowboy is magic in Cowboy world because it allows you to buy a lot of browns, which is sometimes good and sometimes not. But when you look at the cow market here, you can see that having a fifth Cowboy would make a big, big difference for his game.
Yeah.
Plan.
And then what's the benefit of hitting the end of the Cowboy track? What's that bonus there?
So you get to take a bandit off the board. But I think the real thing is that, like, you take a bandit off the board, so it kind of like rebates a little bit of the money that you just spent, because it's 4 points to have a fifth Cowboy, 4 points to have a sixth Cowboy. When you go to the cow market, it doesn't really help you to have a 6-1, but it lets you, every Cowboy lets you like put more things into the market, so you're a little bit less at the whim of what's drawn off of the cow market. I actually play Cowboys a little bit more friendly, I guess, than the average player. I will flip more cows into the market, even if there are other Cowboy players. I'm happy to like bump my victory point up by 1 to bump your victory point up by 1. I just like flooding it with good options because I think that Cowboys are trying to make up that gap to the other players rather than between Cowboy players.
And this is kind of an exciting play from Jonathan. He manages to get his 6th builder and then builds another building, not down in that sort of trouble row, but in that middle ground area.
Yep. He basically says, I'll drop this here. I'm always going to get $6 before I build, so I can keep building throughout the game. His maximum certificate thing is only going to move him 2 spaces, so he doesn't kind of get like quote unquote maximum value out of like looping that way. But I think that's completely okay. And the thing that worked out really nicely again for Jonathan is no one played in the bottom row. So he can go bandits, 1, 2, 3, 4, hit his max certs, bounce over, pick up more cash, build something, and then he's already 2/3 of the way through the trail. So because no one is built down in that swamp row, he's given a lot of grace. And I think, I don't know if, Jeff actually has no more 1-level buildings to build, so he can't throw something in the way. I do have a level 1 building to build, but it's the slider, so I would literally only be putting it there to slow him down, but it doesn't benefit me at all to have the slider. And so the fact that we've all, rest of us, chosen to place where we have has actually really benefited Jonathan's spot, because that spot where his certificate building is, like, he wants that to be where Cameron's building is, and Cameron wants his building to be where Jonathan's building is. But frankly, Jonathan is getting away with it because no one else is clogging up that bottom.
Holy
Now
Toledo.
we see a little bit of a recalculation from your turn as well. Your initial gut was just to throw out the builders and clog the market, but then you reverse it and you decide to put cowboys out. Are you hoping to get some more cowboys to maybe accelerate your cow purchasing, or what was that sort of switch about?
That's a great question. I couldn't tell you. Looking at it now, I feel like it just doesn't matter. There's enough options out there. Jonathan doesn't need the builders. You know what I think I'm probably doing here is I'm probably throwing those cowboys on the 8 slot so that they don't get put on the 6 slot for Cameron, I think is what I'm doing. But I also think it really doesn't matter that much.
But we also see that you've now unlocked, maybe in response to those horrible draws you've been having, you haven't unlocked the additional movement, but you have unlocked the additional card, with it being sort of mid-game and wanting that, seeing the layout of the board, seeing that you can have a pathway, and then choosing to try to get points, I guess, by pushing forward and getting as many deliveries as you can. Do you see that being the pathway to your potential victory?
Yep. I figure that I basically will go swing to the south, spend all my money in my cow market, go over to the shuffler, have the 5 cards so that I can actually draw into getting a 10 next turn, because you saw that I had a 12 delivery there. Mm-hmm. So I'm basically guaranteed to get a 10, I think, with the shuffler and everything like that. I feel like odds are guaranteed is very strong, but favored to do that. The problem is that after I deliver, a water hazard comes out, which now means that if someone places a water hazard on the bottom, I can't just go whipping down to my cow market.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see, I think, exactly this come back to haunt me in just a minute.
Right.
But again, I've kind of taken a line based off of what I think the swamp is going to look like, and then the swamp will get
immediately changes. Just immediately. It's like, all right, I can depend on this, and then immediately it backfires.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously lucky up until this point that the swamp has only had the one tile, right?
For sure.
But then when you make a plan and then immediately on the aftermath of your plan that changes, you're like, oops. That's unfortunate.
So we see Cameron immediately drop that without hesitation. It just makes sense. Another cowboy into the market for Cameron, and choosing not to bump up the outlaws and just put builders there, because builders at this point, Jonathan has all of his builders. No one else is going to pivot to needing additional builders at this point, it seems. So they feel like a safe drop.
Still remember that?
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Cameron's next action is, because he chose not to put out. He could have put out 2 more bandits here, and yes, that's more money for Jeff, who needs the money. But I've already kind of demonstrated that money is not a thing I've prioritized. So Cameron, I think, has a decent odds of getting the $4 bandit. And as the cowboy player, like, money for him, he converts into victory points, right? And so he's got a lot now, probably enough to just kind of run through the turn anyway. But I think that in this instance, Cameron should have considered putting out both bandits. Yes, the thing he put out really hurt me, but I think it's obviously very clear to me in hindsight here. Yeah. But I think even in the moment, it's pretty clear that I'm really far behind in this game.
Yeah.
And so giving himself an edge over Jeff and Jonathan is, I think, more significant than getting in my way. So here we see that maybe Jeff would have stopped there if it was $5 rather, but he just kind of sails on past. Goes in there, drops, and actually now seeing him spend his money, I think it's pretty unlikely that he would stop and pick up the extra cash because
Yeah.
he's trying to spend down before he goes into the desert. And Cameron would have been the one who reaps the most rewards from those bandits.
Mhm.
And then Jonathan here, he would have for sure blocked me anyway, right? So it doesn't end up mattering because one of these bandits goes into play now. But I still think it depends on which new thing had flipped out, right? Like it's not
Yeah.
guaranteed that we would have had two bandits here.
Now Jeff didn't swap an engineer with that additional bonus tile up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
When
wow. I
he
didn't
claimed
notice
the
that.
station master, prioritizing holding on to that extra 6 push.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, I mean, I think that's the, if I'm looking at that station master correctly, it's the one that gives you 3 points for having 2 hazard tiles. And he has no
Yeah.
hazard tiles removed. So he recognizes that it's not going to be worth anything for him.
Yeah, and it only gives that permanent 1 certificate as the
Yeah.
ongoing effect.
I think that's a really disciplined play, I gotta say, to not drop the engineer in there while going up there. He's essentially saying, look, I don't want to buy more people. I'm just here for the victory points that these engineers will give me. I'm going to move on with my life.
Oh, that's great.
That being said, 5 is usually enough on that last track. It's tough for getting around the corner, and it's annoying for the very last push at the bottom where you're trying to ring the bell. But between those other stations, it's 5 spaces in between. So I think it's okay to go down to 5 engineers, but I also think it's completely reasonable to say, hey, this 1 permanent certificate is not worth the extra hassle that I'm going to have to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because with that 6, you can then pull into the next station on his next engineer move.
When I put a disc, that's it. I need somebody to shuffle.
All right, Jonathan put out some stuff. I don't think he had many exciting choices there. Did he deliver alone? What did he do? No.
White is on top of the lone. It looks like he's in the sort of 6th position. I think that's it's a different circle of white.
Okay.
Kind of overhanging the green banner, so I think that's indicating that indeed is a piece from Jonathan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, and he got a ×2, so you're absolutely correct.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, he moved 5 spots.
That's correct, yes.
Oh, I thought yes, true. Initially, he was. I thought
Yep, and here we see me make the mistake where I actually did not realize that I could not even move there because I had made the choice that we just talked about last turn.
Yeah, and Cameron catching that because Cameron indeed
He's the one who
placed
put it
that. Saying, no, sir. That will not be happening.
So are you judging this one because you organized the Great Western Trail tournament?
So then it becomes, I guess, a question of do you push through trying to get that cow spot, or do you just go right away to the shuffler and push on through? And
Right,
then-
exactly.
Sit down.
I have an awkward amount of money for that because I'm about to spend all my cash at the taxes if I go to the shuffler.
Yeah.
This I don't remember what my hand looks like, but totally depends on my hand. If my hand has a white cow and a gray cow in it, I'm more incentivized to go south and collect some points from there.
Yep.
But I think I once again don't have a white cow in hand. So I think if I have a white cow in hand, I'd go, stop, pick up some money, go south, white cow again, drop all my cash immediately to buy some stuff and move on with my life.
Yeah.
But I think I, again, don't have a white cow in hand. So then the question is, well, what is going to the shuffler look like? If I have, for instance, the purple cow and the 3 cows in hand, then yeah, great. I should rush to the end of the track, deliver a 10, and then come back and just buy stuff next turn. That would be totally fine. But this call of like unlocking the 5 cards, because of this stop, I knew that it was going to be bad on the back half. But I didn't think it was going to be bad on the front half. And it now being bad on both means that it ends up being a hindsight 2020 mistake to not unlock move speed.
Yeah.
The bandit spot.
But that's what you do when you're trying to get cute.
Well, at a certain
So I
point
tried-
too, right? You have to recognize where you are. I think everybody is good enough at this game to recognize the status of the board, and you just have to get to a point where you make a swing, and then you've got to make another swing, and one of those swings might hit, and if they don't, well, going slower than everybody else wouldn't have made up the difference anyway.
That's exactly right. Yeah. You see me actually stop in and draw a discard here, which to me, again, suggests that I'm probably don't have white cows, but I don't have a good cow hand either, because otherwise I would have rushed to the shuffler. So instead I have a mediocre hand, and I draw a discard to shuffle into either a good hand or, cows that I can feed into my cow
to
market.
resolve this, I can either draw 4, or I can draw 1 and take a look at it and stop.
You can't chain draw that.
Okay. So Cameron is not interested in.
You can decide it's 1, 2, 3, or 4.
You can choose.
Cameron is
you
not
decide
interested
before you
in
look at it.
picking up more cash.
But you can't
So
draw
that,
and say,
I mean,
"Oh, I
again,
want
might reflect why he didn't drop out extra bandits last turn. He wants to make a move here, and he gets to take good advantage of the shuffler here, drawing a bunch of cards. His follow-up action will be a little bit blah as he moves his train one more space, but he's actually getting close to moving that train into the station.
Yeah.
Just from these incidental little bogus moves, and it'll be nice when he gets to grab that.
Yeah.
It's a couple points to remove a hazard.
Yeah, scooping up that station isn't a bad consolation prize, right? Especially when there's 11 scoring categories in Great Western Trail, and every little tiny get of points can be helpful. Like you were saying, right? Like fighting for every little point and seeing if it makes a difference.
Yep, absolutely. Fortunately, Cameron has to run the tax gauntlet here.
I made one. Just made one, right?
Yeah, you just tried.
I mean,
No,
we
wait,
caught
I'm
it.
sorry, that's not
Caught
caught
it,
it. Yeah. Sorry, yes. I actually looked at it and I counted 5, and I'm like, yeah, it's true. He just took off his disc.
I've lost count on 2 occasions.
Okay.
Train to
At least we're all
that
watching.
spot.
Oh, those are the 2 occasions I know of, by the way. The others.
We still talking about my mistakes, or were you talking
Yeah,
about money?
I haven't made any
I
yet.
haven't written anything down over here in a while.
That's good.
I guess he's counting to decide if he needs to take $2 more here. Because he's gonna probably, I assume he's buying cows next. That's how he converts money into victory points.
It seems
he's
like it would be a
like-
wild thing if that did not happen for Cameron's next
Yeah.
turn as an auto
Yeah,
turn.
That's a mistake I see builder players making a lot, actually, more so than cowboy players, more so than engineer players, which is they get their build engine online, kind of like Jonathan has.
Yeah.
And then they just focus on
No.
delivering and getting the other stuff. Like, I get all these certificates now, so I can just kind of whip through the track.
Right.
Frankly, they should still be building,
No,
because
I'm so fast
those
with that.
buildings are victory points, right?
Yeah.
They're victory points that you want to be dropping into play, and so they kind of get tunnel vision. They've built their hyper combo and then forget the fact
Yeah.
that they are actually still builders.
The last
Yeah.
3 mornings at 4:30, and each day I was dreaming that there was an alternate variant rules for the game that I wasn't determined the night before, and I was unable to kind of sleep through it. Yesterday was a weird Mars thing where
It gets into your brain,
action
this event,
games,
man.
Chain stuff, and I was playing against Levy, I think, and anyways, because I played him in Split. That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I have played even on sort of lower stakes tournaments or whatever. Just having after a game night, your brain works in funny ways of replaying a game. My partner has said numerous times that I have been playing a game in my sleep, and she knows that because she'll hear me say, "It's your turn, right?"
That's awesome. I think
You
it's
haven't watched me talk about it.
Jeff's turn.
No.
Or
Why did I
no,
put
Cameron's still
myself
deciding
through
on what he's
that?
I
discarding.
understand.
So he
Cameron's
must have
still,
drawn
yeah.
something a little bit awkward. He's trying to figure
Yeah.
out what to discard.
This was in the exact same spot last year.
Oh
And I
yeah.
talked for a long time about it.
About whether, because Randy stopped and got it,
Correct.
and I didn't. Did you
The
say that he
the
shouldn't have?
circumstances are different.
Yeah.
But I did talk about it for a
Oh, I didn't listen to that at all. Would I have done what I did if I listened to what you said?
That's what I was curious about.
Honestly, what happens is there's these neurons in my brain, and then the synapses fire, and then stuff just happens.
All those little silences of the camera audio cutting out. It's good that Jeff likes to repeat what he says.
While Cameron's deciding on his discard here, Jeff's next turn I think is pretty straightforward. He's sliding through the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what he has in his hand to discard, but he's going to whip around the track. He won't have enough cash to land in the station there, so he's just going to move on past it. And that station right around the corner is often one that gets skipped by engineer players because it's just pretty pricey for the victory points that it gives you. It's still a great ratio just in terms of like what it can do, but it's obviously the worst in that entire row. And so oftentimes if someone's going to take it, they'll ring the bell and then bounce back to that spot and claim it then.
I will pay the bank a bunch of money and then I'll go here. 2 Santa Barbaras. Yep, I know that's not what they're called, people, but I'm having a good time. They're called Santa
I know.
Gertrude.
I thought that name was so funny.
I think it means Saint Gertrude.
Yeah, exactly.
In cow.
Yeah, I was thinking of Jeff speaking French.
All right, so now I have $3. What do I think I'm gonna draw? Because I'm gonna ditch one of these or cert.
Downside of I think it's the way that this map has been laid out, but both Jonathan and
then I'll perform
Jeff have not picked up a cow, any cow.
Mm-hmm.
And I often in those positions like to pick up at least 1 3 cow. Just it makes it easier to make your 8, 10, 12 deliveries. And if Jeff did have a 3 cow, he could be reasonably eyeing getting a 12 delivery in the game. If things worked out nicely, if he's able to manage his cards throughout the lap because he's got ways to get certificates. And unfortunately, without it, it just means that he's hard capped at 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting too. Jeff also opted for that additional movement around the board, getting 7 instead of 6, instead of unlocking an additional hand size when he went to, I believe, that station.
Yeah, the station up, the one where he didn't do the station master thing. Yeah, hand size, I think, for an engineer with no additional cows in their deck is just pay $5. It provides very, very little benefit. So by unlocking the additional move speed, he also gets 3 victory points. Oftentimes you see engineers they don't unlock that top right corner, and that's totally reasonable.
Happy birthday to the ground. Shout out Lonely Island.
Jeff shouting out our secret sponsor, the Lonely Island. not as prolific as Phantom Sleeves.
Turns out Andy Samberg, huge fan.
Yeah.
So Jonathan here, I mean, I think he's just moving to his cert spot.
So I got a bird feeder. My girlfriend got it for me, and it's one of those. It's got a camera, it's motion detected. So I have an app. It'll send me notifications.
So he's just gonna pick up some cash here.
Mm-hmm.
And I will auxiliary 2, so I'll pick 5.
He was deciding if he needed all 5 of those dollars.
We didn't draw white.
But you just always need money. Even when you get so much money as builder, it's just always good to have more of it.
Yeah. You've skipped the cows now, though, on your move. You've gone straight for the shuffle.
So I think my draw discard was not favorable in terms of drawing white cards. To continue the white cows are just not my friends this game. And instead I'm thinking, you know what, maybe I can get to the end and do something else. Depending, and there I go drawing white cows, by the way, the 2 cards off the top. So instead I have these black cows to go buy something with. So I remember laughing to myself when I drew this. It was like if I had drawn them in reverse order, it was going to be my turn. But this is just another way for me to buy some cows. So I buy that blue cow. This is part of the thing that makes this game tough for Cameron, is that I keep getting in his way by buying.
Yeah.
Tempo-wise, I'm always a step ahead of him,
like I
even if I'm
wanna
worse
forget
at buying
about it
cows.
later.
So it makes his life just a little bit harder. And, every strategy is harder when there's another player in it.
Yeah.
Even if I'm doing a bad job of being in it, I'm still a little bit in his way.
And that's interesting too in a 4-player game, right? You will have guaranteed one strategy be contested if people are specializing and streamlining, instead of me, who just likes to buy one of everything and hopes that he can fill his whole board filled with characters by the end of the game.
It does depend on how the flip of employees comes out as well. Like we said at the beginning of this game, it was like relatively even-ish, at least to start off with. I think there was a little bit of a lack of cowboys for a smidge in like stage 2 of the game or whatever, but not anything that a person would, I think, reasonably complain about. But if you have a lot heavier on something, I find that the strategy that actually has the most space for multiple players is engineers, because it actually can be positive. Players can hop over each other. And oftentimes what happens is one player then becomes like the bell ringer, and then the other player becomes like the station master.
Free will's a myth. Free will's a myth.
So I call that like fireball engineers, where it's like you explode your fireball engine, or your engineer system. You just sacrifice them all along the way, basically.
Yeah. And we see Jeff make use of that extra movement to go exactly 7 and hit the end of the loop.
Yeah, pretty nice. It's not often that you see the difference between 6 and 7 movement making a big deal, but Jeff does here. And again, leaning really heavily into the I need to hit the end of this track. I want that to happen before this game ends. I need this to not go long so Jonathan can't take advantage of that difference.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that he's interested in doing, at the end of the track anyway, right? Like, if he has some dollars, maybe he can remove the hazard for some points, but otherwise the end of the track just doesn't have anything that he cares about.
Take this 5-pointer that I've got nailed.
And we see the objective, the first draw of an objective.
First claim, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect one for him, right? It's 2 stations, 2 buildings, and as he said, he already has it nailed down.
Yeah.
That's a 5-point objective right there that he doesn't have to worry about.
And then that'll put me at 12, because I was at 4 before that, right? And then I'll draw back, which will trigger a shuffle.
To your earlier question about objectives, he might be looking a little bit now about what comes next, because the fact that he is hard capped at 10 means his next delivery is going to be a 6, so he's going to get another objective. And none of those objectives that are up there are super accessible for him, which, frankly, there's just nothing that he can really do about it at this stage.
Yeah.
I went to Peoria and I took a 5-point
So
objective.
he's maybe hoping other people will grab some, kind of clean up the row a little bit. I find the objectives in this game are very similar to the purchase row in Dune Imperium, where like sometimes it's just kind of locked up.
Yeah. Yeah, quite frequently you'll see, well, at least with good Dune players, they'll say, "Listen, I can't even afford putting a 1 in my deck for that Hail Mary shuffle. Even if I have like 7 buying power, that awkward
I will take $6
time."
for my vendors.
Yeah, what's interesting is I wonder where Jonathan's going to be building this next building. I would assume in the bottom row, because then that would impact Jeff not having a 2-turn passage.
Well,
Because I think it takes Jeff exactly 7 to get to his red
sure.
building currently. And
Yeah,
then
but Jeff
which would
Jeff
bump
really
him
wants to
along.
hit. Oh, sorry. Jeff really wants to hit every engineer space, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he
Oh,
can
yeah,
afford
that's
to get
true.
that bottom spot.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that if Jonathan is placing in the bottom row, it's more for what he can play, and also so that like Cameron or I don't ruin his life by playing in the bottom row. As we discussed on prior turns. He could, drop that tax building in the bottom row just to pick up a couple extra dollars. It's only $1, and also it lets him, pick up a bandit a little bit further along the track, so that gives him some leeway there. But I think probably the most powerful thing he can do is drop
Hey,
the
I don't
6
ring the bell
building,
often,
which lets you
so
like drop off things
just go
behind
back,
you.
like,
It's a
one space,
terrible
right?
building. Because
Go
it's
back
very rare that
10
you are both engineers and builders in such a way that you're dropping off
If I
things
go
behind
here,
you.
can I ring
But
it
it
with
would
that
then
action, go
allow
back
him in the
one auxiliary
future
and pay
to
one
build
and
that
ring it again?
6 up to the 12. And the
Same.
12 building is
But that's the
amazing.
same as just
Not only is it a gazillion points, like
birds.
20 or something
Basically
stupid
the
like
same
that
as
when you
getting
build it
$2
itself,
just in a fancier way.
but it also lets him spend $4 and pick up 2 hazards, which is just an amazing way of converting things into points.
Yeah.
And we see that he says, I'm gonna play the 6 building. My plan is to play the 12 on top of it next turn.
Just deciding
The
when
problem-
the drop happens. Yeah.
Yeah, if he puts it in the bottom row, the problem with this building is because it sucks for him. If he puts it in the bottom row, he's actually just getting in his own way.
Yeah.
So he wants to take the action of the 12 when it's built. So I think actually the best place for him to put this is nearer to the end of the track, because he's going to build up to it when he lands on this building spot again. And so he wants to be able to then immediately go and take the action on it. It's not going to block other people, but frankly, at this point, the board is how Jonathan wants it to be. He doesn't want anything to change, I think,
Yeah.
as far as things go here.
And you can start to see too at home why we've been talking so much about it being a slower game benefits Jonathan, because once you get these larger buildings out there, you have so many great spots that you want to hit every time. Whereas, Jeff's pathway around the board takes him 1, 2, 3 times. That's the amount of times before he delivers again.
I started.
Jonathan at least wants to hit up 4 or 5 spots, which
We'll have a bunch ahead after
that's
this,
almost
and I
double of what it takes
just
Jeff
thought
to
because
go
I took a
around.
green from here, he put a green back, so I took 5.
Yeah, Jonathan does have the advantage of some of those spots at least sent him ricocheting to next spots.
Yeah.
6.
There it is.
Game 2.
But yeah, I mean, it's his game plan just gets broader and broader.
And we can really start to see the snowball of Jonathan right now. It feels like Jonathan needs one more loop before his full game plan is like locked in.
Totally. And given that
And-
we're 4 rows from the end, it's gonna happen, right?
Yeah. It feels like the potential of Jonathan pulling out on top in this game is getting greater and greater as we progress through it.
Absolutely.
Draw 1, discard 1.
This for me feels like the potential turning point. I know you changed your written thing down, but for me, now seeing the board, seeing how people are playing, seeing the sort of writing on the wall at this point, this is where my personal shift or feeling just from watching shifts a little bit from Jeff and more towards the Jonathan side.
Totally. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean all his like chickens are coming to roost, as it were, right? Like he's fully unlocked. And there's not a lot left that he needs to do either. The thing that really, I think, it can be tough as a builder. Sometimes you can get into situations where you don't have enough money to do all the plans that you want to do. But because there's the building that gives $1 for every builder, and he got that into play, and the taxes worked out well for him in kind of the mid game. I think at this point we're entering the end game now.
Yeah.
He had enough cash to do everything he wanted to do. He maybe had to go a smidge slower than the other players, but he was never truly limited in his action choices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there hasn't really been many times over the course of this game when we've talked about how horrible a draw Jonathan's gotten or where he's been blocked up that much, even with that weird middle ground as well. It feels like everybody's been kind of working in that same area.
Yep.
I'm wondering how to shift our eyes to Cameron as well. Cameron's path forward, is it a sprint? Is it to sprint around to try to get things out? Is it to drop that cow building finally down below in that sort of lower row? You stop Jonathan a little bit.
I'm making notes on it.
Yeah, I mean, if he has an amazing delivery, he could go 6 and deliver right now. And I think that would be okay. But as we discussed before, I still think that additional cow market is just a really good way for him to convert points. If he has a pretty bad hand right now, but he does have a white and a gray, he could throw it in that rock fall up there, like the cow market, so he can kind of cycle through. What do you have? I saw 2 greens in there, I think. 2 greens in there suggests to me that he's got to stop, get rid of one of those greens, and play the cow market. And he just did a draw discard 4, and it looks like he's got like a bunch of jerseys and stuff in his discard pile. This is the other thing actually that I'll mention about the, Cameron's played a very kind of deliberate strategic game, I would say, where he's getting good value along the way and maximizing various things. But by not jamming cows into his deck a little bit earlier, his draws right now are not so exciting, right? Like he doesn't have many good cows to pull from in his deck. And so he's having a hard time getting those higher deliveries that are supposed to be to your advantage.
And we see him finally buy that cow market, but putting it up top and not down below, wanting to hit that up, I think this go around.
Yeah, he makes a very curious build here by putting it in a spot where instead of getting a certificate and $2 for a jersey, he can discard any cow for a certificate. What that suggests to me is that he has a white cow and not gray cows in his hand right now, and he wants to make sure he's discarding those 2 things. But it's a little feel bad that he's not able to get the full value out of the extra $2 for a jersey discard there. So I can't help but wonder if in his draw 4, discard 4, if he maybe was supposed to keep a jersey so that he could play that building 1 space over in the rockfall. It's kind of counterintuitive, usually when you go to those draw discards, you're like, see you in hell, jerseys. I'll never mess with you again. Or Criollos, but not jerseys.
6 or would I have to pay the bank, so I had it side potted.
Now, kind of an interesting move from Jeff. He goes to take more money before hitting the taxation extravaganza, but that makes sense because he's not at that cusp where he has the exact amount of money to get taxed on and taking more. You know what I mean? It's not going to put him in danger. It's just money in his pocket. And then he pushes that train a little bit sooner, which indicates to me that he's going to skip that next station as well and go straight for that third one.
Yeah,
which
could be.
At this point in the game, seeing the flow of the game and seeing the pace of the game, do you think that's a mistake? Should he be scooping up those points as much as he can, just so if the game lasts longer, which it seems like it might?
Yeah, I think he needs all 4 of those stations. So I'm not. It might be because he's looking at his cash and he's seeing that he actually can't afford them all by having to go through the desert. Like the desert is definitely hurting him.
Yeah.
So it might be a reaction of what he's able to do, but I think he maybe should have just collected a bunch of money. I think it could have been enough to push him through, because I do think that he wants to, exactly as you're saying, he just needs to get all those stations on the side there, I think.
Yeah.
Jonathan's turn, by the way, is actually an example of a turn where I think he did not have a terribly good hand, because he stopped and just took $4 from that top location. And that's, when you're builder, you're going to have not good hands constantly. They're terrible at building good hands. So I don't think he needs the $4 at this point. I think it's more just a reaction to the fact that he probably just had a bunch of crap in there.
Yeah, and needs to rotate a little bit before hitting up the delivery.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 8 off 15, and we'll take in 7.
A big delivery there, though, for
7.
Nick Henning, proving that,
Yeah.
that the champ isn't out of it just yet.
When you draw through your whole deck, you get your cow. This is right. I'm in the opposite situation of Cameron.
Yeah.
I don't have as much infrastructure as he
Yeah.
is, but the cows that I bought are already in
I should
there.
probably remember
Yeah.
what the
So
question
I'm able
was.
to make these deliveries that he's struggling to make right now.
Yeah.
Oh, if all the discs are off my player board, except for these two, and I would hit a train station and I don't have $5,
We'll double check it, but I believe you'll be taking. Oh, if you don't have the 5.
can I then, am I not eligible to place a disc, or can I take my lowest point value?
I'm gonna have to check it. I know we're looking. It's that little bit at the end of the rules.
Okay.
I need to double check that.
Jeff being very mindful of his stack and potential lack thereof.
Oh, you guys are on
It does come up a lot for engineers, although given the number of spaces that Jeff has skipped, I don't see it coming up in this game.
Yeah. He does have 6 other discs to remove before he's put into that position, and if he's going to skip that next one, then he'd need to make 3 deliveries. But he is whipping around the around the track.
Yep, sure is. I do think that Jeff has the time to ring the bell now. That was the problem that came up in last year's final, was that Randy fell just short of actually getting to the end of the track. And I think one of the entertaining things about folks playing this game, that you get very good at this game. You start scoring, 100, 120, and then you get very, very good at this game, and your scores start being like 70. and that's because everybody starts playing a much tighter, faster loop, and essentially needs to kind of specialize a little bit more.
Right. Yeah. It's a good example is Dune Imperium, which just is fresh of mind, having commented on them. Just talking about an efficient game of Dune will end sort of round 7. And an inefficient game of Dune can go until the 10 rounds. I think you saw that difference between the ring final of Dune with players who were really good at the game. That lasted around 7 rounds, and then the semifinal went until 9. I think it was triggered in round 9.
I'll take a red and a white. Or
Cameron making his cow purchase, getting a few more in the game.
Most of us call those yellow,
Yep.
but I think we get your point.
He's doing 5 to buy those 2. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about with like me being in the game as another cowboy player. That just cost him 2 points. If he had bought a blue and a red, it's 5 instead of the 3 that he just got. Admittedly, he already has a blue cow, so now this kind of like colors him up fully.
Yeah.
I don't think that I think I probably at this stage of the game would still buy the blue cow over the yellow cow for the extra points. Because the odds that you're going to have the perfect rainbow hand are pretty low, even with the shuffler. Or even the odds that they matter is like not that big a deal.
5, 6,
Because the way that the points are scored at the top of the track, you're generally more incentivized to like place them next to each other rather than just like shoot all the way to the end.
there's a marker.
I mean, if you can go to San Francisco, you go to San Francisco. Where's New York? It's New York in this game.
Yeah, it's New York in this game.
And that's everything. I spent 6 down to 9.
There he is, sliding on in.
Slide it on in. We'll see Jeff get these next 3 stations pretty comfortably.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take
The amount of stations that he has skipped in order to get there, though, feels pretty significant at this stage in the game. Now that we've seen it sort of unfold in a slower pace.
yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, like Jeff is correct. He needs to get those better stations. The point ratio is so good. Just the raw points that they give you is so good. So he needs to get to the end. But I agree with you, Chris. I think that there's a little bit more time available to him here because of the way other things have shaken out. It's in large part it's because Cameron and I are struggling, right? Like neither of us have been able to build a nice cowboy loop, which is hit the shuffler, buy cows, maybe take one other action, deliver, right? Like Cameron and I should both be ideally taking 3 action laps, and we're not.
Yeah, and trying to race through as well. And it's going to be even more difficult for you with choosing that extra card over the maneuverability, right?
Yep. Yeah, and then we saw me deliver for 15 there, but 15 puts me on the 14 spot, which is a white disc. So I still actually only have a move speed of 4. Again, just being punished for my choices earlier.
Now, would you have opted? I mean, 15 it's a pretty big hand that you haven't gotten. It feels like you do need to lock that number in. But would there have been a consideration or a time where you could have taken the 10 because you still have the 10 to go and unlocked that movement? Do you see any benefit to that in retrospect?
Yeah, totally. I mean, taking the 10 for the movement, I thought about it even at the time, but I was worried that I wouldn't get back to 14 again.
Yeah.
I was also kind of hoping that there was some chance I maybe could get to 16, if things worked out really perfectly.
Yeah.
And I figured I was behind enough that praying for 16 off of the back of 14 here was the path that I had.
Right.
Yeah, I get not to sound like totally there was nothing to be done, but I do think that at this stage it's pretty clear to me I'm toast.
Yeah.
I can be close, and when they do the end score, I mean, I'll say my end score was more respectable than I thought it was going to be, and like what it felt like in the game.
Yeah.
But I definitely was making Hail Marys at this point in time, and of course, the more Hail Marys you make, the farther you get behind, the less likely they are to succeed. And this is, I think, just a continuation of that. And I stand by that decision making. Like if you, as just said, second, third, fourth place, you get a pat on the back and a T-shirt. Like you're trying to win. That's the format.
Yeah, you want to win the ring, right? Like that's it. Yeah. It might be different if this was the final game, and that's the money table, and the difference between coming in second and third is $5,000. But
100%.
But at this point, it's like I even mentioned earlier on, right? You take a big swing, and you at some point you got to know and recognize.
I said I wish I had building
when the time is to take the big swing.
Drop the disc.
Yeah.
Jeff regretting not going builders at this point. That's what he's saying. He had the option. Maybe that's if Jeff doesn't pull it out, maybe that's the moment at the beginning of the film that you don't realize sets it off.
Let me tell you how I got here.
Like at the beginning of Saw, when the key goes down the drain in the very first moments.
Yeah. I'm taking my sweet time here. I think I'm trying to figure out my movement, whether I want to head down or if I want to just go straight to the shuffler. I instead pick up some cash here, which will allow me to go to my shuffler and go over to the cow market. I think without it, I basically don't have the cash to buy any cows. So this just allows me to have a mediocre action next turn as I just continue to kind of fall farther and farther behind. Which, is
things
the nature of the beat.
Things getting worse and worse for you too, down and with those hazards now taking the bandit and then getting to the cows is an impossibility without that additional movement as well.
Yep. We didn't end up talking about Jonathan's turn. He delivered on his turn. He had 10 thanks to the 4 certificates from his certificate building, and then he delivered he unlocked the 6 certificate black slot rather than the move speed, which again, he's going to have a little bit of a slower turn this turn. Like he could just kind of, with the 6 move speed, he could whip over to his certificate. But this is kind of like unlocking a free increased hand size for the strategy that he's playing. And I think it's the right call, because the only way he's going to get to 12 is by having the 6 unlocked. Since he has no additional cows, he needs to get essentially each of his 2s in hand plus that 6. That'll get him to 12, and then he can get the move speed. He honestly might even just take the +1 move speed for the 3 victory points at the stage of the game that we're at. Kind of depends on when he manages to unlock it. But I think I like his decision, even though it's going to be a little bit slower at first here.
Yeah, and we see Cameron lock in his 12 as well, doing a decently colorful reveal of the Cowboys.
Yep, and that's what he really needed. I think it was part of the reflection of why he was going so slowly at the end of the track there, is that he needed to clean up his hand even after the cow shuffler.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that it worked out that he got his 12, because there's no worse feeling as a Cowboy player when you spend the time doing that and you still can't deliver the number you need.
Yeah, before you're like, I have cards to execute my subsequent action.
Is that how I sound to other people? All right.
And then in this next sequence, I shall not take my sword.
I'm gonna get a cert.
Some gentle teasing around the table, but I also think it's a testament.
On my personal building 3A, I will move one forward. Attack to neutral building G. All right, we're gonna go fly to here, and we're gonna spend $5.
There he is.
Down to 1.
So yeah, I think it might have been with him skipping that spot. He actually just had counted out the amount of money, because
Am I ever gonna get
the prior station cost $2 more. Like the one that he skipped preceding cost $2 more than this one, right? Because they always decrease by 1. So he might have just seen that he couldn't do it and kept on moving.
All right.
Although he moved his train instead of saying that, so he actually could have done. He could have done it. It was his choice. Either he does the preceding 2 or these 2.
Yeah. So I'll take $2.
Frankly, it doesn't much matter, actually, because when he hits the bell, he can go back to wherever he wants to.
Yeah.
So he could go back and actually revisit those right side stations that he skipped, as long as he has the cash for it.
Yeah, and with no one breathing down his neck, it's just his to take.
Yeah.
And then I need to draw 3.
Yeah, that's, I think, always really tough when you've got 2 engineers who are both trying to ring the bell and they keep getting in each other's way. That's very rare, I find, but it does happen in some games, and it's just the worst feeling. It can just be like such a slog to be like, oh, I'd like to score my victory points now. Nope, sorry, you're in my station. I can't do that.
We're over now to Jonathan, who is
Sorry,
at the beginning,
discard, not trash, right?
of his loop as well.
Yep.
For movement, I think we would
just
see
need to
just
30.
Jonathan go and take money at this point.
So I could
Yeah,
afford
I
to go
agree.
back 1.
He doesn't have any
I'm
player
gonna go
who
to that
can
building. Maybe.
build something again on that bottom swamp row. So
I
if
did-
he
I
goes
mocked
and
the hell
takes
out of
money, then even if he's not able to spend the money, the $4 for the bandit plus the $2 that he would take, is $6 is a victory point at the end. You know, like it's at the stage where
It was like Discworld.
he might not actually have avenues to spend his cash because all he has left to do is build. But it's still
He
points.
does the opposite. He goes for an objective instead.
Ooh, okay, great.
Seeing
So
that
he
there's 2 hazards, a building, and an outlaw.
that's
Deciding to
actually
scoop up those points. That's a great get.
it's a very wise play on his part, because you were asking me earlier about paying attention.
Yeah.
He doesn't have those hazards yet, but he knows he's about to, because he's unlocking that big building that lets him do it. So he's definitely paying good attention to that spot, and he's frankly hoping not to deliver to the 8, which means he isn't going to pick up objectives from the top track. He's going to deliver the 12.
Yeah.
And so he's maybe worried that it'll be gone by then.
Yeah, a really good get. Really good get by Jonathan. I feel like that was a key moment of somebody who's been paying attention this whole game, whose focus is still there, right? Who's looking for those ways to make points outside of their strategy and knowing where they're building to. A really nice play.
For sure. And then you see, I actually follow him in. I also grab an objective. As with all things in this game, mine's worth 1 less point than Jonathan's is. But at least it's something. Because I think that's an objective I actually already have with the 3/3 cows or whatever. You'll also notice that I actually unlocked the movement speed on my train, and I'm noticing that I'm 2 moves away from landing in that station.
Into that
so that's
station,
a consideration as well. And Cameron now trying to do the thing he's supposed to be doing as a cowboy, right? Whipping around, buying things at the cow markets. Fortunately for him, another rockfall didn't come up. So if the cards work out favorably for him, like he can, he'll land somewhere he doesn't really care about right now. But then he can go cow market, and that's pretty sweet. The interesting question.
No, this kind of goes back to because how many movement do you get on that shuffler though?
3.
You only get 3. And this kind of goes back to that earlier placement of the decision to go behind your yellow building instead of putting it where Jonathan has his. It feels like Cameron might wish that those buildings were reversed at this point, because this isn't going to be that efficient for him, but he will be able to scoop up that station master potentially now.
Yeah, and he can at the very least, I guess, convert $2 to a point if he doesn't want the station master. But I think it's worth it. I don't think the 4th cowboy is necessarily doing a ton for him. There's all these brown cows in play. You could buy brown cows instead of purple cows, and they're a point less or so, but not that much. And he would get to remove a hazard. Like he could remove one of those hazards either on the desert if one of them is 4 points, or over on the rockfall. But he makes the really, I think, pretty surprising choice to actually just go past. He's pretty broke, so I think a part of it is that he doesn't want to spend the $2.
But still, like, to swap it out and being able to clear out a rockfall too, and like incentivize his pathway to get to his cow market. I don't know, that feels like a potential misplay on Cameron's part.
Yeah, I think at the very least, he's not going to be moving that train a whole ton more, and so I would have at least moved it into the station, not played anything there, just to prevent Jonathan or I from doing some sneaky stuff and sliding in there. I'm, of course, pretty bummed to have seen him moved at all, because I was planning on doing the 1-2 move, and now it's 3 moves for me, so I'm not able to kind of sneak in there in the way that I planned a moment ago.
That building.
Used, you mean?
Yeah,
it could be that. In the station he would be matching with that X, I believe, or does his position being there change how much he pays for deliveries?
It doesn't, unless he moves 1 more again. So maybe he's just thinking that, hey, I don't care about it. Next turn, when I move 1 more, it's going to save me $1. But by the time that it saves him $1, it's going to be the end of the game, pretty much, I think.
Yeah. And we see the speed at which Jonathan is now playing his moves. I feel like Jonathan's pathway is very clear. He instantly takes that influx of cash, and then grabs that beautiful hazard removal.
Yep, he's done his thinking. He's just here to collect his victory points now.
Yeah.
Again, I'm kind of paying out of order.
Yep.
Draw 2, discard 2.
You have a sizable amount of cash there, though, which...
Yeah, I ended the track with a little bit of cash. I picked up some cash from the bandit, so I definitely have some cash that I can throw at this cow market here. I think I was maybe toying with the idea of buying some cowboys, but it's just too late in the game to do that. So I think probably a purple cow purchase is the way to go. In an ideal world, I have enough money to do like a purple cow purchase and a hazard removal on the next spot. Because I'm so limited in my movement, right? I'm still only at 4 move speed.
Yeah.
That I need to stop at that spot up there. So ideally, I have like a black cow and then a pair of cows that I can discard up top.
It's just extra funny. 1, 2, 3. This for $2.
Yeah, and Cameron going to feel the sting of this as well if you take that purple cow.
Exactly.
6 points, please.
Taking a
and again,
six pointer.
yeah, and so now I don't know if that other cow is a 5-pointer or a 6-pointer, but it means that buying a brown cow for Cameron is functionally as good as buying a purple cow, which again goes back to the like, hey, maybe having sacrificed the cowboy for the station would have been worthwhile.
Right.
He manages to pick up a ton in taxes, though, which is going to let him buy what he wants to buy here.
Spent $6 on.
Oh, awkwardly, he does not have a black cow, it looks like. Or he's maybe just discarding afterwards. There's a black cow. I was wrong.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna reclaim $2.
Yeah, a nice purple get, a nice discount on it only costing $6 to get those cows.
Yeah, he already does have a purple cow. The only other advantage of a brown
Yeah.
cow is it would actually expand his delivery repertoire. But if it's a 6-point purple cow, I certainly stand by it.
Yeah,
Taking
and
the extra victory point over the brown ones.
especially at this point where
I think I'm gonna draw
again
three.
the same
I'll sell the
reasoning
pair
of
greens for
getting
4,
blue over
put
the
3
yellow,
extra in,
right? Prioritizing
7.
those points
Yep.
over the potential when your deck is much fuller as a cowboy, especially when nobody is trashing cards from their deck, as that bottom spot
go down
remains
$2.
locked on everybody's board, proving still that maybe it's not enough incentive to unlock.
You know what I'm realizing? I think that we may have forgotten to fill the cow market on that last delivery in this game. I think we haven't made any. I haven't noticed any mistakes until this, but I think we might have forgotten to do that.
I thought you did. I thought there was because I thought on the new turnover, the first turnover, there was only one purple, and so I think that because there were 2 purple there, that was me clocking that in a sense, but maybe not.
Maybe not, because we just crossed over very recently into a new cow market,
Two
right?
whites in your pile, Cameron.
I don't know. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't need to roll it back and find out. Might have overlooked that.
Yeah. There's been enough because there's enough slowdown that happens at the beginning of the turn, and that you're all nearing the delivery aspect
Freedom.
right now. That
Yeah.
there's a potential.
Impressive
But,
overlords.
Yep.
You already paid before.
yeah, with the amount of cows that are out,
I'm gonna use the roll.
could be.
And then fill my water. And then try not to-
Yeah, because Cameron and I just purchased 1 each, so 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and I think it's supposed to be up to 13 cows. I think there should have been 2 more cows available. Jonathan here, by the way, it's important to note that he bought something out of the desert, which you would think is a thing that he's not interested in, right? Because it's his primary competitor is Jeff. He's just discounted Jeff's travels by not having to pay that market. But there's 2 things about that. One is there is a desert in the upcoming row, so he can just kind of toss that in the way anyway. 2 is I imagine this was the highest victory point one on board. And so whether there was an upcoming desert one or not, I would always grab the 4.1. Not always.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I would grab the 4.1. And I think Jonathan's purchase of this one right here, I think that's a 3-point hazard that he picked up the second one, is a tip of the cap to the fact that he recognizes I'm less of a threat than Cameron is.
Yeah.
So he's going to clear out the bottom row rather than the top row. That's just an awkward reflection of me having a hand where I don't have many options, so I discard a green cow instead to go up top there, and I think might be able to have the cash to remove a hazard if I can get up there and slide and get all sorts of little bonusy stuff. The difference in taxes for me is 2 versus 3 anyway, so going up top, I can maybe get a certificate as well if I've got a jersey in hand. The ideal hand, I think, would have been discarding 2 jerseys, removing a hazard, but
We hear it's a little bit quieter at the table right now, and that's
Yeah,
because Jeff has gone for a bathroom break.
This is definitely is also the stage of the game where like
No, it's true.
we're
We're
falling
at
asleep. It's
Yeah.
like 1:30 in the morning right now, or something
Yeah.
ridiculous like that.
What time did
Yeah.
we start? It was 9.
definitely 12:30, if
Maybe
not
9:15
1
when you were
or
up by
1:30.
Yeah.
Because I imagine you would have started around 9 at night.
Well, so what did we
I'm
have?
sure if it was
We
streaming,
had
live, streaming
4-hour
live, that's what we were
rounds,
doing this time. Or maybe.
and I think we started a little late, like 9:20, 9:30. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so you're
So
right,
yeah, 1
probably.
a.m. Yeah, 12:30, 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Everybody gets in once more, and then a couple more.
Sorry.
Cameron here,
Everybody gets in once more. And
I don't think is too interested in building a building.
Yep.
I think
Yeah.
It's interesting you guys have stayed on.
I think he's probably just going to his cow market if he can.
Really happy.
But if he doesn't have the right cards, then he might have to
A lot of deliveries, someone heavy views.
do
That's
something
the only
else.
second time you've done
He was
that.
here.
He tries to move me.
Do
A
you
lot
have
of people
one
try to
dollar
move me
there,
this game. I think Cameron said that he also plays yellow often.
Yeah.
And you bought the yellow hazard and what? Helping Nick.
Yeah, so he has an awkward draw for his cows. Oh, or maybe he just has a straight up good hand.
Yeah, he plays for the 6 movement. Getting him there with the yellow building being there, can't go the opposite
Rebound
direction
cows.
with 6.
You can move 6.
That's a little bit of a shame. I suspect that means he had kind of an
Yeah.
awkward draw discard because I don't see. 1, 2. So it's tough to tell if one of the draw discards was a white cow for him. I think he would have wanted to plan to go up north there, but the problem with the spot that he put it in is because it's $4 rather than 6 in theory if he put it kind of in the super hazard spot.
Mhm.
It's not enough to buy, what he needs to buy. But this is a pretty sweet delivery. It looks like 5, 8, 11, 13, 15. So get him to the 14 spot, which is really nice.
No, I think he drops it into the
Sorry, I thought you missed
into
one.
16. Is that?
Maybe
No,
I
no,
missed
14.
No, it is 14. I think
14.
5, 8.
6.
Because he has 1 certificate. So if he was 15,
Oh,
6.
no, he has 14 is what he
he
has.
has 14.
So it's okay, $9 after the hand then. Not $9 net.
An odd choice. I mean, to put down the water hazard over the desert hazard. At this point, I guess maybe not that odd. If you're Cameron, you want to disincentivize you purchasing as many cows as you can, and if the opening is there for you to purchase cows, that means it's not cows going into Cameron's hands. So I take it back.
Yeah, I agree with you. I actually wouldn't have even thought about that. But yeah, disincentivizing me from buying
There
cows
was-
is strictly good for him. And Jonathan's the one who's probably gonna, throw
When we play
the desert one in play anyway. So
Okay, well let's do
no
that.
problem
before
for
I-
him to leave
There's
that
been a couple,
responsibility
yeah.
over that way.
Yeah.
Didn't someone go to the cattle market between here?
The other odd thing
I
right
think
now
we'll
is that
sure
all of us
because it was the
have
last
an
time-
incentive to throw out
the
low
last time someone
victory
was here,
point
so it's like
hazards
these
if
two
that's an
turns.
option. Like throwing out 4 victory point hazards is kind of just feeding
Yeah, I just
Jonathan.
gave
So that's
it
something
two,
that we
so
also want to
whoever
pay
went in
attention
prior
to.
that,
Right.
We didn't do it.
So we should have refilled it
After whoever's.
before we bought our 6.
We're here,
Here we
yeah.
are, Rick.
Our
Yeah.
6-point
Yeah.
purple cows.
It was
yeah.
basically on my. I was the last one to
Talking about the
deliver, I think.
the cow.
Right, that was here.
Right. And I think you'd already come out here by the time both of us went here. Right, we both bought 6-point
So
purple
it
cows.
there should have been 2
Well, for sure, 'cause
There
you-
should be 2 more cows,
Because you just left here, so yeah, for sure you had gone there, and yeah, for sure, I assume so.
and if one of them is, or if both of them are 7-point purple cows, then we have a complicated conversation. And if they're not, I think it's pretty okay.
Yeah,
I guess it depends on if we.
I'm
flip those
still on my
blues.
turn, so I could stop here, let's say, but otherwise, yeah, let's
Okay,
just
so-
2 cards and.
Because you guys have bought 2 since then, is that it? The purple
I'm
each?
curious how we resolve this because I don't remember.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we
Yeah,
have
it
two.
tells. I mean, like
Does that
so
make
late
sense,
at
everybody?
night, everything
Yeah.
blends together. We have another brown cow. That's not going to hurt anyone, and another orange cow.
So
Does that change anything?
Well, we have a 5 out there now. Yep. No, I'm not gonna back that up. So close.
I see your discard.
Yeah, had another purple one been drawn,
You got your money.
then Cameron might have wanted to
Yeah,
use
money.
his
You're still doing that. You're not going back
his
to the
second
market,
market
right?
that he would have had access to, but otherwise,
Well, so what I was saying is that we have a complicated conversation because, for instance, if we had flipped a purple 7, it would have been the cow that
So
I would have
close.
purchased
We were
first,
so
right?
close.
And I was the first one to take a crack at it. So then we would have had to decide, like, are we going to put this in play? Like, should the 7 be the one that goes
Yeah,
in
it
my
gets to-
deck,
it
and then
just-
we put
it
it,
just
this
reads
6
based
goes
on-
back into play, because then now it'd be an option for Cameron to have bought this second 6 that appear. You know, like,
yeah,
that-
I imagine that would have been the thing, right? Like it's a very obvious thing.
Yeah, the fix. I think the fix is pretty reasonable. Actually,
Yeah.
the most complicated thing would have been flipping out some blue cows, because then Cameron actually could have had some weird choices
Yeah.
about what he wanted to buy.
Mm.
So we're pretty
Let's do
lucky in
yellow,
that we
yellow,
caught
'cause I
it,
like the color.
Yeah.
and
Caught it within a
And-
reasonable amount of
and-
time too, where
and the
it was
difference-
yeah.
the difference
First
didn't
color.
end up mattering because of the
Yeah.
two
You
cows
play
that we
yellow,
drew,
the
but it
final
really
two.
could have, and that's
Yeah.
a little bit of a bummer. You can't see it on camera,
It's not
but
wrong.
Scott's off to the side, just going like, "No, I thought we played a perfect game."
One certificate to get 6. And then I'm going to deliver to Bloomington.
My friends.
I get an exchange token for the delivery.
Not a bad
One objective card.
I get one objective.
not a bad
for it.
thing for Jeff.
Let's see, I don't think I have time to stop for an orange guy.
Also take your 6.
Oh, yeah.
See Jeff deciding what objective to take if they're makeable. Jeff only took one that had a building on it, although
But had 2 buildings on it.
he had 2 buildings on it.
Um,
And his initial one already has that building as well.
23.
So that he's met his building quota.
Well, the initial one has a 3 and a 4 cow, neither of which he has. So the
Oh,
initial
right.
objective, I think he's essentially jettisoned straight out the window.
Yeah.
I shouldn't add up every points 'cause I won't
He's
get
got
it.
2 green bandits, so that
Did it during not your
that
turn, then
objective
it's
on the left there, I think would be
Sorry.
a reasonable pickup for
I don't
him,
even
because he
remember
could
what I was
then
trying
just
to
take an
decide on.
orange
I was trying to
bandit.
decide on
It's a
what
little bit
whether
less
to- I'm gonna
money,
take
you know,
one
it's
at the top,
$2
because I'm
instead of
not
$4,
talking
but
orange,
it
so
could mean
let's
that he
just
could
rip
get the
something I
points.
have.
But he instead makes kind of a greedy play.
It does go face up.
Cool.
Same deal. Well, now I need an orange.
And I don't see what it was, but I think he actually drew the same as the one on the left.
Yeah.
Like he was debating whether to do that.
and
I
I'll
think
draw back to my
he
hand
said
size
same
of
deal,
4,
so
and I
I
have
think it's the
$10.
same.
Yeah.
I don't know
Or-
if it's exactly the same, but it's a
Yeah,
similar
but he
idea.
has he has everything he needs other than an orange.
Yeah.
And he was worried he didn't have enough time to stop and pick up an orange
hmm
Oh, thank
if he wants to ring the bell and then potentially go back and scoop up those stations.
I was so
But depending
stressed
upon
when
the
Rockfall
value
came
of
out.
the orange,
Mm.
picking it up, getting a few extra coins.
There were only 2 more in the game, so.
Yeah. I said I was so stressed that we were going to flip a rockfall here because I really wanted to go up top, and because I only have my 4 moves.
Yeah.
Jonathan delivers here, and we had flipped a rockfall.
That's exciting.
It would have been like all the the thing that came
This
up with
the same
swamp the
thing,
previous
yeah.
time. It's like, no, please don't happen.
Well, this might be the TSN turning point, the ESPN turning point for Nick Henning's comeback.
Yeah, for sure.
You'll have to stick around to find out.
So this game's is very, very nearly done, right? Like I'm gonna deliver. That's gonna be 2 more, and then there's gonna be 2 more people who can deliver after me.
Yeah.
Even if we flip
7,
another
right?
bandit, because we're already
6,
at an odd number, we basically have 3 more deliveries going in.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. Jeff, who's interested in ending the game, is
Likely one of them.
probably
Yeah.
one of them.
Check.
And then it's sort of a question of like, are Jonathan and
So
Cameron
much of
racing
what-
each other? Or are they both going to get in, right? Because whoever ends the game, there's another round
Yeah.
around. Like, are they going to kind of keep pace with each other? You know, and actually, it could even be that Jonathan unlocks his 5th move speed. So actually, he could be the first one to deliver, frankly, because he could just kind of whip around. So he might just go. And Jeff, if he stops to pick up his orange bandit, actually, he might be one of the slower ones.
Yeah.
I think actually the tension here is highest for Cameron. Like, is he going to be able to get his last delivery in? Because he also wants it to be a good delivery, right?
Yeah, because Jonathan can chain all of those buildings together, which give him that extra movement speed.
Yep.
Gotta look at it. Yeah, I'm still just checking.
Yeah, it depends if Jonathan wants to. At this point, does Jonathan want to build anything extra? I don't see it being a yes, but like being worth the points versus the action efficiency.
I think the 5 building is worth like 8 points or something like that. So it's fine. $10 for 8 points or whatever is.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's 6 points. I don't remember exactly, but either way, a good rule of thumb is a 2-to-1 ratio. If you have 2 coins per victory point, that's reasonable, and better than that is just frosting.
There you're able to scoop up a hazard.
Yeah. It only took double the work it does for everyone else.
But yeah, I also think it makes sense for Jonathan to build, because with his 5 movement, he hits up, he puts his certificates up to max, he goes, gets a bunch of money, 6 coins, and also gets to build on the same turn. And the building that is sort of in that middle round, it only gives him an additional 1 bump anyway, which is why it's right before the building one. Really nice building placement from Jonathan. I think his placements of his buildings have been really well timed throughout this game.
Yeah, and it's just a couple of them, but it makes a really big difference. Scott's funny how ridiculous it is that we just don't engage with the worker market in the second half of this game.
Yeah, completely untouched. Well, this could be the moment, Nick, where you pivot your strategy and go engineers.
Could be.
There are a lot of stations left to be gobbled up. Maybe that's the key.
It's true. There is space for
I need that
those.
rules excerpt again.
What did you guys read?
Cameron actually did take a backup backup gain assert, so he could back up into that station.
I want to read it too after.
It's that scenario where you.
Yeah, that's not bad at this stage, right? He has that additional.
Basically, you don't get
I think that station is just as good for him as it was last turn. You know.
Yeah.
The problem that he keeps running into is he's got a cash flow issue. Because he wants to be using his cash to buy cowboys, so if he backs into that station, the backups cost him $1, and the station costs him $2. So, you know, if he throws,
he gives up the cow.
Yeah, exactly.
I just had the same reaction. I was like, I see money.
Yeah, he would probably give up the cow.
Yeah,
but,
so opts not for that because he's just pushed his train forward.
But he could probably buy a red cow for 2 points, or maybe even a blue cow, because he's got 2 unused cowboys if he's just planning on buying a blue cow. So he could get 2 or 3 points with the cow and get the station. So I think he could have both. I think it's quite similar in terms of points.
Yeah.
And at this stage where he doesn't have the cash to buy a 5th cowboy, it's not like losing the 4th cowboy hurts him at all.
Yeah. He can't. There are no blue cows though in the market.
Right. So I guess my point is that he could use one of his cows to flip 2 more cards over, and we've not seen a crazy number of blue cows this game. The odds of flipping a blue cow are actually quite decent right now.
Take your certificate.
Yeah, he even pays 1 for the certificate.
but opts not to go into that station.
That's fine.
Interesting. That still feels like a weird move. It feels like a non-consideration. It feels like one of those things where you're locked in. You're like, no, I can't give up my flexibility.
Yeah, I think also Cameron needs to play greedy, right? If he backs up into the station, spends the 2, he's down to $2.
Yeah.
Which just sucks for him. But if anybody goes over his taxer, right? If Jonathan decides he's going to whip around, that puts you up to $4. And then if he had a black cow in hand, 2 more, that makes $6, which is the magic number for him.
Yeah.
So
we're taking a certain down.
I think he should have been greedy here. I think he should have backed up and claimed it.
4,
Yeah.
5, 6. So
3 and 3 back.
what was that?
3 and 3 back.
You got to let's do this first, right?
Yeah.
Oh, 3 and 3 back.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So you just don't. Yeah.
You just have to
No, that's
be
fine. It's fine.
Yeah, you just have it.
Prove that I have 3.
So what's Jeff got right now? Is that $9?
Not one that
Yeah,
I
it looks along those lines. 9 or 8, but I think 2 are stacked on each other.
I've been thinking about this line for about an hour.
That's a little awkward because it, in the ideal world, if he had enough cash, he would back up to the station on the corner. That's eight.
And so these are for objectives that you actually put into play.
$8 for 5 points.
Yeah, by the end of the game.
I'm going to spend 2.
And then
And
then he could move forward to the one that's $7 for 6 points.
However,
instead,
things have
he
changed
goes all the way back here,
because I need an orange
and
guy real badly.
it's like
So I'm gonna do that.
objectives wise. I think
And
it's 3
To the
points.
chagrin of all of the cowboy
It's
players
1
at the
point for
table,
that station. That's
we'll be taking
4.
that cowboy.
But he's
You
and
already
then
have
he
an
also
exchange token?
picks up a
I
hazard.
do.
Mhm.
I
So that's another 3 or
actually
4.
phone.
But
He's
he uses
losing
it-
4.
Now I gotta
He
figure out
uses
how
it
much
not
money
to
I'm
take a
in this
hazard,
game.
but to take that
See if the
orange,
$2 is relevant.
that
orange
orange bandit in order
When I look at my
to
deck,
complete the
There's one
objective.
card. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh crap! We messed up. No, we didn't. These are just supposed to be in my discard. I shouldn't have needed to shuffle, but I never put them back in the
Yeah,
discard.
just
When I
But he's
wrote
about to
Oh, it was
pay
last
4
turn.
That was last
points
turn, yeah.
by
Okay.
sacrificing one of his engineers, right? Because it's a 6th engineer.
them.
So
He's deciding. I'm assuming you're putting your work right there, obviously.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Yeah. Sorry, just input it. Yeah.
I don't think that what he gains is worth what he gave up versus just like straight
So-
up claiming 6 points
How does
for
this one
going
work?
to the
So you don't
other
have to go into
station
the
that he backed
station,
up into.
but you do have to
I think
stop
that if
there.
I'm in just seat,
But there's
I
no 40. Like when you
stop
hit the
at
end,
the
30
first
on the end.
spot,
30 on the end,
Yeah.
pick up the orange bandit just the
At
hard
end,
way,
and then all of this.
Yeah.
and then go to the station, ring the bell, bounce it that
Hold on a
way. I
second.
think he's feeling a little bit
Can I
like
get
he
all-
needs
can I
to
go-
rush,
go
but
back.
to like end the game.
So,
But frankly,
go
at this
slow.
point, like
Yeah.
he really can't
This-
control the tempo of the end of the
You
game.
can
Jonathan's
only
going to get to do everything he wants to
Correct.
do before the game is over anyway.
Get your orange
Yeah.
guy back here. You fly back forward all the way.
So
to
we
the
see
end.
Jeff sort of readjusting this, maybe realizing that.
And you pay this circle here. You pay $2. You
Oh
get
yeah,
orange
he's
back.
rolling the whole thing back.
Where did this one come from?
And the card has not been passed, so he's
This
able
one?
to do that, right?
The
second
circle
one is
came
on the
from here.
third degrees, yeah.
And everybody making sure
You
he's
should have $12.
on task.
What was that? 12?
You should have 12 to start your turn.
Sorry, guys.
Why did he accidentally spend?
He got
$2.
Sure, but he took $2, so I'm just kind of confused why he was
Yeah.
out 4.
Oh, he already took the 2 and never reset it. Is that what you mean?
By the way, that's your money. That's
Wait,
That's
wait.
yours, Nick?
Yeah, I don't know that I had $12 at the beginning of the turn. I thought I had $10.
Jeff 10. Yeah.
I had you at 10, and then you gain 2 more from a tax.
No, that was probably.
Oh
not.
shit, I wrote down the wrong.
Yeah. So you have 10. Yeah.
Yeah,
10,
yeah, I
10,
had
sorry.
10. I had 10.
2 is plus 2.
Sorry about all the taking back. I just forgot that I was going to have to take my guy off, and so I didn't subtract 4 from all my
Okay,
Sorry,
Yeah, that was what the criticism was, though.
Yeah.
think about other options here.
Yeah, a good adjustment.
That.
And also really good bookkeeping by everybody at this past 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. He also has to move his train back, but maybe he's still planning on doing the train move. But I think he needs the orange bandit. It's worth 3 points for him, which
Yeah.
I think is enough that it's worth a stop.
Take a moment to look through it.
It's not like there's a lot of
Explain.
other exciting things he's trying to do along this trail here. And I'm not
Yeah.
even entirely sure that he's planning on delivering. Like, unless he can get to 12, which he can only do if he gets his certs up to 6 and then has the right hand.
Yeah.
He's
Although his
not
certification is
delivering.
pretty much there. He just needs one extra bump.
Sure, yeah, but where's the extra bump from? Oh, it's from his building on the left. You're totally correct.
Yeah.
Does he have the time? That's a good question if he has the time. Jonathan on his turn is going to hit his thing,
Get to building.
get to building, then he's going to remove
the
hazards, and
hazards,
deliver, right? 1,
yeah.
2, 3, basically.
Yeah. 3 turns for Jonathan.
I think Cameron's looking at a pretty similar amount.
Huh.
Right?
Yeah,
like
Cameron could
Yeah,
go cow if he wanted, but
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, so it's like 2 or 3 for Cameron, but not longer than that. So that means that Jeff can essentially count on 3 more turns after this turn.
Mhm.
So
Which I
that's
think
4
he
turns
has.
in total.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he did bandits, engineer,
Deliver.
deliver. Yeah.
And it's the only way that is stopped is if Jonathan builds his second building in that crossroads spot, making it a little bit longer, right? Because then it would be eight spaces for Jeff to deliver.
Oh yeah. And
That's the only way that's blocked.
I think he might do that.
I'm
I
gonna go
mean,
back
that
here,
actually
so-
that is actually a very good call out, very good concern to have.
So $7 for 6 points. Take the same discount.
Jeff runs it back there, not having enough money, I think, to be able to do the double.
I moved the cert. Or I never undid the cert move. 'Cause
Correctly.
I was never gonna undo that, so it's at 4.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And then.
So I guess he's going to
that's
skip the
everything. Sorry
bandit
about that.
entirely,
I did all the math,
which
and then
just
I
means
forget
he's not
that
going to
losing
finish the
4 was-
objective, which is
Yeah.
okay. He's not going to get negatives because he hasn't committed to it yet.
What's that?
Grab both of those, just shoot yourself in the foot for points.
That one would have been net 2 positive.
Yeah. I think the only other question is essentially, is there any way he could have afforded both stations? And the problem is, I think the answer is just no.
Yeah.
Because
It doesn't seem like it.
He gets $5 after he goes through the desert there, and he's only left with looks like only $1 right now.
Yeah.
That seems low though, because I thought we said he was at 10. It's free to ring the bell essentially. I feel like he should be at $3 right now. I think he spent 7 on the spot that he's at. 5, 6, 7, I think.
Play this.
Oh, there you go. He spread his money out, so he had $3.
Yeah.
I'm in here. Spend $2
And we see Jonathan
Okay.
capitalizing on that
from here.
space.
Grab this. I will put a white.
Yeah. How's he moving in there?
Dude, you're white, and your guy's way the heck over here. What's going on?
I play this.
Oh,
Like
he had the
that.
objective for the movement. Oh my God! I swear to God, I did not cede my comment about the objectives of the train. I completely forgot that that's what happened.
That's a great
so
play.
good.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow. That's a huge play.
I'll bring this
by-
back. So we'll go here. I will
by
get
Jonathan.
6.
A little
I'll go here.
unfortunate that he plays it before going to the building space.
Yeah, that's okay for him though, because there's no 6 build that he's gonna do. So the
Yeah.
5 builders are just as fine. And now Jonathan can pick up hazards, and then if he wants to, he can stop in and hire an employee and get another build off of it.
Yeah.
So he's got like $16 or $18 there or something. So he actually might be able to do all of those things.
Yeah.
That's monster big. Yeah, that's really, really huge. How many points did he get from that? Let's just pretend that it's 3 for the hazard.
Yeah.
I think objective wise, he's probably going to score 3 for that, so it's 6. So it's a net 2 points, but but he'll probably buy back the engineer or the builder for to get the 4 points that he lost out of it back.
Yeah.
And get to build again. So, yeah, frankly, that just, I think, worked out for him.
An interesting choice to plot that building there.
Yeah.
Rather than do the denial for Jeff.
Right, on the move around the train thing. Could be an oversight.
And it's not really, he's not really going to use it for its ability. It's remove an outlaw or perform a double auxiliary action, move your engine 2 spaces.
Well,
Maybe
he might use it
to. Maybe he doesn't want to extend the amount of spaces that he has to move.
There's money here for both of you.
Because he's only at 5 movement. But he's going to be stopping at different things, right? Yeah.
Right. He could be eyeballing the next train station, which is worth 6 points for him because he's got 2 sets of orange and 2 sets of green bandits. So it is possible that he's eyeballing that, saying, well, I can move the train 2, and then I take an auxiliary to move the train 1 because he unlocked his auxiliary train move 1. So he could get that, which is like a net 3-ish points for him.
Yeah.
If he grabs it.
He's got a lot of options too, right? He could build something. If he's going for that, then he could. He has his choice of builders. I think there's a builder in almost every row. So
yeah.
It's not like he'll be short of strapped for cash on it. But the potential of building two people, then jumping the train up and dropping the excess into the station master to keep those 4 points as his builder bonus.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know if he's got enough resources to manage to do all of that. I think you probably have to forgo getting the hazards, which at this point, from getting that tile, which I think is end game for hazards, he probably is going to prioritize the hazard removal.
Yeah.
In addition to the points that the hazards give you, right?
Right. I mean, the 6 points for $4 is great. I'm pretty sure me dropping a builder in the bottom row there is just a straight up mistake. I think I maybe wasn't even realizing that Jonathan's back down to 5 builders.
Right.
It only saves him a buck, but he is the threat. So I'm sure that's a mistake. And he might not even be able to engage with it because it is locked up in that bottom row. But I don't think there's any reason for me to put that instead of the cowboy there. That's got to be tired brain playing in.
Well, that can be expected. We are hitting the 4-hour mark of this Great Western Trail, but it is going to be ending any time, and we're going to be adding up the scores and seeing who comes out on top as the 2023 Great Western Trail World Series champion. We're over to Cameron currently. Cameron just sort of mathing out these last turns, but again, going for the cows. Only has one option here: buy as many cows as you can, turn as many coins into points as you can.
I would like a deal. Yep, that guy.
So this is an example where I would flip out 2 cows if I was him before buying that. Probably it just helps me, but there's a chance that he flips a blue and then he can go to his own spot and buy the blue cow if he wants to.
Yeah.
If he's just planning on straight up delivering, he doesn't care. So that might be the case too. But that's an example of how I play friendly cowboys quite often.
Double cert value. Move here. Doesn't particularly matter, but we're going to go to 31 because that's my birthday. And
will that be the luck that Jeff needs to scrape up enough points?
I'm going to take $2, bringing my total up to $5. That's a point, baby. Then I'll draw this white cow that I knew about. And we'll draw some more cards. Hopefully they're super, super sexy.
Pretty normal cards, probably. I have to assume that Jeff has the cards that he wants because he took $2 when I don't think money matters for him rather than a draw this card.
Of course, the game.
So he might be delivering to the 12.
I'm familiar with what they're supposed to look like.
hard to believe they aren't cheap. The way
Yeah,
they
it
look.
feels reasonable that he probably has those cards locked in, and then hoping to again scrape up that 1 point, the extra money maybe making a difference.
So Jonathan here actually does have some cash trouble. He's got $8. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
If he drops 4 at the hazard market, he's going to pick up like 6-ish points or whatever. If he goes to the recruiting spot, let's pretend that he even has a white cow in hand. That'll cost him, $5, but discounted too, so $3 to build the worker, and then he'll be able to put a building in play. Like he'll put the most expensive building that he can into play.
Yeah.
So that's something like 7 or 8 points.
I'll spend $4. So I'll take 1 back.
With this, he might have enough money. He might just be delivering next turn. It's a little tough to tell.
Well, it depends though, because both Jeff and Cameron need to. Well, no, Cameron's going to go up top. Jeff will probably run through Jonathan's taxation. Will that extra coin do anything for him?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, maybe if it does, Jeff doesn't go that way, right? But I think he needs to go that way to deliver.
Yeah, I think Jeff's probably delivering. Cameron could deliver too. It really just depends on his hand. But he doesn't have any money. I think he's got to be delivering. Like he's. If he was considering going up top, he would have flipped some more cows out
Your buildings
with the hopes
are
that he could
45,
buy like a
Jeff's
blue or something like that.
45.
Yeah.
Jeff, can you count us?
Sorry.
Jeff, grab your buck too.
I'm just chilling down there. I guess it's my turn right now, so I could go to the shuffler and fling myself into the cow market.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not entirely clear, how fast these other players want to go. Like, I probably only have 2 turns left, this and 1 more.
Yeah.
But there's an outside chance that I actually have 3 turns left. So, like, an option could be, I guess, stopping at the bandits and then going into the bottom market. But I think it doesn't seem terribly exciting. This has got to be an objective pickup.
Yeah.
We will take an objective.
One of the 2 orange guys, maybe, in the building.
It would seem that would be an easily gettable one for you, or you could have stopped in, gotten the bandit, and then gotten your objective for that one that Jeff denied picking up and then got off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Flips up, I'll be able to do that. Don't worry about that.
Right. I have.
I think I can do the 3rd or 4th objective, and I'm trying to determine if any of them matter for my opponents. And I think I land on that one because, like, Jonathan, for instance, if he got another objective, could, complete
Right.
that one.
Yeah.
$3.
And that's me just committing to the other objective I claimed earlier.
I get to move my train.
Yeah.
That'd be mistake number 5.
Yeah, right. Well, that's optional, so I could have neglected it.
That's true.
If we're talking about strategic mistakes, I got a couple comments.
Jeez. Reaching for the wrong color, never blue.
Cameron only does have 6 movement, though.
I think that still gets him in. I think he can weave.
Yeah.
He can weave between Jonathan's.
Yeah. Jonathan did not block with that building placement, and it would have affected both Cameron and Jeff, making them take that extra turn.
Yeah. If he slid it back 1 spot, I agree. That seems like it. I think he maybe had grand designs, right? Like, looked like, I could maybe grab the
Grab
the
the
next
bill.
station. But I think that might have been just one of those bit off more than you could choose scenarios, whereas just making other people's lives difficult, which is really what Jonathan's strategy has been this game. Like in the middle of the game, he's like, I'm gonna make everyone's life as hard as possible, and that's what's winning him the game. And then now that he's in a commanding position, he's forgotten to bully people.
And it also could be too. He might have been banking on you wanting to push for cows rather than going for objectives, right? And banking on that additional tax that you would have had to pay to go through there. Because in that perfect world, you have pushed through for cows, and then Jonathan's been able to pick up a couple extra coins.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Cameron goes for that push. We'll see Jeff, I assume, follow through. Unless he wants to do something else, like unless Jeff wants to build a building.
I mean, he's got the cash if he wants to remove a hazard, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I don't think he wants... If Jonathan ends the game, it's 2 points for him. If Jeff ends the game, it's 2 points for him. So that, he would have to be convinced that Jonathan was going to end the game, which I'm not convinced that he is, given what there is out there. That he has other options available to him.
Jeff's in a bit of a tough spot too because he hasn't gotten that orange one that he wanted, and if only he could push through and get an extra turn to land on the bandit to pick it up. But if he does push through, he triggers the end of the game, and everybody else gets a turn.
Yes. Absolutely.
Although the 2 points for triggering the end of the game, to be fair, it kind of negates the points that he would have gotten with the bandit anyway.
Yeah, they're pretty close with one another. In Great Western Trail, New Zealand, they upped that ending the game bonus to 5.
Oh wow, that makes it a lot more juicy.
$3.
So, actually, the way these tiles have flipped out and the fact that Cameron only put out one head means that this delivery could not end the game.
Right.
If desired.
Maybe that changes the calculation of Jeff. Does he push through, making sure that it's one, and then getting that extra turn, just to scoop up net an extra 1 point, really?
Yeah, so that's really interesting. If he delivered, then he could grab a orange guy next turn.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
He's instead going to do the...
Wow, paying a little more, but being so mindful of Jonathan that every coin matters.
I'm going to discard these 2 to complete my exchanger token.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of an exchanger. I forgot to do it. Then I'm going to, because I didn't draw what I wanted, I'm going to go there, discard these 2, get the $4, use the remaining 3 that I have.
Maybe
to
didn't
go down
have
to $0,
the cards to do the 12 delivery. So he can't. He doesn't want to deliver yet because he doesn't have the right card.
Different Nick. Other Nick.
I mean, we could switch it to
So he
the
was
other
going to
4-pointer. Yeah, I mean, we could switch it to the other 4-pointer, I guess.
Which I think might have meant that he was supposed to draw a discard last turn rather than take the $2.
I mean, he does with those $2. It does enable him to purchase a hazard, which
so maybe he was hedging.
Points in the bank. Yeah. Jonathan makes the decision.
Oh, maybe not.
1-2 triggers it.
Okay.
Yeah, decides that he doesn't want that extra 4 points. He doesn't want. Because I mean, getting the 2 points is still a 4-point swing, I guess, if it's between him or Jeff. Getting the points anyway.
Or no.
Sorry.
So I'll take the 2 points.
Right, and he's recognizing that he'll either have 0 or 1 more turn left.
Mm-hmm.
With 1 more turn, he could spend some money, whip around the track,
before I choose the second one.
And build again. I think. which would be worth
Before we forget things, let's take the 11.
5-ish at
Okay,
the
so
expense of a couple points.
But I have.
Yeah, I think it might be like 1 point better for him to have another turn, but just forcing other people to not have more wiggle room is probably worth that point. It's also not entirely clear to me that that 1 extra point is correct. Like it might be pretty. It's pretty close to a wash. And I could sit here and calculate it out, but it's not that interesting.
But in that instance too, if it's close to a wash, you might as well put the pressure, like you're saying, on the other players.
Yeah. I also think it might have been a mistake for Cameron to even allow Jonathan to have that choice by putting out a bandit and a single head on his turn. Mm-hmm. He made it so that it was possible for Jonathan to have that choice rather than forcing his hand by putting out 2 heads, 2 like employees.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Cameron was thinking that he really wanted 2 more turns. I feel like 1 more turn gets him into the cow market and then he's broke again. So I guess the second turn means he could deliver again. So yeah, maybe Cameron was banking for 2 more turns and hoping to like do a fast whip and a delivery. That's possible. And I think maybe Jonathan, he could have seen that and just been like, you know what? I don't know what shenanigans you're up to, but I'm done with it. I think I'm good.
Yeah, giving Cameron more turns too, especially like with Jeff, giving Jeff more turns, you kind of can predict what he's going to do. Giving Cameron more turns, adding more cards into his deck, that's that promise of scooping up those little points that'll make the difference in the Cowboys versus the buildings, right? It's just safer.
Yeah, and Jonathan's done everything he wants to do. It's only an edge of building one other mediocre building.
Yeah. Yeah, and getting those 4 points with the extra builder.
Yeah, exactly.
There. It's $2. Here's another 10.
Yeah, I think Jonathan cost himself 1 or 2 points by my quick counting about not having another turn, but 1 or 2 points is not that many when other players might get more from an additional turn.
Yeah. And at this point in the game, too, we're on hour 4. The brains are fried after a long day, right? If it's a wash, I'm ending it. I'm like, you know what? I'm shooting my shot. I've done everything I can. Let's see what happens.
I'm not that good at math, but I think you have it.
Jeff trying to do the math quickly, saying, "I'm not that good at math, but I think you have it." I think Jeff's pretty good at math. I think anytime Jeff says, "I'm not that good at something," that's the strategy. That's the strategy that I like to employ in a lot of games. Saying, don't worry about me. I'll just make the table laugh. We'll have ourselves a good time, and everybody will feel good about my win. That's what
12.
The Jeff Harden.
He got there.
The last not expensive disc to go to Toledo.
Nice.
Get the full
Manages to lock that in. That's a huge get if Jeff was not able to do that. Also another reason for pushing the tempo. If you're Jonathan, you don't know what's in Jeff's hand. You don't know if he needs some sort of auxiliary action Hail Mary to slow down and draw the one thing he needs, right? You might as well end it.
Yeah, this is actually one of those spaces where I think oftentimes Jeff's player types like Jeff and sometimes me as well.
Did you write him?
The effusiveness can be an advantage in games for a couple of reasons, but one of the disadvantages, we heard him say last turn, I didn't draw what I wanted, which does tell Jonathan that he is at the whim of the top of his deck. So we don't know if he drew afterward, but we knew that he was not in the position that he wanted to be in beforehand. So it's a little bit of extra information for Jonathan to go off of there.
Points for money.
Yeah. So they're tabulating the scores now.
Has 2.
I believe that was for coins.
Building points starting with the yellow player.
Yep. Got 1, 4, 5.
Building points for the blue player.
3, 1, 4.
Got it. Building points for red.
3, 2, 3.
Building points for white.
13, 18, 19, 39.
So we have 5, 4, 3, and 45 for buildings.
We're looking at
These delivery spaces, I think.
spaces starting with
Plus
yellow.
8.
6 minus 6, yeah, so 8 for yellow.
So that's 18.
18.
28. Let's see. Regular 10.
So you have 18 and 6 and 6 cancel out, right? These cancel, so
Yep,
it's
18.
18 for blue, 9 for
Pretty
yellow.
good for deliveries. You don't generally expect that many in delivery points.
For deliveries,
Yeah.
0, I believe.
0. 6
6 minus 6.
6.
For white.
Same thing for me.
And then 0 on deliveries for both white and red.
All right, now we're looking at the choo-choo line. 0. Yes. Blue. 0. Yep.
So I have 2 plus 3 is 5, 11, 18, 26, 35.
35. It's a big score for Jeff, but it's not 45 in buildings.
Not 45, yeah. And he doesn't have enough station masters, or really to make the difference, I think.
7.
Hazard points for Jeff.
8.
Hazard points for John.
Yeah, and Jonathan soaring ahead in those hazard points as well. 12 to Jeff's 8.
And your count.
Yep.
1, 3, 6, 9, 13, 26.
26 points in cows for yellow.
13. 23. 25.
29. Only 29 for Cameron. So you see the difference with Cameron's 4 cowboys and your 2 cowboys. Not that
Yeah.
much of a difference in points.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be.
Bought a lot of cows, did you?
0.
You two both, right? Yeah.
0.
Okay. Now we're looking at committed objective cards.
And we know Jonathan's got
I have 3 buildings. This,
7 points for yellow.
3.
Have you been lying to us this whole time, Nick? Is this your comeback?
5.
This is my 3rd ring.
So I commit. These are the ones that I hadn't played, so I'll commit to this. So make sure I'll have all these right. I have that. I have 3 buildings. I have 3 hazards. I have that.
Yes.
I'm gonna commit. I don't have it though, so minus 2.
So, yeah.
So
You don't see that often, someone committing to an objective that they can't complete, but he's doing it because his station master gives him 3 points for every pair of objectives you've committed to.
So he at least nets 1 more.
Yeah.
Just
8.
That's a very fun play.
8
Yeah.
is 6.
You're pretty good, yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
I needed Nick to take that, and that was
So 8
that
for
cost
Jeff
me.
off.
That cost me the game.
That's exactly how many.
I have 8. I have 5 workers plus the 3 printed, so
Yeah.
8.
And you ended up with 3
6.
points. Because of 2.
Cost
Yep.
It's 6. Oh.
Now we're
Oh,
looking
yeah.
for points for release from here. So I see nothing here, nothing there.
8.
And you guys can look at.
No, he has 4.
That's right.
You hear Jeff calling it out. No, he's got 4. He knows every point counts.
Yep.
Get the 3 off. Everybody got 3, like I said.
Well, he also had the whole rigmarole of having to pay 4 points for taking the thing himself, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I have Nick at 5, 13, 17, 43, 50, 53.
53 points
53.
for Nick Henning
Cameron
in yellow.
7, 25, 32, 61, 64,
67 for Cameron.
Jeff at 2, 5, 40, 48, 53, 61, 69, 72.
72 for Jeff. That's the number to beat. Jeff's in the lead right now.
John at 47, 48, 60, 69, 75, 79, 82.
84. Wow.
Awesome.
man, thank you.
Congratulations.
84. So taking that station master didn't even matter that much
Thank you all. Thank you
in
all.
terms of Jeff was pointing that out, saying, I think I needed Nick to take that. Jeff needed a little bit more.
Hey, Nick, you're right. This second place thing ain't for me.
Yeah, no, it's obviously a very commanding performance by Jonathan. Just, I think that central desert tax thing.
I'd written notes for you.
He needed
Yeah,
more
you know?
points than, like, it got all the way there, but the game slowed down.
Two things
You know,
that
I don't
I've never
know,
done.
maybe,
And
I don't know what
when
else
I
I
played
could have done to
this,
get more points. Like, I needed
you
to
only
get
dropped
another
once.
source of
I
points
always
beyond
dropped
this.
And we see Jeff there saying that the game slowed down, exactly what we were talking about for the majority of the time in terms of that timing, in terms of what people needed to clinch it up. And again, just cutting off the sort of post production discussion that you all had as well. There's a big long debrief. It was an intense game of Great Western Trail, judging by the amount of debrief that happened at the end too, and everybody chatting and analyzing it. But it's Jonathan Naylor that comes out on top with 84 points. A really sizable gap from him and Jeff too. Like 12 points feels pretty significant at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I often find that Great Western Trail is more won in those like slightly bigger gaps because it's more about like tempo and positioning than it is necessarily about like eking out that one extra point. It can be that way. It was in last year's.
See, go watch 2022 and see see how close that came.
But yeah, really just well played throughout. My original guess was that Jeff was going to win, but the game did as exactly what he said. He's totally right. It went on for too long. And that really advantaged Jonathan, who was able to just get fully on rhyme. The battle cruiser was completely operational for him.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. He had his battleships. He had all the fleet carriers come out, and no one could touch him after that plan was put into play. Wow, what a game! Exciting to watch back. How does it feel for you to watch it back?
Oh, watching the Arc Nova back was more painful because of the errors there. But this one we'd spent the time debriefing that I kind of already knew sort of like where I'd fallen on my face. And it is funny watching it back and like remembering where the card draws did or did not cooperate with me. But I played a strategy that is prone to that, right? Like that's the nature of the beast.
Right.
So maybe I'll learn my lesson for next year. We'll see. Hopefully I get a third chance at it.
And a pretty respectable score considering the fluctuation and the amount of big swings that you had to take as well.
Yeah, too. I'm not mad at 53. Yeah. Last year's winning score was 62. So
yeah. Yeah, pretty impressive all around. Well, this was a long one. Thanks for all of you who have stuck with us and watched it all. Hopefully you learned and picked up a tip or two about Great Western Trail, and I expect to see all of you at WSBG 2024. If you've made it through this, you're a Great Western Trail fanatic. You have the stones to ride the rails and build the buildings and cow the boys. I think that's the expression.
That's right, cow the boys. And then as we learned, right, Jonathan watched back the video from the prior year, and then he went on to win. So that's obviously got to be the strategy.
That's true. That's exactly it. So thanks everybody for watching. Thank you, Nick, again for joining. For all of you out there who are still with us, go check out Nick's YouTube for more tips and tricks at Phoenix. The link is down there. The URL is on the screen right now. And remember, you have a limited amount of time. You have a few days left to get in on that early bird draw, that 3-star draw, the early bird bonus. Use code EARLYBIRD for $100 off your stay and play ticket. And I'm excited to see you all in Vegas next year. Nick, any closing thoughts?
See you guys in 2024. Thanks for watching. If you went all the way here, you are a trooper.
Yeah, 100%. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. Hope you have a wonderful day.